Good morning. We're back at Connery. The conditions are ideal. A little bit of early morning rain, that's the custom here in the country, but it's given away to wonderful weather. A lovely breeze is coming across the ground, and this is match 13 in Zone A. It's Canada up against the Jamaica Scorpions. A big game for both sides, and why? Let's look first of all at our friends from Jamaica. They picked up 8 points, and a win for them will take them, of course, up to 12. And we're looking forward to the battle between Jamaica and, of course, the home team on the weekend. Canada, they've only picked up 4 points, but they can have a maximum of 16. And if they win today, it could really stir the pot, as they would say, and we are looking forward to the battle. So, the news then is that the conditions are ideal. Let's go to the captains for the toss. We're back in Congress for the 13th game in the on the film, of course, you're talking about they're going to be on the weekend. But of course, the Canadians, they had a good victory against the defending champions. They can still qualify for the maximum of 16 points. Conditions are ideal. The sun is on all the way. Now let's go to the captain for the match. Well, the toss has been done. Very important toss. The man who's won it is the Canadian captain. Now, what are you going to be doing?
So we'll be batting first.
Why would you want to bat first?
Looking at the previous matches over here and the kind of bowling form that we are on, and we like to put a good total on the board and just defend it.
Pitches in St. Kitts, how do you find them?
They're pretty good to bat on, pretty good to defend as well. And cricket at the Warner Park is much better as compared to this country cricket. But I feel if you have good total on the board and you have good left-arm spinners, we like to defend it.
The spinners have done very well for you.
Exactly, as I said, my left-arm spinners have been doing really great in the initial overs, so we like to just continue with the momentum.
Any changes to the side?
Yes, we dropped one left-arm spinner Yaksh and we are bringing in one fast bowler Norman.
This is an important game for you. Can still qualify. You can get a maximum of 16 points. You would want to lead the Jamaican Scorpions.
Exactly, this is what we are hoping for.
All right, thanks and good luck.
Thank you so much.
So there you have it, the news from the Bill. Canada winning the toss and we're back first. It's time for the umpires to come out to the middle. The news then that Canada, they have actually won the toss and they're batting first. And of course, we've got Carlisle Powell to assess that. And no doubt we're also going to be looking at the whole question of the points. Very interesting battle. And of course, as we come down to the business end of this, a win for Jamaica will certainly make the Leewers a little bit nervous. If the Canadians win, I'm sure that the Leewers will breathe a little bit easier. We've got two honourable gentlemen, one to my left and one to my right. Shall I start with the gentleman on my left, the younger man? Hello, good morning to you, Carlisle Powell. How are you, my friend?
Good morning, Andrew. I'm well, and good morning, Tony. Good morning to all our listeners.
Now, this is an important match. The Canadians, they won the toss. I want you to do an assessment. They've decided to bat first. Are you surprised by that decision?
Not at all. Canada would have happy memories of this ground where they pulled off a very good win against the defending champions. And so, no surprise. The pitches are all worn, Andrew. I went out and had a look, and you can clearly see that the pitches are worn. But they're still playing very well.
Yes, they are indeed. And as we speak to you, our first commentator, ball by ball, is going to be Vernon Springer. In terms of the Canada side, Tony, any changes?
Yes, 2 changes to the team that lost to Jamaica in Canada's previous encounter. Arslan Khan, who played so well against Barbados, is back, and Noman Zafar comes in to replace Yaks Patel. So the Canadian team, they'll be starting with Ray Pathan and Mitha opening the batting, and we'd expect that Nitish Kumar will occupy his normal number 3 spot. So it'll be interesting to see how the Canadians go from here, but making a positive move in deciding to take first strike. The Canadians generally prefer to set a total
Right.
and try to defend
Of course, with their spinners as well.
with their spinners.
Runs on the board. Okay, we're going to look at, of course, the Jamaica side, but it's about time for me also to introduce Vernon Springer, your first commentator, in terms of ball by ball. The action is going to start very soon. Carlisle, look at the situation in terms of the Scorpions, and then to take you through for the first half an hour or so, it's going to be a good friend, Vernon Springer.
For the Scorpions, the players out are Jamie Merchant, Marquino Mindley, and Christopher Lamont. But I think Canada would be focusing more on the player named Rovman Powell, because the other night it was all the Powell show. Powell and six. And so Canada would be focusing on getting a good score. They've been taking early wickets when they field, and so they would want that to continue today, but they're batting first. Good morning, Vernon.
Hey, morning to you, Carla. Morning to our listeners around the Caribbean. First up delivery by O'Shane Thomas is a Yorker. Bang on target. Ray Pathan is the batsman who is facing the first delivery. He's wearing the number 45. 49 is Pathan. So we get our action going here. Here comes Thomas, is bouncing into both the Pathan, just coming off the tie pad, looking for a run that's certainly not on, and the keeper made some good work there, some good grounds to get across to his left, restricted Canada a knot without loss. Understand that Khan is not playing today.
Arslan Khan, yes, he's back in the team.
Oh, he's back in the team after.
Yes. So Arslan Khan comes in for Sion, and Norman Zafar, the medium pacer, comes in for the left-arm spinner Yaks Patel.
Thomas, 22 years of age from Jamaica, is in now to both the Pathan, who comes quietly forward, looking for a single as he punches it up to mid-on, can't score. So, Yaks Patel. Any other opening batsman wearing the Meether?
Meether's at the non-strikers and Pathan is taking strike.
88. So Thomas, quiet start here at the Connery Cricket Complex. He's in now to bowl to Pathan, who's just turning it beautifully down to Devil Green. It looks like Mindley. And the Canada off the mark very easily, gingerly, quiet. And Carlisle, a lovely morning here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
We don't have the same stiff breeze that we had in previous games, but very pleasant.
So, one without loss. Canada starting very quickly here. It's always important to get off the mark. Want to make sure that you can get that. Canada started with 2 slips. Jamaica starting with 2 slips. We got the left-hander now. Meether, who's a little accomplished player, and as development team waits for Thomas in to bowl to Meether, who comes quietly forward, nice bat face, nice and straight. They would want to make sure that they upset the Jamaica team here. They bowled very, very, very well, Canada, on this track here at Connery. They bowled so well in Warner Park because Rovman Powell took the game away from them. An even 100. Thomas is into bowl to meet a good leave, good take, good carry. So the end of over number 1, Canada won without loss, Carly.
Good start, quiet start, and one thing I can tell you, Vernon, the Canadians have given a good account of themselves in this tournament. You can't look at the points standing and see that, but in terms of the games that they have played, you have to appreciate that they have done well in this tournament. I don't know what benchmarks they had set for themselves, but Tony, Canada has given a good account of themselves.
Actually, there wasn't any benchmark set. As I've said before, there were some expectations or fears within Canadian cricket circles that this team might be underperformed to the point of being an embarrassment. Well, they've certainly proved those skeptics wrong, as you know, they've played 4 matches today and to date 1-1, and could easily have won 2 of the remaining 3. So far, the only match where they can be accused of having been outplayed completely was against Barbados.
So Devil Green, the medium pacer from Jamaica, he will start from the Kim Collins end, and he'll be bowling to the right-hander, Ray Pathan. The left-hander is Jeet Meetha. Green is into bowl to Pathan, who comes across and would say, well, listen, and I didn't have to follow that. He was always going away, an outswinger. Devil Green, a little slippery candidate. He's been around for a little while. Jamaica have been talking about their intensity and what sort of approach they've brought to this tournament. Still sort of lacking the fireworks and the Jamaica team that you expect to see that intimidates you all the way. Devil Green is into bowl to Pathan, down the onside, and he just sneaks a single. Let's wait and see if he got a little nick onto it. Bonner comes around the short Midigudera, hurdles, return to the keeper, and it's a leg by, so it's 2 without loss. No real major fireworks yet to happen. Canada is really not that sort of team. They're a team who play by the book. As Carlisle said, they really have certainly impressed in this tournament so far. Tony did indicate it earlier at the start of this championship that this was the development team, and the guys have really certainly put their hands up. I want to give some credit to Cricket Canada for being able to make sure that they have sent them to this tournament. The West Indies emerging players, they've also competed and looked well also in the championship. Meetha waits for Devil Green, the left-hander, gets a big stride out, leaves alone, and Thomas, the keeper for Jamaica, picks it up. Carlisle did indicate that he saw this track wearing a little bit, so there's no Jamie Merchant today for Jamaica, but there's Dennis Bully. Let's try and see. Make sure. Yes, there's Bully still in, and Bully's bowled very well. I think he picked up a couple of wickets against Canada in Warner Park. I think 2 for 47. So he'll be pretty all right. Green is in now to bowl to the young man who is driving down the ground. Can't score Meetha. He's still or not. There's always a worrying factor. You want to get off the mark very easily. Little dapper player. Short. Almost the same stature. He might be maybe the shortest, one of the shortest players on the Canadian team. Canada playing in their, what we call their red top with their black pants. Jamaica, traditionally, you know that once you see it. They're playing in their black pants, gold. There's a little strip of green. Green is in now to bowl to Meetha. Meetha comes quietly forward again, just about on about that line outside the off stump, looking to bowl down that fourth stump line. Kezia Notley got a maiden list day 100 last night at Warner Park. Well deserved 100. So the hundreds keep coming. Just don't only want to see hundreds, you want to see them consistently go on. Go from strength to strength. Be amazing to do some analysis on the dot ball ratio in this championship here. Green is into bowl to Meetha. Meetha again picks up the line. No need for him to play at that until the end of over number 2. Canada quietly, they're 2 without loss.
And Geet Meetha has been growing in confidence in this championship. He started with a first ball duck against the Leewards in the opening encounter, didn't play against Barbados, made 37 against in the third game, but had 2 chances. But then against Jamaica, he looked even more solid before, and he got into, I think it was 34 before he eventually got out. So he's been growing in confidence, putting together some useful scores at the top of the order, and this will be important for Canada that he can continue to do so.
Thomas to Pathan, into bowl to Pathan, back of the length delivery, and Pathan is defending nicely, can't score, just plays it up to the short extra cover fielder, and the score remains on 2 without loss.
I think there's a bit of moisture, early moisture in the pitch. As it dries out, you should see it get a little bit faster. you notice that a couple of deliveries in the previous over from Green died before reaching to the keeper.
Big O'Shane Thomas coming from the CNC shopping complex end here in St. Kitts. Thomas, 22 years old, in now to bowl to Pathan. Down the outside, he just whipped that beautifully over square leg, down to the boundary for 4. Once he's offline here, he's going to be put away. O'Shane Thomas. Pathan races up to 5 and the score goes up to 6 without loss.
Pathan is particularly strong on his legs, so O'Shane Thomas will be well advised to stay away from that zone of the batsman.
Good shot. He was leg side, and that's a vacant position with just the fielders there at mid-on and short backward square, and then down on the long leg boundary. So once he drifted into those pads, it was easy to have that pickup and hit down square for 4.
Here comes O'Shane Thomas, bounding away. Nice big tall guys up now into bowl to Pathan, back on the length delivery. Can't score, he just steers it out to Asad Furtherden. Pretty interesting. Today's Anthony Martin's birthday. Anthony Martin played for the West Indies in the one-day series from Antigua and Barbuda. Got a number of birthdays coming up this week, including Jermaine Blackwood, Shaka Hodge from Anguilla, Jason Peters, our own from the Leeward Islands, on the 22nd, Shaka on the 20th. Just want to wish all these guys happy birthday and happy belated birthday. Thomas is into bowl to the big man himself, who's just driving beautifully to Pathan. And they sneak a single. And Pathan easily goes up to 6, goes up to 7 without loss. And Carla, it's also election day in Montserrat today. So, a number of folks will be going to vote today. And according to the figures, registered among the voters are 3,858. Some 35 candidates will be on show, with some 11 independent candidates out of the 35, including the former Premier, Donaldson Romeo. Thomas is in now to bowl 2 meter, and he just comes quietly forward. No need for him, he's not looking to try anything, and he's a sort of accomplished batsman, Carlisle. You're going to have to come to him, he's not really going to you.
And it was wide, no need to play. He just has to get the pace of the pitch, and so he allowed it to go through to the keeper. And again, you notice that that one died on the way to the keeper. He picked it up on the bounce.
And we are talking about the elections in Montserrat in 2014. A total of 2,747 voters voted during that election. Thomas is into bowl 2 meter. He's driving beautifully, but he can't beat Furtherden at point. And Furtherden almost gave away a run there with all his antics. At the end of over number 3, Canada, 7 without loss. Meetha is on 0, and Pathan is on 6.
Quiet start for the Canadians. No undue worries as yet. Neither of the batsmen have been troubled in any way. So progressing nicely.
Yeah, so we winding our way here. Like I said, it's not like the Jamaican Leewards are playing, so you're going to be expecting a lot of major fireworks. Canada normally plays by the script, they normally plays by the book. This is Jamaica's 197th game, and they're 8 against Canada before. They were 7. In fact, they were 6. They won 6 and they had 1 no result. Green. Ball to Pathan. Pathan bang on target. Middle of 9 leg. Just plays it up to Bonner. Bonner hurls it back to the keeper. So, like I said, this is Jamaica's 197th list day game. And during that period of time, they would have won some 107 games, tied 1, lost 81, 7 no result, and 7 games abandoned. And against Canada, this will be their 8th game. Before this, they would have been 7, 6, and 1 no result. Would have had the batter of Canada. Green is into both to Pathan. Pathan is fishing at an outswinger. Missed it completely. No sort of feet movement there at all. The right foot didn't move. And a good delivery. Got to keep your eyes on Devil Green. He's a little slippery. And he could up his pace too. Jamaica just quietly just going about. Not much fireworks, not much excitement. A lot of spectators here today. This is almost like you want to say a dormant game, but maybe later in the day. Some folks might trickle in. Following it on the line. Green is in now to bowl to Pathan. Pathan comes quietly forward. Bat and Pat close together. There's no radio commentary on the national radio in St. Kitts and Nevis that I said. And so lots of folks have been meeting me and saying, well, I wasn't even aware that there was cricket, but I can say to you that there's commentary across the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, ABS in Antigua and Barbuda, and all of the other radio stations around the Caribbean. And if not, you maybe can go on stream online and follow it. We'll say thanks to Trent Sargent, who's done an excellent job with his crew. Green is into both the Pathan, he squares him up, back and across, can't score. Plays it up to McCarthy at cover. The score remains on 7 without loss. Let me say good morning to the folks in Jamaica. Maurice Foster. Maurice, good morning. Hope that you're listening. President of the West Indies Players Association, Wavell Hines. All of the guys in Jamaica. Got lots of cricket action coming up. Leeward Islands under 15, under 17 starting in this December in Antigua. Here's Pathan driving inside out over cover down to the boundary for 4. Second boundary of the day. Green just giving him some wit. And he threw the kitchen sink at that one. And the second boundary, he goes up to 10 and the score goes up to 11 without loss.
Yes, that was well pitched up and wide, and Pathan not afraid to throw the bat at it. Safe shot, considering that they, with the fielding restrictions, we're still in the power play, so relatively safe shot over the top.
11 without loss. Pathan is 10. There's been one extra. Mitha is on not from 8, and Pathan 10 from 15. Waits for his 16 delivery. Green is into both him. Gets an outswinger. Beats him all, ends up there. So the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. Canada batting first. They are 11 without loss. Yeah, you got to visit Trinidad and Tobago. You also have to visit St. Kitts and Nevis, who are getting ready for Sugar Mass 48. And so that's going to be massive. And if you may be interested in going across to Montserrat, who's having elections today, they also have Christmas and Carnival coming up. So it's a double whammy, as we would call it around here. So you have two options. Thomas would have other ideas. He's going to bowl to Meter. In now to bowl to Meter, back of the length delivery, and Meter can't score. He's forcing him back, and that's a good pace delivery. Did hit the deck with that one. So Meter would want to try and get a single, because Pathan is the sort of player that is a business-like guy. He likes to score, and Meter's got to be able to find a way, Tony, to be able to get a single. He's got to look to get one.
Yes, the Canadians have been guilty of not doing as good a job as possible in rotating the strike. There's still too many dot balls in their batting so far.
Entire tournament, Thomas is in both to Meter. Meter is steering this, gets his first run down to Devil Green. A third man goes down in the long barrier position and this hurls it up. One bounce to the keeper, saying, come on, get it up to me. A little bit better. Score goes up to 12 without loss. And finally, Meter is off the mark. 1 from 10. Pathan comes into strike. We're in the number 49. And the big O'Shane Thomas, we're in the number 10. Got some time for Thomas. I really think that Cricket West Indies somewhere along the line going to have to be able to start to, find a camp for these young guys. Rutherford, Berridge, Thomas. Got so many young prospects coming up. O'Shane Thomas bongs away. The bowl to Pathan, get a good delivery, bang on target outside the line. The reason why I said that is that we've got to be able to get these guys into some sort of system, in an academy system. I know there's a Cricket West Indies looking to invest, so hopefully in January 2020. But I would like to see Thomas being handled, having maybe a Curtly Ambrose or Courtney Walsh or whoever they want.
What about the great man himself, Sir Andy Roberts? You couldn't think of a better mentor for fast bowlers, and I'd like to add Shimar Holder to that list. I fully agree with you.
Here comes O'Shane Thomas. It's going to bung the winner. I was in now to bowl to him. Clip down the outside. That's going to be considered a wide. And it has to be a nucleus of a number of things happening. Their fitness, their deportment, you name it. Getting into the minds, getting them stronger. But, a 6-month rule, whether we want to call it a West Indies fast bowling camp, just like how India has produced the Dennis Lilly Fast Bowling Foundation.
Australia.
That's in India. Something that Dennis Lilly has set up himself there. That's why you have all those strong fast bowlers coming out of India. Here goes Thomas in now to bowl to Pathan. Pitched up a Yorker delivery there, so that fell him, as you'd say, it floored him like a boxer. But that would be maybe pitch outside the line of the leg stump. The keeper was already moving down that area. But a good comeback, good Yorker there by O'Shane Thomas.
And the Australians actually have a system where scouts go around the country looking for young fast bowlers who naturally can bowl in excess of 140k. And here in the West Indies, we now have easily 5 or 6 of those youngsters. So there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be putting them at this early stages of their careers under the guidance of Andy Roberts or Curtly Ambrose.
Thomas is into bowl to big man himself, Pathan. He took his eyes off of the one. He really didn't get up, but he just saw Thomas come a little higher, and the right foot not moving. Had his right foot come across, he would have played that a lot more easy. He just stood there from his stance, and Jamaica seemed to have found some energy. Pathan, not wounded, but shaken up a little bit.
Yeah, and the first real short pitch delivery from Thomas to Pathan, and he didn't handle it at all well.
Would have been much more advised. Your first movement, especially to somebody with this pace, is that the right foot got to be able to move. Here comes Thomas into bowl to Pathan. Good Yorker delivery. This is a much better spell here by Pathan. And so the latest score here, the Colonial Cricket Centre, Canada 13 without loss.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at qca.org.
Let's start here for Team Canada, who won the toss. And after 5 overs, they're 13 without loss. And O'Shane Thomas really looks good. This spell really working up some pace. 3-0, 8-0. And in the Caribbean, we don't do, we don't do ourselves any justice. We don't look after our athletes. Whether it is cricket, football, athletics, you name it. We've got to really come up with a mechanism and a plan. When you find talent, you've got to make sure that you harness it. Mitha waits for Derval Green. He just comes across, got his feet moving. Good take by Thomas again. We're talking about looking after our athletes. We look like we only want people when they've made it to the top. But the support systems have to be put in place at an early age. Once you identify the talent, and they've come to the ranks, whether it's the under 19 or whatever, then you have to have a mechanism and a setup to be able to make sure that you have the pathway channeled straight for them. Mitha waits for Derval Green. He's in now. The ball to him is back on across and punching it. I also have to say that the boards, the franchises and the respective boards, they also themselves need a lot more support in terms of putting programs in place. But I think the onus would be on the governing body to have a conversation with the boards and say, well, let's find out what your territorial development officers are doing. So if in Jamaica we have somebody like O'Shane Thomas, then we really need to look around and say, well, listen, we're going to find whether it's Aaron Daly or someone in Jamaica to work with Thomas to another level. Mitha waits for Derval Green, back on the cross and defends nicely, can't score.
If I were Jamaica, I would want to bowl a lot of balls at Mitha because it traditionally takes quite a while to get going. And so I would want to use up a lot of dot balls in the earlies at Mitha because not only are you keeping the scoring down, but you're also bringing a certain level of frustration to Pathan.
Like I said to you, Carla and Tony, he's got to be able to find a way to be able to, as we would say in old-time games, knock a ball 1 run, got to be able to get a single. Mitha waits for Green. He's in out the ball to him. He's back. There's a painful leg before. I think that was just a bit to height. And even though Pathan came down on Mitha was still looking at his shot rather than not quickly looking for a single. But in the end, they got a single. And it's a leg by Tony.
Yes, Jeet Mitha doesn't seem inclined at all to be looking for singles. And he really needs to. That's one part of his game that he's going to have to develop, especially in a limited over format, that he's going to have to do a much better job if he's to continue opening for Canada at rotating the strike.
you realize the approach that once Pathan comes in to strike, the Jamaican fielders in the 30-yard circle give themselves some room. When Mitha is there, they start halfway because they know that Mitha is not looking for singles. Pathan waits for green. He's in that short delivery, and he's disappointed that he didn't put that one away. And I think he was a little bit off balance. Took his eyes off, looking for the ball to bounce up again. And got that early right foot into position. See, he's just from his stance, he's been able to clip that one away easily, Tony.
Yes, I think it came on to him a little bit quicker than he expected. He was late on the shot, so to speak.
Was too close to him too. He didn't have the full use of his arms either.
Leverage in the crease. Your first movement got to be back on the cross. You can't be still standing in your stance position. Otherwise, you could be in serious trouble. Green is in now to bowl to Pathan. Is back on the cross. It's staring there. Can't score. Down to further in. And the score remains on 14 without loss. Over number 6. Mitha is 1 and Pathan is 10. Looking at the points table here now this morning. Barbados Pride 6 games with 20 points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 5 with 12. Jamaica Scorpions 4 with 8. Canada 4 from 4. And CCC Marooners, the defending champions, they are 4 from 5 games.
Not looking good for the Marooners at all. 3 games left, so they can get a maximum of 16 points, which should not be enough. Barbados Pride looking good. 1 more win certainly will see them qualify. And then the interest is in who will join them. Leeward's got off to a good start with 3 successive wins and then lost twice against Barbados. So they would be looking to pick up at least another 2 victories to see them through to the next round.
Here comes Mitha, waiting for Shane Thomas, is working up some steam here. He's in short delivery, and that's gone over the first slip, down to the boundary for 4. That's a good bumper. And I think it's gone for leg byes. That really shook him up. In fact,
leg byes.
Yes, it's got leg byes. I think it hit him somewhere on the arm there. But that one really took off, and Mitha was ducking Tony. For the time he saw it short, he was under it.
Self-preservation came into play there.
Yeah, he didn't know too much about that. He was just stabbing at it, trying to make sure that he protect himself. And, well, it lobbed straight over the keeper's head and 4 runs.
In fairness to Geet Mitha, he made his state debut against the Leewards. So I don't think he would have faced anything like O'Shane Thomas so far in his career.
Pitched up down the onside, as Carla said. Sometimes the balls drop in certain areas, they tend to die. And that one did die on Mitha. That was worked up with some steam. Big O'Shane Thomas wearing the number 10. Clicking away, and looking at her to be able to up the ante here. Jamaica maybe just feeling that, listen, we just need an early day here. Guys, let's really go after Canada. 18 without loss. Mitha is still on 1 from 14. Thomas is into bowl to Mitha. He's in now, both to him. He squared him up, can't score. It goes up to McCarthy at cover, who just trots in and lobs this one out. Not for 18. In Canada batting first here into over number 7. Quiet period of play here. Jamaica Scorpions, new franchise system organized by Cricket West Indies. System which I personally feel can continue to develop, but it's got to grow quicker. Thomas is in now to bowl to Mitha. Short delivery down under that one. And that was just anywhere over the middle stump area. The umpire now coming up and signaling 1 for the over. And Mitha Thomas is working up some steam here, Carly.
I'd like to see that again. That wasn't absolutely high. He was ducking, crouching way down low. And it went over him, and he's a short man. You know,
the umpires get excited these days.
Too excited.
It's just a matter sometimes of using your own judgment call. As Carly rightly called it there, he's a short guy. He got under that one. Thomas is in now to bowl to meet the pitch up, and he's driving beautifully. Don't think he'll have the legs to go for 4. In fact, it does. Downgrade. And just lean into it. So a lovely shot there by Mitha in the end. Thomas guilty of just giving him a half while he easing the pressure up. And that would have happened, Carly, from being warned in the delivery before. Score goes up to 22 without loss. Meter goes to 5.
Yeah, good shot, but you just can't give up the drive like that. And this is one of the areas I want to see our fast bowlers tighten up. Not because the umpire give you a warning for one over the shoulder means that you must give people drives. You still have to bowl with bad mind. And I would like to see him just bowl that shot again, but instead of targeting the head, target now the chest.
So, Thomas bungs away. The ball to Meter. He's in doubt. The ball to him is back of the length delivery there, so he's time picking up the line there and leaving it. So at the end of over number 7, Canada batting first. They are 22 without loss. Meter is 5 from 18. Pathan is 10 from 23. And Ocean Thomas is bowled with a great deal of pace here this morning.
And the Canadian scoring rate now, thankfully, up to 3. It was meandering along at below 3, just over 2 for the first 5 or 6 overs. So with that boundary, Meter will feel a lot more confident than he'd been feeling before. And I was just going to say that in the spell so far, Ocean Thomas, as opposed to bowling against Barbados, he bowled flat out. But for the most part, he seems to have been conserving his energy and just bowling 1 or 2 effort balls. But in that last over, he cranked it up considerably.
Yes, just looking again on the scorecard here, we would see that Jamaica scored 1,029 runs conceded 905. So they're looking to up it up. Footerton has been their main run getter, 246. Andrew McCarthy, Powell, and by that standard, when you look at those names, you'd expect much more from them. And they may be hoping that somebody can click today and get some more runs. This is some part and parcel of the problem which has been affecting West Indies cricket. The main batsmen maybe not turned up in the way that the selectors, your selection panel, will want them to.
Blackwood has only got 34 runs from 4 matches.
Certainly.
In most of the teams, he would be sitting.
Green is in now to bowl to Pathan, who's back on the cross and can't score. Good point, Carlisle. Carlisle making a very strong point here. He's got 34 runs from 4 games. He's been certainly out of his own thought process here. The keeper, Aldane Thomas, has got 101. And Kuma Bunner, he's got too much class to be just having 154. He just looks so easy. I just wish I could sometimes get into Nkuma Bunner's head. Every time you see him and you see Devon Thomas, you ask yourself, why are they not playing for the West Indies on a more consistent basis? Pathan gets a delivery here and steering it down to third man, down to Ocean Thomas. Gets a single. And he's glad to maybe just get away from that and get up to the non-strikers. Then he goes up to 11. And the score goes up to 23 without loss. Meter, who's 5 from 19, comes into strikes. A quiet start here. Although we've had 3 boundaries so far by Canada. We've had one from Meter, half volley in the last over before. Pathan has sort of gone into a little shell, Tony.
Yes, I guess the Canadians are looking to consolidate. The important thing for them is to not lose early wickets, which they've been doing throughout the tournament. So we'll pause here.
Green is into both to Meter. No form, shape, or position to try and hit that ball because his left foot has not moved. He just stood there and stabbed at the delivery. Your first early movement, especially to seamers or medium pacers, is that if you're a left-hander, your left foot got to be able to get into line. If you're just into your stance, the batsman, the ball is always going to rush you. And he was in no position at all there. That was a getting out shot.
Absolutely, because he wasn't looking to get on top of the delivery either. And when you look at the offside field, if he hit that in the air and to the fielder, he's a goner.
He's got to get that trigger movement. Trigger movement has to be the earlier clock. Your left foot is a left-hander. You're picking up the line of the delivery. Same for Pathan, who's a right-hander. That right foot got to get back on across. Got to get into the crease. Green is in now to bowl to him. Back on across. This time can't score. Squeeze him up. Up to Bonner. A little bit more softer hands. Might have been able to get a single there, Tony. That one raced off. You're still looking to punch it. Just stop it with his top hand and get a single.
Yes, Meter has to find a way to find the gaps in this packed offside field because Green has been bowling for the greater part a tight line and not giving him that many opportunities to score.
Not for 23. Meter 5 from 20. Waits for Green. Is into bowl to him. Big stride out and leaving that alone. I don't know, Tony, but you know, normally you go to the nets and you see players practicing. They practice for hours. They don't run. The bowling machine is on, and you know somebody is feeding them balls, and they just stand up and they just bat and they just bat and they just bat.
And the other disadvantage at net practice is, of course, is that there are no fielders. So you don't get the opportunity to practice as to how to pierce a field.
Got to have a sense of purpose as to what you're doing in the net. Short delivery is back and pulling this one down to O'Shane Thomas. No, it's gone all the way over. So he just used the pace of that short delivery. He just got inside of it. It was a nothing ball. That didn't even bounce. It was like a tennis slow bumper. And he used the pace of it, and it's gone over O'Shane Thomas for 6. So the first 6 comes up for Canada. Score is none for 29, Carlisle. Meter is 11. And Pathan is also 11.
And look at it again. When you see that delivery, you will realize that it was short, it was heading down leg with the angle, and there was no heat on the delivery. So it was not a pacey delivery, and Meter did extremely well. Seemed as if he had been waiting for that, and he hit it straight down and over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, all he had to do really was to guide it along, or let's just paddle it along. He couldn't even seriously call that an authentic hook shot. It's more just a glide, and just using the pace or lack thereof of the delivery to go over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
So 3 matches before this for 67 runs. Meter. Kumar is the leading batsman for Canada with 198, including 100. And Ahmad Zai has scored 121. The only other player over 100 runs for the tournament so far is the captain, Fat Girl, with 105.
Yeah, but Arslan Khan has only played 2 innings so far. He had the 76 in the 1 inning, so he has 83 runs and averaging at 41.50, so 41.50. So the Canadians will be glad to have Arslan Khan back today. He's one of their more accomplished batsmen.
4 not, 11 not. Jamaica making the changes. Nicholas Gordon comes in to replace O'Shane Thomas. Playing his first game. Is in now to bowl to Pathan, who is back and steering this down to third man. Gets a single. Bonner comes off the third man boundary and just hurls it up to Thomas. This sort of round arm action, Carla, a little different. He's a big, tall guy. He's delivering from a little low.
A kind of hesitation in his run-up too. I look at him again. It's the first time I'm seeing him.
For the tournament, yes.
Yeah, so
wide arm in his approach.
Looks as if they couldn't find some pants to fit him. But we'll see what happens. Nicholas Gordon playing his first game, and Jamaica ringing the changes around. Minley, who really didn't get a lot of bowling, is the bowler out today. See now to bowl to him. A lively wire, but we wait and see. Carlisle, maybe just gentle medium. Nothing much to talk about. Jamaica themselves would also be concerned with the fast bowling unit coming out of Jamaica. That's something which I also know that they pretty much also will be concerned about. A couple of years ago we had Leverage. I think injury has maybe sort of forced him out of the action. So Nicholas Gordon playing his first game from the CNC Super Center, and he now to bowl to Pat, and gets a wide delivery, and that's a naughty shot by Meter. All of a sudden he feels that he's got some excitement. He's hit a 6, he's hit a 4, and he's becoming a little aggressive here.
Suddenly seems to think that he's a stroke player.
Those are deliveries that he had been leaving alone before as he got himself in. All of a sudden his eyes lit up. New bowler as well. And so new bowler, he would be thinking, listen, let me see if I can get at him early. But it was wide enough for him just to shoulder arms and leave it alone. It was one slip and a gully.
Ravman Powell is looking to make the changes. Dover Green down here. Third man was shouting something to Powell. So, who's really the captain? Let's find out what's going on. We've got a mechanism. Everybody is chipping in. And finally, I think they've decided that they've got the feel right. They're still going away with the first slip. And Gordon is in now to bowl to Meter. He's back and steering it. And should have been taking that first slip there. It did reach down to the big man himself. Did that carry, Carlisle?
No, I think you're a little bit harsh on
a
him.
li-
It
I'm a
bounced
little bit
just
harsh?
in front of him.
Okay. Richie Richardson would have picked up that, Carlisle. Let's
Well,
look at the
Richie
replay.
Richardson is one of the few players who used to dive forward, and so that's the difference.
Okay, so let's look at that, Carlisle, and see what's happening. Hope that Trent can get this one up.
Carlisle, I'm a little closer to you than
It's
and
it's on the screen. Let's look at it.
Trent will get it work back out for us right there. Let's look at it right here again, but
Just on the bounce.
just on the bounce. Gordon is into bowl to Pathan, gets a Yorker delivery, and that race down the fine leg for runs. Almost, you don't want to say a Chinese cut, but it was a good Yorker, and that came off with a racket of speed down the fine leg, hit the boundary board, Colonial Life for 4, and Gordon would be a little bit. I also feel that Pathan would be a little bit surprised by the pace of that one.
He didn't know too much about that, and lucky that it was outside of his leg stump and not really threatening his stumps.
They went up in appeal, but the umpire signal runs.
Pathan to 16. The score goes up to 35 without loss. Meetha is 12. Gordon is into bowl to Pathan, into bowl to down the onside, appealing for a leg before, but I think that brushed the pad. And all of a sudden...
A well down leg too.
Yeah. So the end of over number 9. The latest score here, Canada batting first. They're 35 without loss. You got to play with the pride and you got to play with the passion. And Jamaica really certainly trying to play with some pride and passion here. Nicholas Gordon in his first over 1-0, 6-0. He's a new bowler. First time we've seen him. And Devil Green will continue. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Meetha, who is 12. Sneaking a single down to third man. Picks up his 13th run. And Jamaica goes up to 36. Not for 36. And Pathan, who is 16, comes into strike. Devil Green, I think Jamaica have decided to use their bowlers in 5-over spells. And so this would be Devil Green's 5th over. None for 36.
You'd have to say, though, that Gordon first over was easily the most exciting of the innings, action-packed from the first ball.
He's a little different in terms of his approach, his run-up and his action. So it's all happening here. Not for 36. Pathan comes into strike, he's 60, waits for Green. Wide delivery, certainly going wider and wider, and Green has got to go and bowl that one again. And the score goes up to 37 without loss. Not for 37. Pathan is 16 from 29.
The idea from Green is a good one, though. You notice that was bowled at a fuller length, and even though it was wide, Pathan, his eyes lit up and he just fired everything after that one. So if you can get that one straighter, at about the same line and length, you see that Pathan is willing to have a go.
It's not really a hot day here, but it's got a little breeze. We're accustomed of having the breeze racing through from Free Barrier. Green is into bowl to Pathan. Pathan is on driving, can't beat Bonner. And he just took that from outside the off stump, uses his big levers and whipped that. But it was most important aspect of the shot is that it was a control shot. It was along the ground. There's a little bit of risk coming into it. But Bonner, who is a short mid-wicket, closed it off, and the score remains on not for 37. Pathan is 16. Meetha is 13. Devil Green, wearing the number 4, turns from the Kim Collins end. He's not an athlete. He's in now to bowl to Pathan, back on across and defending a nice back of the length delivery, and he can't score. He's come right down into Pathan's face and saying, "You're not going to get anything here today. I'm going to knock you over." Going to over number 10. He's gingerly coming back. Maybe just getting his thoughts together. Sort of reminds me of a Aaron Daly approach. Cool, calm and collective, just coming back. Now he begins to gather his thoughts. Turn from the Kim Collins end. He's going to bowl to Pathan, who's 16. Wonder if he's got a little injury or he's just trying to catch his breath. Takes a deep breath. Bongs away now. Turns now to bowl to Pathan. Is in now to bowl to Pathan. Pathan slashing it. Down to boundary for 4. Square cover for 4. And nothing delivery there by. And every now and again, Devil Green always serves up something for the batsman to pose on him.
That was given the treatment that deserved by Pathan, short and wide and slapped it through. Not the fielders not given any chance whatsoever. That was past the boundary before any of them could even react.
Fine shot. Fantastic shot. The left leg came out to the pitch of the ball and it just had a nice sweet swing of the bat and resulted in 4 lovely looking runs. There was a lot to like about Pathan. If it's in his half, he doesn't go halfway, he goes all the way.
Not for 40, he's 20, waits for Green, is in to bowl to him this time, he leaves this alone and it goes through to the keeper Thomas. 20 from 32 deliveries. Jeet Metha 13 from 27. I want to say good day to Ingle Iberd in Canada and all of the other folks who are following this Cricket West Indies Super 50, the flagship tournament of Cricket West Indies. I think hopefully sometime during the back end of this tournament we could have some discussion on the way that we could be able to improve this Super 50. Promotion is going to be high on the agenda.
Scoring rate has gone over 4 for the first time in the game.
And easily the best start for the Canadians in the tournament so far.
20 to Pathan, who waits for Devil Green. Green is in now to bowl to him. He's having a go at this one there. Wasn't there. And he's upset with himself. Missed it completely. So the latest score here at Warner Park. Not Warner Park. Colonial Cricket Centre. I so much like Warner Park. Canada batting first there. 40 without loss. Pathan is 20 and Metha is 13. One of the ways in which I think that, you know, we could really have some more development help in the Caribbean would be to have some small satellite academies, which I think would tremendously help the program and help the young cricketers who we have identified. And we also have to have the right coaching, you know, the father figures who are going to teach the youngsters the game, and we have to find the right legends who are also going to come and be able to put in their work. Gordon gets ready to start from the CNCN. Devil Green 5 knot, 16 knot. I think we would see him maybe a little later in the day, Tony.
Yes, you would expect that. But in terms of the promotion of this tournament, the point I was making earlier, we'll get back to this after this delivery.
Gordon is in now to bowl to Pathan. He's steering this one again. One bounce, dropping in front of him to Dennis Bully. If that is going to be the case, Tony, then Bully maybe needs to come up, Carlisle. What do you think?
He needs to take a step or two up. The ball is
It's the second
definitely
time.
not carrying to him.
Well, he seems to have taken a step forward now. He was up forward about 3 paces and then came back 2. So maybe he has gone up a little bit more. But the critical point that you have to look at is the fact that Metha is just pushing. There is too much space between his body and the bat. So far away from the body he's playing.
Gordon to bowl to Metha. He's in now to bowl to him. He's whipping that beautifully just past square leg. McCarthy will have a couple of runs to do. I think he'll be able to pull that one back.
No.
No, it's gone downfield. Didn't look like he had the timing on it, Carlisle, but once it went down, great, because this field is a lovely outfield here and it's pretty fast.
But it does also have a slope to it.
Yes, Metha quickly goes up to 17 and Canada is not for 44.
But here is it. You take the edge outside the off stump, and the very next ball you're down leg and get whipped away for 4. The follow-up delivery should be as crucial as the delivery itself.
Free hit there, and you could look at the young man and he knows that he's upset with himself for giving a free hit there. Gordon from the CNC Shopping Centre and into bowl to Metha. That's a much better delivery, bang on target. You like to see that from an athlete that he's learned and learned very quickly.
Yeah, but you don't just do it after getting punished. You have to consistently do it.
It's called practice.
Correct practice.
Not for 44.
46, according to the scoreboard. 45.
So we break away for a little while and waits now as Gordon bungs away. In now to bowl to Mitha. He's back and staring it. Can't score. And the score remains where Mitha is 17 and Pathan is on 20. Don't know whether we've got the other one from Tony, so we got to wait and see. We'll go to the stats. Wait on Trent to come up with the other one. I think they're going ahead of themselves.
No, there are 8 extras. So 37 and 8, 45.
So Carla said there are 8 extras, so we got to come up with one more, find it somewhere. Gordon is into bowl to Mitha. He's flashing at the wide delivery. Nothing there. Why is he playing that shot? And he's almost ending up in a standing up position.
And not moving his feet at all, is he?
Not for 45. Carla just said we have some 8 extras bound in here. We'll go to the extras in a little while. So Mitha will have to go and consolidate and start again. Keep the concentration going. He's done all the hard work. Don't need to get out right now. Nicholas Gordon is into bowl to Mitha, but Mitha's driving. Can't beat footed in. Who's coming around from point. All of these modern day athletes, Carla, they're always diving around rather than just staying on their feet.
No, it's a style. You have to hit the ground to look good.
So the end of over number 11, and the score is 45 without loss. Mitha is 17, Pathan is 20. In terms of what's going to be happening here.
We're having a bowling change. Dennis Bulai will be picking up from the commentary end, or the National Heroes Park end.
And an encouraging start for Canada, 45 without loss after 11 overs, so they'll be very pleased with that. First time in a tournament that they haven't lost an early wicket, so Mitha and Pathan progressing very nicely.
Yeah, very encouraging signs there for you, my brother. If we looked at what happened in the last game when Canada and Jamaica played, Canada would have scored some 243 for 6 off their 50 overs. And Dennis Bully would have bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 47 runs, 2 wickets. He's back in the action. O'Shane Thomas bowled 10 naught, 61-2. Devil Green bowled 10-1, 38 naught. So Dennis Bully has been given a lifeline to come into the action here and maybe just put a little brakes on the scoring. Where's the number 12? He's into bowl to Pathan, who comes quietly forward. So earlier clock is bang on target. He's starting with a slip. And Jermaine Blackwood is at the first slip. Captain, in the number 26, is at cover. Bully in now to bowl to Pathan. Pathan stylishly comes nicely forward and just plays it up to the captain. And Jermaine Rovman Powell, Andrew McCarthy at the short mid-wicket area. Bully is in now to bowl to Pathan. Neither here nor there. And that's one of the things which I feel that your inclination earlier clock from Pathan is to come forward. Could wait a little bit and see what happens rather than the first line of the pens. Comes in now short and he's sort of rocked back a little bit, but not deep enough. And he got back, he could be able to dispatch that. But he got a single out to Gordon on the leg side. And the score goes up to 46, not for 46.
He actually played it well, Springer, because it was getting very big on him. He's a tall man, and he had to stand up straight and just remember to pull it down and get a single.
I think the positioning, Carla, of him, I still want to see him using the depth of the crease with his right foot. Let's see how Mitha handles Gordon. He's driving. Mitha's got a look a bit more fancy. He's got a little more aggressive here, Tony.
Adventurous would be the term that I would want to use.
Oh, you would want to use adventurous. Not for 46. Mitha waits for Bully. Comes quietly forward. There's a painful leg before. He played all around that, but I think the stride would have saved him there, Carlisle.
Probably got outside the line as well. But the umpire was early shaking his head in the negative. Good over, good quiet start. And Canada off to enjoying their best opening stand of the tournament so far. 46 without loss, without too much bother.
Without too much bother here at all. So the game just coasting along. Completion of over number 12. And we're looking back at the replay right here. Heading down the leg side. You can see the keeper, Thomas's right foot, already moving down. good decision by the umpire. When they're good, we have to give them credit. When they're bad, we have to march on them. Another area of concern which we seriously have to start dealing with is the umpiring in the Caribbean. And generally all over, especially in the leewards here. We've got to really go on a serious program to start developing young umpires to come through. Pathan is waving to the dugout. He wants something else. I think this might be my last over. Coming up, Carla. I think we're due for a double break here. We've been working overtime. 46, not for 46. Gordon into his third over. He's in now to bowl to Pathan. Pathan is driving beautifully. Over cover, down to the boundary for 4. And it brings up the 50. Canada's best start in this championship. Not for 50. And Pathan goes to 25 with an expansive cover drive there in the air. But a good cricket shot.
And the 50 greeted by loud cheers from the Canadian contingent in the pavilion. Very happy to have gotten thus far, as you said, their best start for the tournament, and should be interesting to see how far they can get from this solid foundation that the openers have set for them.
Let's say the comeback delivery by Nicholas Gordon. Gordon from the CNC Shopping Centre and in now to bowl to Pathan. Good Yorker delivery, but just turned on the onside, picking up an easy single. You get one, so Canada goes up to none for 51, and Pathan goes to 26 from 39. Meetha comes in to strike, 17 from 35. Nicholas Gordon into his third over, none for 20 so far. He's been able to get a couple outside edge, run down to Bully at first slip. You certainly want to get a wicket playing his first game. You always want to be impressive. Ruffman, Jermaine Blackwood comes to first slip. Waits now. Bully, no, Gordon is fishing at this one. Oh, between the keeper and first slip. And Carla, if you're at first slip, you're at first slip. And Blackwood was not at first slip.
Springer, I always say that whenever I see a ball splitting the keeper and first slip, I always love it for the batting side, because you have to make up your minds. Are you covering first slip or are you covering a slip and a half? Because he was definitely not at first slip, more in a second slip position. And he didn't have a chance. He didn't even bother to move at that.
And that was to the keeper's left.
Gordon would be very disappointed. He's in now to bowl to Meetha. Meetha is on driving beautifully. This will have the legs to go down the hill again. Will it have the legs to race away for 4? No, he's been able to save 1 run. So that's good work by Andrew McCarthy there in saving maybe the winning run there in that context. Score goes up to quietly, looks like it's 61, 6 or 62. 62?
Where has Meetha had the most problems so far? Just about on the off stump. And yet still, he's scoring runs on the onside. You take the edge, it splits the keeper on first slip, and then 2 balls later you drift onto his legs and you get punished for 3 runs. The bowlers really are not concentrating. But from Meetha, I want to see him tighten up a little bit. He's playing too far from his body.
Pathan is 26, not for 58. As Gordon in now to bowl to Pathan, pitched up on the leg stump and whipped away, and lucky to get away with that, Carly. McCarthy on the deep back of scale boundary would have saved 3 runs, but he's lucky. He's strong. He's very strong in that area, and just a little bit more to the right, that would have raced away for another boundary, not for 59.
Played it well too, but there is protection down on that boundary square of the wicket and the onside.
I don't think it also didn't come off the meat of the bat, more towards the bottom part of the bat, and a couple of feet to the right of the fielder would have been 4.
Not for 59. Gordon is into bowl to Meetha, is driving to cover for 4. That's a lovely shot. That's a handsome shot by the young man. Races up to 28 and the score goes up to 63. Not for 63 here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. Canada's best start in the championship. In this 2019 championship.
And growing in confidence, Keith Meetha starting to play some lovely drives, becoming a little more adventurous in his stroke play. So good signs for Canada.
Very good signs. And again, in the slot, half volley, and saying hit me. And one thing you can say about it, Tony, the Canadians today, they have taken great toll on the bad deliveries.
Yes, they have. They've punished the bad deliveries, as you said. They've been a little bit, especially Mitha, circumspect to the gold deliveries outside the off stump. But the Jamaican bowlers have certainly fed them sufficient opportunities to take advantage of.
3-0, 28-0 is Nicholas Gordon. He'll be a little disappointed. We could have had a wicket or two, especially Mitha. Pathan is 27 from 40. Mitha is 28 from 38. Pathan waits for Bully. And when he gets there, he plays across the line of the ball. There's a P for a leg before, but that would have been outside leg stump. Certainly seeing the movement there. The keeper, first movement, his left foot was already going down the onside, Carlisle.
And one thing you can ask Pathan to do is to play straighter. He was closing the face of the bat and playing all around this one. He needs to look straighter.
He's got to maybe just turn his stance a little bit. Bully's into bowl to Pathan. Pathan is going for that one. He hit that out the ground for 6 onto the nets here. So he decided that he's had none of that from Bully. Score goes up to none for 69, and Pathan unleashes one out of out of his repertoire.
For a second there, I thought it was Rovman Powell at this crease and not Pathan.
No, he played it extremely well. He's a tall man, and so he has the reach. And he just put that front foot forward in the line and hit it with tremendous power and cleared the boundary easily. That would have gone maybe, 15 meters outside of the rope.
So he is gone to 33. The delivery comes back to Bully, who takes his rag out and rubs this one here. None for 69. 33 from 42. Pathan. He's really looked good. He's played within his limitations, and once the ball comes into his area, he's going to play it. Bully now is going to just look at his mark. Just comes up and shakes away his serve and decides that he's going to be okay. Left armour. We're in number 12 for Jamaica. Dennis Bully. He's got a ball to Pathan, who's 33. He's in now to ball to him. He's bowled him! Just as Carlisle was saying, played all around it. Carlisle was advising him to play a lot straighter. And look at where the bat face ended up in square leg area. And he lost all of his stumps. Jamaica struck 1 for 69. Pathan 33 from 42. And he would have done all of the hard work. And the way he got out, he'd be very disappointed with himself.
Should be very disappointed. Nothing shot. As you said, he played all around it, bat away from the body. But a good strike back by the Jamaican, by Bulay. He has been tidy so far and well-deserved wicket.
So, sorry, Carlisle.
I just spoke to the way that Pathan was playing and was wondering why he didn't play a lot straighter. This one, there was absolutely no need for him to be looking to flick that down to mid-wicket. If he had come forward and just stroked that back down the pitch, he would have had a single. But instead of that, he tried to get a little fancy. He closed off the face of the bat, and you have to understand this cricket thing. The bat, 4 inches wide? If you close off the face of the bat, you're giving less of the bat for the ball to hit. And so he completely played around it, missed it, and lost his stumps. Good start. He would have been wanting to convert that start for Canada.
So Bully picking up his first wicket. Just some more comments here from Tony.
And this brings to the crease Nitish Kumar, who was, thankfully for the Canadians, found his enthusiasm, had looked a little uninvolved in the first 2 matches, but got a century against the combined campuses and then followed that up with a good innings of 50 against Jamaica. So the Canadians will be hoping that Kumar can continue in this refound vein of form.
65 from 62 balls, 95 minutes, 4 fours and 1 6 in his last innings against Jamaica. And you'd want to maybe get a good start. He's an accomplished player, lovely player, like his technique. Bully's into bowl to him, his driving, gets his first scoring shot and spanks it past Andrew McCarthy, who's got some work there to do on the sweeper boundary. And they easily come back. Should have come back for 2. So he's quietly off the mark with 2. gingerly in the end. Score goes up to not 1 for 71. At the end of this over, we'll have the voice of Andrew Mason. Bully is in now to bowl to Kuma. He's got to be very careful with that delivery. He's a little early in his innings. He's got to be able to take his time. Didn't beat, footed in at point.
Yeah, it's a bit early for him to be playing that shot.
Here comes Bully's into bowl to Kuma. He's just whipping this beautifully out to Thomas. Thomas didn't want to get down there. He used his football skills, came across with his right foot and stopped that one. And so the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, Canada batting first. They are 1 for 72.
Welcome to the hot seat, Mr. Andrew Mason. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Well, is it afternoon yet?
Definitely is. No, not yet.
Okay. Fair. I think you believe that
I'm ahead of my time.
I think you believe we have a 1:30 start. We are 1 apart. We're very much at Connery, and it starts earlier here. So I'm not in the hot seat. I think the seat is cold after that. So 72 for 1. Good morning to you. Here's Gordon as he comes up now. He's in and bowls the ball pitched in the line of the leg stump. And this very attractive player, Kumar, is forward and drives it down towards the mid-on area. There's no run. Good start for Canada. An important match for them. They can finish with a maximum of 16. I know that the mathematician Carlisle Powell has done some work. Barbados, they've got 20. So they're virtually qualified. But you got to be careful because there's some teams that can go past them, of course. Jamaica can. They've got, 4 matches. As Gordon comes up now, he's in and bowls a ball which is on the line of the off stump, and Kumar is solid into line and plays the ball up towards mid-off. There's no run. I know that you've been doing your homework there, Carlisle, on it, and let's look at what you've come up with. Let's start with Barbados. They've got 20 points. How do you assess that, Carlisle?
20 points can finish on 28, which means that they are virtually through to the next round in Trinidad. They would have to lose their last 2 games badly.
And other teams win, of course. Yes. Here's a delivery, bowled on the line of the legs and whipped away. Beautifully played. What a shot by Kumar for 4 through the mid-wicket area. He's such a wonderful player to watch. Very pleasing in the eyes. And whipped the ball away for 4 to carry the score to 76 for 1.
Yes, a delightful shot by Kumar. Like, you know, he's rediscovered, I guess, his form in this competition and his appetite for batting. So Canadians will be hoping for another big score from him and actually looking for him to bat through the innings, which he hasn't done so far.
Over number 15, that was beautifully played. He's up to 7 now, and Gordon is in and bowls him outside the off stump off the back, but banged away! Threw back with a point for 4. What a nice shot. A ball outside the off stump and off the back foot. Hit the ball square in the offside for 4 to carry the score to 80 for 1.
Yes, what can you say about Nitish Kumar and the delight with which he plays these strokes? He's such an attractive player. I'm struggling to think who in the West Indies days of old would be a remembrance to him as a young player.
Okay.
Maybe Timur Mohammed from
Mohammed. Yeah, he was very solid, very attractive player to watch. And of course, we've had some wonderful touch players. Yagarov, Yon, Carl Hooper, beautiful to watch. Here is Gordon as he comes up now, goes past the umpire, and Bosa Kamar's forward and drives up to cover. That was it, very well indeed, up to cover. The fielder but covers, comes across to make the stop. That's Bulai, and the score is 80 for the loss of 1. We're into over number 15. Now, Carly, you've done some work, and I'm sure you want to share that with our many viewers and listeners as well.
Canada can possibly finish on 20, but it means that they have to win all of their games, including the one which is being played here today.
Okay, they can finish on 20. Interesting. All right.
Leewards can finish on 24 if they win all of their games.
All right.
Coming up.
Here is Gordon. Comes up now. He's in and bowls to Kumar short. He's back and turns the ball away. Down to backward square for a single. It was short and just came inside of his stumps and worked it nicely down to MacArthur, who came for the burner to pick it up. The batsman have time for 1. to carry the score now up to make it 81 for 1, which is actually the latest score here at Connery.
Jamaica can also finish on 24, but we know that both Jamaica and the Leewards cannot finish on 24 each because they have to play each other.
Right.
And somebody will win, somebody will lose unless there is a no result in that game.
Right.
CCC, the defending champions, can finish on 20. Highly unlikely that they will progress with 20 points. So we just have to see what happens here today.
Are you saying to me that all the teams in this competition, they still have a chance of qualifying? Is that what you're saying?
Well, all the teams in the competition still have a mathematical chance
of qualifying.
Of qualifying.
All right.
But Barbados has a near certainty of qualifying.
Okay, all right. They've got 20 points. How many games they've got left now, Barbados?
They have 2 games
Two games left. Here is Bulai. Comes up and then bowls. The ball which is on the line that they like some worked away up towards the long on area. Lovely flowing on drive. He plays that shot very well, Kumar. Gets a single to go to 12 now. The score's up to 82 for loss of 1. We're into over number 16. Now let's spend some time on Jamaica. They're on, what, 8 points now?
Yes, and Jamaica, let me pull up the schedule for Jamaica. I'll come back to that in just a minute.
Yes, Bulai is in bowls to the left-handed Mita. He comes forward and pushes down towards the cover area. There's no run. He's on 28, solid left-handed batsman, a little man as well. And Bulai, the Chinaman and googly bowler, very popular in Jamaica, they tell me. And he's a rarity. He turns down, comes in to bowl to Mita, and to this delivery, he's on the back foot and swings it up towards mid-wicket. Doesn't time it very well. It was short. His eyes open wide, but have been thinking of really swinging that ball through mid-wicket. Instead, it hits a toe in the bat. Bulai again comes in to bowl to Mita, and to this delivery, he's coming down the pitch when he gets it. Drives. That's a wonderful shot out towards wide, long off. Tumbling save by Bonner. They get one, only one. Good cricket. He had to move a long way across his right, Bonner. And very fleet of foot came across, dived and stopped the ball inches inside the boundary, sent a strong return, and instead of getting 4, the batsman was just limited to 1. Well done, Jamaica there.
But with aggressive running, they should have had 2 because he had to run a long distance, and he was on the ground.
Yeah, you're right.
So they should have had 2, but that would have had to be Mita because he was coming back to the danger end.
Here's Bulai as he comes up now. He's in both to Kumar, and Kumar is forward and whips the ball away through mid-wicket, gets a single, field on the boundary. At mid-wicket comes forward to collect it. Another lovely flowing shot by this very attractive right-handed batsman. He's up to 13 now. Meters on, In fact, meters on 29. And we're into over number 16. It's gone to 83 for loss of 1. Here's Bulai. Comes in and bowls. The ball pitched up and driven over the top of the cover area. It's going to roll it towards the boundary. But there's a fielder coming across to pick it up. They'll get a single, did they? Just one?
Just one.
Oh dear. The ball was pitched up, driven down to extra cover. Cover had to come across to pick it up. And they might have gotten a second run with some aggressive running, but they didn't. So we've now completed another over. Some 16 overs gone now. Canada winning the toss and batting the 85 for 1.
I was just wondering, Andrew, given the difficulties that Nitish Kumar had against O'Shane Thomas, especially Thomas's short pitch bowling in the last encounter, whether Powell would want to consider bringing Thomas back into the attack to have an early crack at Nitish Kumar.
Well, that's an interesting thought. But the players are refreshing themselves, and I know that they do refresh themselves on some unofficial water breaks. It's so hot, and you see the 12th man just coming around the boundary edge with some refreshments. But it's time for them to refresh themselves now. So let's look back and tell you what's happened while Carlisle Paul. Are you ready, Carlisle, to give that information? Okay, there we go, Carlisle.
Well, Jamaica are playing against Canada now.
Right.
And then moving forward, Jamaica has Barbados,
right,
CCC, and the Leewards. And so you cannot say that they have any easy games.
No, not at all.
The CCC are the defending champions. They have been a little bit out of sorts in the tournament so far.
Right.
But they have a good game in them somewhere. They are going to stop somebody.
Right.
Okay. And then Canada, well, they have Jamaica now. They have the Leewards coming up next, Barbados, and the CCC.
Right.
So they don't have an easy path to their possible 20 points either.
Right.
For the Leewards, they have combined colleges tomorrow. Then they have Canada, and then they have Jamaica. And so the Leewards would be telling themselves that they can possibly win 2 out of those 3 games.
Right.
And they should be looking to win all 3 of those games.
Mm-hmm.
For Barbados, they have Jamaica
Right.
and Canada.
Right.
So Barbados would be telling themselves that they must, well, not must, they don't have to win another game as far as my maths work out. But if they win one more game, they are certainly through.
Certainly through.
And so they would
And
be
they're gonna
telling
play against
themselves.
Canada, so they should possibly will start as favorites. Jamaica can be a little bit funny because when you look at the Jamaica side on paper, I think they should be doing a little bit better.
They should be doing a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Combined colleges have the Leewards,
Right.
they have Jamaica, they have Canada. So they don't have any easy sailing.
No.
Andrew, Tony, the matches in this tournament at the back end are going to be very interesting.
The interesting point, though, Carlisle, if you cast back to the start of the tournament, all of these teams would have been looking at Canada as easy, almost guaranteed wins. Now, into this stage of the tournament, that is no longer so.
No, they
The
have to
Canadians
work
have
for
a-
the wins now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
But okay, gentlemen, we are the refreshment break. I've got a question. When you look at the possibilities, the 2 teams you think will qualify from this zone, I'll start with Carlisle.
Barbados, Leewards.
Barbados, Leewards.
my bet would be Barbados, Jamaica.
Okay, based on what?
Again, I haven't been convinced by the Leewards. I think
Okay.
as a unit, Jamaica is a stronger unit, and they have to play each other, don't
Right, right, okay.
So I would
you're
expect
predicting that when the Leewards play against Jamaica,
Jamaica
the
will
Jamaicans will win.
they? I'm predicting
Okay, so you're predicting Barbados,
And
Jamaica, and you're going with
Barbados and the Leewards.
Now, why do you say the Leewards?
Leewards had a huge runaway win against Jamaica the
Right.
first time that they met. And they had a little blip in the middle of the tournament against Barbados where they lost twice, but they have beaten all of the other teams.
that. But they didn't beat Canada that convincingly.
You
It
only have
showed-
to win by 1 run. You don't have to win by more than 1. 1 run, 1 wicket. The emerging players had a good win the other day, last night,
Right.
by 1 single run
One
by
single
Duckworth
run.
Lewis.
So, Carla, here's another prediction for you.
Yes.
Canada will beat the Leewards second time around.
Oh,
And if
this is
Canada
getting saucy.
if Canada beat the Leewards
Yes.
the second
Then
time
Jamaica's
around,
through.
I'll come to Canada and go without a shirt in the middle of winter, at least for an hour.
No, 2 hours, come on.
Call Air Canada and book that flight.
I travel first class too. All right, so we just about the action is going to continue, and you're right. Thomas is back in the attack, and he's in and bowls a short ball, which is pulled away by Mita down towards long leg for a single. So they brought him back, and I think they recognize that Kumar is a good player, so they want to get him out of the way. And they've gone back to the wicket-taking bowler here. But this has been a useful start, a promising start by Canada. They've gone to 87 for 1. We're into over number 16. The man to go, Pathan, bowled by Bulai for 33. And he played 1 or 2 lovely shots as well. So hello to all of you wherever you are. And welcome to Connery. Wonderful, wonderful venue. Good pitch for batting and for bowling as well. We're here again tomorrow, I think. I think we're here for the next 3 days.
Yes.
All right, so got to get up early in the morning. This is a delivery short and turned away off the hip by Kumar as Thomas is short and he's played away down to backward square for a single. Banging the ball into pitch to carry the score up now to 88 for the loss of 1. Kumar is on 60. Meetha's doing pretty well. He's on 30. We're into over number 17. So the predictions coming from the experts. Carlisle Powell is saying Barbados and the Leewards. And quite interestingly, Tony is saying Jamaica and Barbados. What do you say? Maybe send us a note and tell us. Here is a delivery from Thomas. He's in and bows to me the short, and he swings at that. It's a ball that was banged in the pitch again, some aggression, and it goes back outside the off stump, taken by the keeper Thomas. So it's 87 for 1. Jamaica, no doubt, wanted to win here. They won against Canada after 1 or 2 stutters, but in the end they got home thanks to a blazing 100 from their captain, who came to the crease at a time when Jamaica were a little bit fuzzy, if one case to describe it like that. But he came to the task and batted with tremendous enterprise, and that was that. Here is the big man. Thomas comes up now, in bows to Meathan to this delivery. He's coming across the stumps, 1 bang on the off stump. A bit of bounce, and The batsman plays with a little bit of suspicion out towards cover, and there is no run. 87 for 1.
Good move by Powell to bring Thomas back. The one weakness in Nitish Kumar's batting in the tournament so far is that he has looked decidedly uncomfortable against the shorter pitch bowling.
Yeah. I think they've worked that out as well, and this is why they've brought Thomas back, and he's already produced a couple of short deliveries to him. Meetha is the batsman. He's got 31. It's 87 for loss of 1. And the big man, Thomas, begins to move and is on his way. He's up, and to this delivery, which is down outside the leg stump, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. The batsman looking to get some better than that and maybe get it fine past the keeper. It was quick, but it was ill-directed and went down the leg side. So it's 87 for loss of 1, make that 88 for 1. So you're saying to me, Carla, that the defending champions are in trouble? Is that what you're saying,
They're
Carla?
not just trouble, they're in serious trouble of not qualifying for the next round.
Yeah, they've been hot and cold, more cold and hot, really. And, well, they lost to Barbados. We were at Warner Park last night. Here is Thomas. Comes up now. He's in into this delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. Meetha comes right across the line and plays quite nicely up towards mid-off. There's no run. Score is kept on 88 for 1. Meetha is on 31. Kumar's got 15. Thomas in his 5th over. And looking to get back into the West Indies side. Do you like Thomas as a bowler? What do you think about him?
He has some work to do, but there is great potential there.
Okay. Well, he's just about ready to turn. Big man, very imposing figure as he runs in to bowl to Meetha, and to this delivery, he's getting one of the line to the legs. It works it down. There's a chance for a run out. Had it hit, he would have been gone. It was played away down towards the square leg area. For some strange reason, they went through for the run, and there was Paul coming across. He had 3 stumps to aim at. He missed them. Had he hit, the batsman would have been gone by a long, long way. Now, why would you want to flirt with that kind of danger? It was not good at all, and the batsman, Kumar, could have been gone. But he got home, as Paul did not hit coming in from the square leg area. So we've now completed another over. Some 17 overs gone now. It's gone to 89 for 1, which is the latest score at Connery.
Meetha set off quickly, but Kumar, he agreed to the run because he kept running and he was going to the danger end. There are 2 players out there. There is a yes and there is a no, there is a wait. And he just set off running and he looked as if he would have been in serious trouble had that hit.
So it's going to be Bulai to take it up. What a name to have. I wonder if you call it correctly. Some people say Bully, some people say Bulai. He's in and bowls to Meetha, who comes forward and pushes that ball in the line of the off stump down towards cover. Beautifully flighted. And there is no run. 89 for 1. We're into over number 17. Let me remind you that Canada won the toss and chose to bat. Bulai comes up now, bowls to Meetha. Into this delivery, he's onto the front foot, drives out to short extra cover. Ball given lots of air in the off stump. And Paul comes across his right to make the stop. There's no run. Bulai again. Left arm Chinaman and googly bowler comes in to bowl to Meetha. And to this delivery, he's onto the front foot. The ball is the bottom of the bat. Goes up the pitch. Might have been slightly deceived in the air there. This has been good bowling by Bulai as he goes back to his mark and turns now and comes in to bowl to Meetha. And to this delivery, he's coming forward and drives and is bowled. Beautifully bowled. It was one given some air. The ball spun into him. It was beautifully bowled. It was a googly. And I think he misread it and is bowled. And Bulai gets another wicket. He's picked up 2 wickets now. Mind you, he didn't play in the first 2 matches. And they were screaming from Mobe in Jamaica. Of course, down in tourist country. Up to Kingston, and he got into the side, and this is what he's done. Here we go. Batsman coming forward, and the ball going between bat and pad, and knocking the stumps over. So Bulai gets another wicket, and it now means the score is 89 for 2, with Meetha gone for 32.
Completely deceived there, didn't read it at all. The previous delivery had been well flighted, and this was a good follow-up by Bulai. So Meetha's gone. He will be unhappy to have taken the score further, but he's played a good innings, and this brings to the crease Arslan Khan, who missed the last few games out of injury, had a hamstring injury, but has now come back into the side. Had a good innings of 72 against Barbados, so Canadians will be looking for good things from him.
Right. Well, Bulai is picked up another wicket. He's bowled well and took perhaps the catch of the tournament down at the short fine leg area, and that's something that you could really show all the time. It was a tremendous catch taken. We also saw another good catch taken last night. The little keeper, of course, you're talking about the keeper from the CCC, Benjamin, moving a long way across his right from behind the stumps out towards short, fine leg, and took the catch. Very small man, perhaps the shortest, maybe the smallest keeper maybe ever. I mean, he's such a little man. There was a Randall Lyon, who used to play for Trinidad, who was Portuguese, was also very small as well. There's been some small keepers. Here is Bulai, comes in, first ball is in the line of the leg stump. There's the batsman coming forward, doesn't read it, the ball spins into him. And that was a Chinaman. It really was beautifully bowled again. Came from the inside edge and went down towards the mid-wicket area for a single. But they're not reading him properly here at all. It's gone to 89 for 2. Some of the small keepers that you can think about.
David Williams.
Very, very small as well. As this delivery is outside line of the off, the other way, beautifully bowled indeed. He's really ripping those Chinamans and those googlies. That one spun across the batsman, and he's enjoying the conditions here to end the over. And that's Bulai as that one spun away from Kumar. So the end of over number 18 is 90 for 2. That's the latest score, Connery.
Good start, still scoring at over 5 and over, but the concern would be those 2 big wickets. Both batsmen getting into their 30s and both getting out bowled to Bulai. Right. Not reaching to the pitch of the ball, playing around the deliveries, all of them looking to get the ball off the square and losing their stumps.
And Bulai has only bowled 4 overs and is already taken 2 for 16.
Yeah, he has indeed. And I think they should have played him from the first match. Really, he's an attacking bowler. He's one that can get wickets, and many batsmen don't read the Chinamans and the googlies, and we were rather surprised. In fact, my good friend up in Jamaica, Jermaine Lanneman, sent me a note and saying, why they're not playing Bulai? As this delivery is bowled by Thomas, full outside the off stump, and the batsman Arshan Khan comes forward. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper, but it's good to see him bowling 4 overs, no winners, 2 for 16, 90 for the loss of 2. As we say hello, of course, to all of our listeners in Canada. Are they watching the stream up there in Canada?
From all reports they have, I've been following on Facebook, and their Canadians are pretty pleased with the way that the team has performed, above and beyond all expectations, really.
So keep watching that stream. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of the off stump. Here's a chance for a run here. The return comes in, and he gets home. It was played out towards cover. Yes, no situation. The field that cover came across had a throw at the stumps. I think someone really should have been going to the stumps in the end. The batsman Kumar was able to come back. Oh, what's going on there with the Canadian running? Talk to me, Carlisle, about that.
And there were 4 fielders. You look at this delivery from Thomas, which was played into the offside. And having had the ball on the face of the bat, Khan set off running and then sold his partner down the river. Kumar was dead for all rights. But you see, 3 of the fielders, 2 of them getting in the way of the man coming in there from mid-on. And so in the end, didn't hit directly. No. And so it resulted in Kumar having, you could say, a second life, because he was dead. He was way down the track.
He was in big trouble there.
And that is his second time with his second player. Remember, he had that with Mita as well.
He did. Yeah. Well, it's gone to 90 for 2 over number 19. So it's Canu's got 1. Thomas comes up now, goes past the umpire and bowls to him short outside the off stump. Good pace. And little man just comes inside the line and allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. But we're talking about little keepers. Of course, Benjamin, he's about 4 feet, really. I mean, he's so short guy from Dominica, the Carib Reserve there. Some little keepers for the West Indies. You would have had Williams, of course.
David Williams, the shortest I've seen.
Murray was shortest as well. Derek Murray.
He was a lot taller than David.
No, okay, all right. There was another Murray as well. David Murray from Barbados. How tall was he?
No, he was tall enough.
Here's a ball pitched outside the off stump. And there's the batsman driving that. The ball comes from the edge and goes down in front of first tip. There's no run. Anyone else you think about?
And the wicketkeeper, all Guyanese considered to be the best ever not to have played for the West Indies, Reds Murray.
Yeah, Reds Murray. Very short guy.
Very short, man.
Okay.
But a fantastic keeper, really.
Fantastic keeper. Yeah.
To both pace and spin.
If you look at world keepers, I mean, have we had any tall keepers? It'd be interesting as we go down memory lane. Here's a short ball, which is down the leg side, bowled by Thomas. The batsman comes across, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Can you think of any?
Michael Findlay. would be
tallish, was
considered
he?
on the
Junior,
tallest
Junior
side.
Murray.
Junior Murray was
Right.
tallest.
Junior Murray
Junior
had
Murray
good
was
height.
Jackie
tallest.
Hendricks wouldn't have been
Big, but he was tall and big. Very big man indeed. Maybe the biggest keeper we've had. Yes, indeed. Ridley Jacobs,
Clyde
in terms
Walcott.
of
Average.
average height.
Yeah.
Clyde
Clyde
Walcott.
Walcott, a big man as well. How tall was Alan Knott from England? Was he tallish or just
Average
height? Okay. Here is Thomas, who's big and strong. Comes up now, goes past the umpire. He's in and bowls a ball short of a length. And it's Can going back and pushes out towards cover. There's no run to end the over. We've now completed over number 19. It's gone to 91 for 2, which is the latest score, Connery.
And the scoring rate has been pulled back a little bit by Jamaica. They've picked up those 2 wickets. The rate has now gone down to 4.88. But importantly, they are getting some work out of O'Shane Thomas.
Right.
In that he has come back, he has completed his 6th over, and he has only gone for 16 runs. And so they would feel comfortable about getting him into his stride in this tournament.
And you feel this is a very important phase of this match, Carlisle. 2 relatively new batsmen at this crease, and Jamaica having their best 2 bowlers on show.
Well, Bulai continues now. He's in bowl short of a length on top of the off stump. Played about towards cover by Kumar for a single. Ball spun back at him, and he got a run for that. And some applause. I think it's ironic applause too, because they were able to get the single without any alarms. And it came from the Canadian camp. It's gone to 92 for 2. And Bulai again comes up. He's on his way this time to bowl to Cannon. Cannon is on the back foot, turns the ball away down towards the mid-wicket area. And there was a scream of no early. And there is no run. Any Chinaman and googly bowlers in your time, Carlisle, that you can think of? Any would have played for the Libras over the years? Think about it. Any for Guyana?
No, not
Okay. Of course, we know of Internali from Trinidad and Tobago. Outside the off stump, his Bulai is in and bowls. And there's the batsman, Can looking to force the ball off the back for the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. 92 for 2. We're into over number 20. And Bulai's enjoyed these conditions. In his 5th over, comes up now, he's in and bowls short. And it's caught brilliantly. Wonderful catch. Outside the line of the off stump. There was Can going across the line. The catch is taken by Blackwood. That's a very good catch indeed. And Canada find themselves in trouble. Thanks to the man Bulai. They're now 92 for the loss of 3.
Nothing short there from Arslan Khan. He just tried to guide that past the slip field and ended up offering the simplest of catches.
Well, when we have a look at the monitor, have a look at that, Carlisle.
Brilliantly bowled, seemed to come from the back of the arm, cramped him for space. I don't know where he was trying to hit that, but Blackwood anticipated well and went away to his right, took a brilliant catch. He made it look easy, actually.
Yeah, he did, Blackwood. Well, he's normally good in the field, Blackwood. So how do you read it now? Because, I mean, they've lost 2 wickets rather quickly.
Advantage Jamaica. The momentum has certainly shifted. Bulai has come into the attack and has picked up 3 wickets. And all of the 3 wickets, Andrew, I would say these are unforced errors.
Right. Okay. Unforced errors. You like that? Of course, of course, we see that very much in tennis. So the situation is, the score is up to 93 now for the loss of 3 wickets. And Bulai has bowled splendidly here.
He has bowled very well. He has not given space to the batsmen. He has been forcing them to make their own space. 2 of them tried to make room to drive and were bowled. 1 tried to make space to cut and gave a simple catch to slip. He has been bowling brilliantly.
Yeah, indeed. So, Tony must be a bit worried now, I would imagine.
Yes, Bulai looking capable of actually running through this Canadian innings right now and still only in his 5th over, already captured 3 important wickets. So dangerous times for the Canadians. They'll want up to consolidate here and not lose any more wickets in a hurry.
No batsman coming to the crease. How good is he?
Well, Amazida's had a good tournament so far.
When he settles, Amazon waits. The first ball is on the line of the off stump. And he's got so much confidence now, Bulai. He's actually put a forward shot leg in, Carlisle.
Oh, yeah. And that says something of the young man. I really would have preferred to see him at silly mid-off.
Well, Shahid is the batsman. And he's coming onto the front foot, given lots around the line of the leg stump and worked away up towards that mid-wicket area. There's no run. Ball that was pitched on the line of the leg stump. The end of a fine over from Bulai, an over in which he got the wicket. So the Canadians are struggling at Connery. They're now 92 for loss of 3, which is the latest score. with Thomas as he comes up now. He's in, and to this delivery, Kumar is on the back foot and pushes down to cover. There's no run. You just get the feeling from the body language of the Jamaicans here. They don't want to slip up. They don't want to, loosen things here. I think they recognize that Canada, they've got good spinners in the side. And they would want to win here because a win for them will take them to the same points as the Leewards. And the two guns, the big guns, they clash on the weekend.
Yeah, just a correction there. It's actually Thacker that has come to the wicket to join Kumar.
But he comes up now. This is Thomas. He's in and bowls short, and Kumar on the back foot. Ball banged into the pitch, and he's discomforted. He's not all that comfortable with those short deliveries. I think they would have worked it out. And that ball was of good pace, and he hurriedly played the ball square in the offside. Down to backward point. There's no run. It's 92 for 3. Kumar is on 16. Thacker hasn't scored as yet. Advantage to the Scorpions of Jamaica. Hello to all of our friends there in Jamaica. From Barnett Street in Mobay up to halfway through in Kingston. Here we go. As it's going to be Thomas comes up now. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. A flash. A no ball is called by the umpire. Good pace, but he went over the front crease. It was one that had a great deal of pace, and the batsman was beaten for pace, but you know what? He bowled a no ball.
Yes, Kumar has looked more uncomfortable at the balls that have been coming into his body around the pitch middle and leg rather than the ones that are outside of his off stump. So Thomas might want to take that into consideration and adjust his line a little bit.
Well, the free hit is an offer. Let's see what young Kumar can do with this. Here is Thomas. Free hit comes up now. He's in and bowls to him, and this ball is short of a length, and he can't do too much really. Not strong with those short deliveries. It came must have been from the pad. Runs down towards five. Let's look at the umpire. And umpire Ramdani just signals the leg back. Wonderful personality. In fact, yesterday after breakfast, we had a little run around halfway around the country, and he was with me, and he said he was enjoying St. Kitts. I told him to buy some land and live here. He said, well, he will consider it. 93 for loss of 3. Is the land here cheap in St. Kitts and Carlisle?
Relatively.
Okay, all right. Relatively, I like that.
Yeah,
Relative to what?
Here's Thomas, comes up now, he's in, and bows to Thacker. Thacker covers up, pushes down towards the mid-on area. There's no run. Scores kept at 93 for the loss of 3. I know in Guyana it's much cheaper, isn't it?
Oh, they're giving away land in Guyana now. There's so much of it.
Yes. Well, I know a businessman in Barbados bought the other day 60,000 acres of land in Guyana, somewhere in the hinterland. 94 for loss of 3. Of course, you've got oil now, and we expect lots from the Guyanese in terms of the improvement of the economy. Here we go. Thomas comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, which is short of a length, and there's Thacker going across, and the ball is coming from the inside edge and dropping where a forward shot leg would be, and there's no run. It's 94 for loss of 3. Any intentions of coming back home to Guyana?
No,
When
none whatsoever.
last have you been to Guyana, Tony?
I was there in 2017, 2 years ago.
Oh, no, you
but
should.
for all the oil in the world,
No, you're going to stay in Canada? Spend some time.
Or if anywhere else in the Caribbean will have me,
okay.
I'll be there in a jiffy,
Right.
but
Well,
just not Guyana.
You prefer to give advice to the new Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. 94 for loss of 3. Here's Thomas, comes in, ball short, banged into the pitch, and it's a wide call by the umpire. Thomas doesn't like it. He's saying to the umpire, remonstrated, why would you have called that a wide? Would you have called it a wide, Carlisle? Tell me.
Looks marginal.
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 Okay, so relatively in terms of the land and marginal in terms of the wide. I like the selection of your words. Wonderful there. So it was short. The umpire had a look at it, and umpire Ramdani said it was short, and he called a wide, and the bowler did not like it at all. So what do we have? 94 for 3, now becomes 95 for 3 with that wide. 1 ball is left in the over. And the action continues. Hello to all of our viewers, wherever you are, listeners as well. Here's Thomas as he comes in to bowl to Thacker, and to this delivery, he's coming forward, edging down to third man. It'll go towards the boundary, a tumbling save by the fielder Green, who had to move across a long way to pick it up. He seems to have injured himself. He's hobbling across the outfield. A little bit surprised that the captain might not have gone with a second slip here, because he got 2 bowlers who look likely to get wickets, and now Thomas seems to be in big trouble. I don't know if we can pick him up in terms of the cameras, but he's actually gone off the field. That's Bonner. So Bonner looks to be in big trouble there. He came across to his left, and in trying to stop the ball, he might have injured himself, Carlisle.
It seems so. He did exceptional work. He had to cover a lot of distance and dive away to his left, but he seems to have landed a little bit awkwardly and injured himself in the process.
Oh dear.
He is hoping that he's not doing too badly, but he immediately went off the field, Andrew.
Right, indeed. And of course, he's going to be getting some assistance. The physio will come, no doubt, and I think there's also a doctor here as well and some lovely nurses. We've also got the ambulance as well, so we're very well prepared here at Connery. So let's pause for business calls. 95 for loss of 3 is the latest score at Connery.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at cuca.org.
Right, so some concern about the fielder Bonner, who's off the field. And I would imagine very soon the physio will come and see him. I see a couple of players just looking after him, but let's hope he's going to be all right. In the meantime, it's going to be the Chinaman and googly man bull eyes. He comes down and bowls outside the off the back foot, forced away by Kumar Dung to cover this protection of the boundary. Coming off the boundary to pick it up looks like McCarthy, and they get a run to carry the score to 96 for 3. Sure, devoted cricket followers in Jamaica will be very much tuned in as Bulai comes up now. He's in and bowls one of the leg stump, worked away down towards fine leg for one. They'll get a second. O'Shane Thomas is after. Look for the third. The return comes in. Good aggressive running, and they get 3.
Very good running.
Very good running indeed there. It was turned away down towards fine leg. Thomas went after it, and they came through with the first one quickly. The second. Then they looked up and saw Thomas perhaps struggling a bit, and they came back for the third. Good running by Canada.
And he's not the fleetest of foot.
No.
Is O'Shane Thomas. He's a big unit.
Oh, big unit indeed. So it's actually got up to 100 for 3 on the board. So it's going to be Bulai to continue the attack as he comes up now. He's in, and to this delivery, which is on the line of the off stump off the back foot, and goes Kumar. Just strokes the ball down to backward point for 1. Very quickly after is the man from slip. That's Blackwood sends a return in. They get a second. It was a bit short, and he was on the back foot and steered the ball away. Kumar down to the backward point, so he gets 2 for that to go up now, try and make him 19. Or is he 21? He's actually 21 now. It's gone to 103 for loss of 3. We're into over number 22. So these two will have to just steady things a little bit. Having a look at Bonner. He's hobbling, but he's walking, so that's at least good news. Let's hope he's going to be all right, as a physio is with him. So we shall try and get a report on young Bonner. Here's Bulai. Comes up now. He's in and bowls short outside the off stump. Too short. And the batsman will have enough time to go back and play the ball nicely down to cover. That's Kumar. Gets a single to go to 22 now. It's up to, I make it 104 for loss of 3. So we see Bonner just coming by us there now. How did he look to you, Carlisle?
Well, he's hobbling, but I'll come back to that.
Here's Bulai. Comes up now. In bowls one of the line of the middle stump. And there's the batsman, Thakar, just driving lightly down towards long on for a single. Ball that was pitched up, and he stroked the ball away down to long on for 1. So it's now 104 for 3 on the board. And it's going to be the spin of Bulai as he comes up now. He's in into this delivery, which is on the leg stump. Played away up towards the long on area. Coming onto the front foot is Kumar. Driving. Was in the air for a bit, but safely passed by the wicket. And Merchant on the field for Bonner comes in to collect it at long on, and they get a single. It's gone to 105 for 3.
Andrew, and very easily 7 runs in that over.
Yep, indeed.
7 runs in that over.
Yep.
And you have to like the look of Kumar. He watches the ball very closely and plays the ball from right under his eyes. And so he has a better of an opportunity of negotiating whatever spin and turn and bounce and change of delivery that Bulai can send at him. Now, with respect to Bonner, you notice that he was wearing a knee brace.
Right.
And so it means that he probably landed awkwardly on that very same knee and re-injured the very same knee.
Oh dear.
And he seems to be hopping fairly badly.
But at least he was hobbling off his own accord and not assistance with the physio, so that should be a good sign.
Well, so how do you read it now, Tony? 106 for loss of 3, Tony. I mean, you've got to hope that these two can bat for a long time here.
Well, this will be an important stand for the Canadians. They'll hope that these two can take it into the 30s, between overs 30 and 40 without further loss. And if they push on at the rate that they're going right now, Canada should be in a good position to get a decent total. They were guilty against Jamaica of possibly falling 20 or 30 runs short of where they would have been aiming at.
Well, it looks as if Gordon is back in attack. His first ball is short, outside the off stump, and Kumar hits it into the pitch, and it goes bouncing down to cover, and there's no run. But at 22 overs and 1 ball, 106 now for 3. What kind of score do you think Canada will be looking for here?
Well, against Jamaica in the first encounter, they posted 243. That proved to be insufficient, so I would think they would want to get 270, 280.
Here's Gordon, comes up now, bowls the ball short side the off stump and chopped away down to backward point.
But
and Manu's gotten very fit-footed and comes across to his right to pick it up. There's no run.
yeah, but that would take some doing from this point onwards, because they're what, in the 22nd over, so 28 overs remaining, and just at 104. So
Gordon again to continue the attack. He's going to bowl to Kumar, has got 21 tackles and 4. He comes up now, goes past the umpire, he's in, and bowls short outside the off stump, too short, and it's really slapped into the cover area for a single. He's got to get his length right. Too short, no real pace. And the ball goes out to cover for 1 to carry the score to 107 for 3. And you're right, these two will certainly have to settle down here.
yes, from the end of this over, considering that 27 would be available after this, if they went at 6 and over, they'd be getting up to just over 260.
Harshtakar settles, and here's Gordon comes in, bowls to him a much better length, much better line on top of the off stump, bringing the batsman forward. He pushes out to cover for the captain Paul to come to his right to collect it. There is no run. So Dennis Bulloy, 6 overs, no biddings, 3 for 26, continuing to do very well. In fact, talking of Bulloy, I know in Jamaica there's a ginger cake called Bulla, which is very popular.
Bulla cake.
Yes, it's the Bulla cake. Yeah, yes, in Jamaica. You've had it, haven't you? Wonderful. And we're going to bring one for Carlisle the next time we're in Jamaica. Here is Gordon, comes up, he's in and bowls one to land the leg 7. Just worked away down towards that square leg area. There's no run, so 107 for 3.
Bulla cake is readily available in Canada at most of the Jamaican groceries, even the Chinese groceries now, because of the huge Jamaican population we have in Canada, are carrying it.
What about the spice bun?
Yes, you
That's
get
very
all
popular.
of that. Yep,
Of course, it's very big at Easter there in Jamaica. As Gordon comes in, bowls outside the off stump, chopped away down to backward point, and the fielder coming in to pick it up looks like our good friend Pathan, who's really improved in terms of fitness. We've now completed over number 23. It's 107 for 3, which is the latest career at Connery.
Yes, and speaking about the Jamaican population in Canada,
How big is it?
estimated to be in excess of 250,000.
Say that again.
Estimated to be in excess of 250,000.
What about Guyanese there in Canada?
Thereabouts. It's Jamaica is definitely the largest.
Largest, okay.
Then followed by Guyana and Trinidad.
And
Actually,
Trinidad and Tobago.
yeah, and let me change that. The Jamaican population is probably now in excess of 400,000, because that 250 was more or less the official estimates from way back when.
Okay, and of course lots of Guyanese, a population of home of 750,000, hugely underpopulated. But I would imagine that with so much development in recent times, they found lots of oil, lots of people will be heading towards Guyana, I would imagine, businessmen and all. Carlisle Paul is thinking about getting some land up there and trying to maybe sell some pineapples. They've got the best pineapples in the world. Here's Bulloy, comes up now, he's in and bowls. And of course our friends in Antigua will tell you that that's not the case. They've got the Antiguan pineapple that they say is the sweetest in the world.
Antigua Black.
Antigua Black. What a pineapple to have. Have you ever had the Antigua Black?
No, can't say that I have.
107 for loss of 3. It's wonderful. Here is Bulloy, comes up, he's in bowls. The ball in the line to legs up, worked away, full toss. Played by Thack out towards the wicket for a single. That was given lots of it. He timed it nicely and just worked it down to the field. Gordon, who came off the boundary. Gordon is a pretty popular name in Jamaica as well. Williams is popular. Green is popular as well. Bulai comes up. He's in bows outside the off stump off the back foot. Kumar strokes the ball down to backward point. Blackwood comes from slip to pick it up, and the batsman will get the single. A little bit too short in this over. Bulai. He's got to maybe make the batsman look up, as they say. He's been short, and they've been able to pick him off the pitch. So 110 for 3 over number 24. Here's the spin of Bulai as he comes in to bowl to Thacker into this delivery. He's on the back foot, clips the ball away for a single out to forward square. And that was easy, really. It was a ball that was turned away for 1. So these two are trying to just settle things. Last week I felt at 92. It's vitally important for Canada to get a score that they can feel proud about. But we shall see. Bulai comes up, he's in and bowls. Here's the delivery on the line of the leg stump. Worked away for an easy single on the line of the leg stump, and just Kumar just flicking the ball down to backward square for 1 to end the over, an over in which Canada would have been happy to rotate the strike. So we've now completed over number 24. It's gone to 112 for 3, which is the latest score here at Connery.
They're playing Gordon extremely well. Not looking to be adventurous, just rotating the strike and taking it over. And if they can do this until the end of his spell, he has now completed 7 overs. He looks so very dangerous in picking up his 3 wickets. But since these two have gotten together, Tony, they have played him well.
Right.
Yes, they have, and importantly, they saw off the threat of O'Shane Thomas, because that was a important, aspect of the match, whether Thomas could come back and get rid of Nitish Kumar, but he saw that off, and so Canadians well poised here. These two can hopefully take it deep and post a challenging total.
Here's Gordon, comes up now in bows outside the off stump and steered away down to third man by Kumar for a single. Merchant on the field for Bonner comes to his right to pick it up. The batsman will get the single. The Jamaicans making a couple of changes in terms of the people left out. Merchant, Minley and Lamont. So Powell, Thomas, Footed in Blackwood, McCarthy, Bonner. Then we come down to Thomas, Smith, Gordon and Bulai. So that's the side. Let me tell you that Canada won the toss and they chose to bat. Here's Gordon, comes up now, bowls, tackles onto the front foot and steers the ball down to backward point with an open blade. There's no run. The score's kept in the 113 for 3. With Thacker, he's got 8 and Kumar is on 25. Talking about Canada, lots of Bajans in Canada?
Not quite. One of the smaller populations. The 3 largest populations are definitely Jamaica, Ghana, and Trinidad. I think the Guyanese have gone past the Trinidadians now.
Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the leg stump bowl by Gordon. Coming forward is Takan driving down towards the mid-on here.
But interestingly, Andrew, you mentioned the development of oil in Ghana.
Right.
The Canadian Guyanese community reaction to the oil discovery has really been one of disinterest. They have been so disappointed by the performance of the coalition government.
Oh, I see.
That there is not a lot of interest at all.
Oh, well, interesting. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump, bowled by Gordon and stroked away down to backward point.
I think Guyanese Canadians are waiting to see what the outcome of the elections in March.
And that's on March the 2nd. We'll see what happens there. 113 for 3, of course, there's an election in St. Kitts as well. That's next year, isn't it?
That's next year. Montserrat is today.
Montserrat is today.
Dominica is in December.
Dominica is in December. I think that's December the 6th. So I've been seeing some stuff online there. The 2 parties are battling for supremacy. Here is a delivery by Gordon, which is on the line of that off stump, driven firmly up the pitch by the batsman Thacker. But a good stop by Gordon. I think had that gone past him, the mid-off is wide. That might have gone down to the boundary for 4. So I think Gordon, athletic, realized that and he made a timely intervention. So it's 114 now for loss of 3. Here is Gordon, comes up now, he's in both to Thacker. Thacker is coming onto the front foot, just strokes the ball away out to cover. There's protection on the boundary and they'll get a single for that. So we've got a situation where the over comes to an end, over number 25. So at the halfway stage now, 115 for 3 is the latest score here at Connery. Vernon Springer in his brand name shades that he told me he brought in the heart of Broad Street is about to come a-calling in a minute or two. He's just getting all of his figures together. But in the meantime, we're going to have a change in bowling in that McCarthy comes into the attack. Willow has been very good. Has picked up a couple of wickets. Now they're going to go with McCarthy, who's actually been the surprise package for them in that he's coming, he's gotten runs, but he's also been very economical as well. Tony, he's done well for Jamaica.
Yes, but Canada will be glad to have seen off the threat of Bulai. He was looking at one point as though he could run through the entire Canadian innings.
But he's going to continue the attack now for Jamaica. This is McCarthy. Over number 26 starts as he comes round the wicket to bowl, and he's up to the wicket just about now into this delivery, which is given some air. A drive back to the bowler. That was one given lots of air and coming onto the front foot and driving the ball is Thacker, and there's no run. So here we go. McCarthy off breaks, round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Thacker. Thacker's coming forward, and that ball is pitched on the line of the off stump and beaten somewhat in the flight there. It went down to cover. The captain didn't pick it up, but mid-off came to support, and that combination stopped the single. McCarthy again comes round the wicket to bowl to Thacker into this delivery. He's onto the front foot, works the ball away down towards Bulai, who comes to collect it. He's at square leg, and there's no run. So good start for McCarthy. Bowling round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Thacker. It's 114 for 3 into this delivery. He's onto the front foot again. He can't score. The ball is pushed away down towards mid wicket, and a very good performance by the Jamaicans there, keeping things very, very quiet indeed. As Smith came across to his right to make the stop. Now the mid-off goes back to long off in anticipation of a big shot. That's Lamont, who's not in the 11 today. Short outside the line of the off stump. Well bowled again by McCarthy, bringing the batsman across the stumps. And again, Thacker can't score. So the bowler would want to finish strongly. Would even want to try maybe even bowl a maiden. Let's see if he can do it. A ball is on the line of the leg stump, and he can't score. Beautifully bowled indeed from round the wicket, McCarthy. And the ball comes to the bottom of the bat and goes up towards the mid-wicket area. So a maiden over. McCarthy started really very well here. We've now completed over number 26. 114 for loss of 3 is the latest score, Connery.
Welcome back, Vernon. Canada progressing nicely. They've lost 3 wickets, but importantly, the score has gone past the 100.
So Kuma waits for Gordon. I like the look of him. Just steering this pass, footed in down point, and they picking up an easy 2. Goes up to 28. I think Coach Andrew Coley will be marking him down for a misfield there. No need for him to give away that one. Andrew McCarthy has been the bowler who's picked up a number of wickets here for the Jamaica Scorpions. 10-0, 60-2 in the last game they played at Warner Park.
I think Fooderden was suspicious of the bounce and didn't really go for it with a lot of confidence, and it just evaded him in the end.
Can't tell Coach Coley that. This is a good outfield here. Gordon is into bowl to Kuma. He's into bowl to Kuma, driving beautifully up to the big man himself in O'Shane Thomas, who comes around to his left. Thomas will certainly have to work on his fielding tremendously, an area that he'll have to work on. Kuma is 28, the score is 116, 3 for 116. Nidish Kuma 28 from 30, and Thaker 9 from 24. Nicholas Gordon is into his 7th over, none for 42. He's into bowl to take Kuma, who's driving nicely. Still want to see Tony Kuma, when the ball comes down between middle and leg, lead with his head and his shoulders. He just tends to just stand up from his crease and just think if he just lead with his head and his shoulders, can hit those balls a lot more straighter, because the top hand will be even working easier. But he's a student of the game, so I think that will be improved. Gordon is into bowl to Kuma. Kuma is slashing that over point and down to the boundary for 4. Bully has no chance.
And a welcome boundary for Canada. They'll need to start pushing the scoring on from here and just going at on the 4.5 and over. And quickly now running out of overs. Last game against Jamaica, they posted 243, and that wasn't nearly enough. So they'll certainly want to get beyond that today.
It's on full auto, you know. It's on full auto? I don't understand what you're talking about. Because what it was huge right before, and then now because it's when I brighten it up, it was as bright as it was at the filter, put down the next filter. Does it have any exposure compensation or something like that on? No, these are cheap cameras. Huh? These cameras don't go. They have exposure compensation. Hold on, hold on. Your camera looks perfectly fine. I'll go back up to the next filter and see. That better? Huh?
So, good decision by the umpire. 3 for 127. Kuma is 38 from 38, and Taker is 10 from 29. In fact, 10 from 30. Nicholas Gordon into his 8 over, none for 52. He comes in now, Gordon, to bowl to Taker. He's steering this, but he can't beat footed in this time. Half stop, half and half. He was coming. To see the Canadians using more depth of the crease, getting the right foot across and be able to punch that between the vacant cap out to the sweeper. 3 for 127. Taker is 10 from 30. And Nicholas Gordon bungs away from the CNC Shopping Centre and into bowl to Taker. Taker is driving down to the boundary for 4. Extravagantly, and the pressure mounting here, Tony. And he went for an almighty, made contact, and he goes up to 14, score goes up to 3 for 131.
Yeah, but safe shot in the end. It was well away from the fielder, and the onside field is not that packed. Bowling to a packed offside field, so it was a fairly good percentage shot to get away with. The fielder now has gone deep on the boundary, so he'll need to be considerate of that.
None for 55 is Gordon. He's into ball to Taker. He's back and looking to play a ball that certainly is not even nowhere close here. Be advised to play the ball more up in front of him. So the end of over number 29. 3 for 131. Taker is 14 and Kuma is 38.
And you have to keep the Jamaican captain thinking. If I were one of the 2 batters at the crease, I'd be saying, listen, partner, Gordon has gone 8 overs for 55 runs. And so he cannot be too confident. But let's not give him any confidence for future games. Let's keep him wicketless. And, you don't have to try anything fancy. We saw good 4 in that over. But then the final ball of the over, Thacker was trying to run 1 down to third man, and it just was not there for the shot. He could only have nibbled that and given a wicket away.
Yes, and need to bat sensibly from this point onwards.
Correct.
8 not, 55 not is the figures of Nicholas Gordon. He's certainly searching for a wicket. But Andrew McCarthy, who's been the prime wicket taker for Jamaica, comes around the wicket now to bowl to Kuma. Kuma is on driving beautifully, gets a single. And a very comfortable single out to the hard-working Nicholas Gordon, who has really worked hard. 3 for 132. And Kuma goes up to 39. Breaks. McCarthy's into bowl to the big man himself, and Taker is driving. Now McCarthy is holding his hip as if to say, oh, I fell on that one. He's rubbing it away there. But the Jamaican seems to have some little old injuries. Captain Ravman Cole coming off an injury also. Undriving can't beat. Looks like Lamont. No, Bulleye on the field there. Square leg, short square leg, more or less. Andrew McCarthy getting through his overs very quickly. This is his 3rd over. Here is Taker driving. Beautiful shot down the ground. Down to Jamie Merchant, down to Long On. That's a good cricket shot. I like the positioning of that one. That's what I wanted to see him. He decided this time to lead with his head on his shoulders. Nice elbow and good control shot. Comes in now to bowl to this young man Kuma, who's got some time for his back and can't beat Bulleye at square leg. He's 39. He'll be following up and want to maybe better his 65 that he scored against Jamaica at Warner Park. He's driving again. Lost his shape there. And quickly another over got through by McCarthy. The end of over number 30. 3 for 133. Canada batting first here.
And only 3 runs coming from that over.
So after this, we could consider it to be 20 overs, at least 120 deliveries to go. Top run getters so far in the championship. Kyron Powell from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes with 327 runs, followed by Darren Bravo with 267. Nassert footed in with 246. Wicket takers, Ashley Nurse with 14. Kian Harding also with 14. And Sheena Berridge, Leeward Islands fast bowler, with 13. And Ravman Powell, if you look at the strike rate so far, that's been massive. 144.64. Best economy rate, Kevin Sinclair, West Indies emerging. So Larry Joseph has also bowled well too. He's looked good. Larry Joseph, Ashley Nurse in among the stats, Odin Smith. So good contest here. Keep it away. Who's coming back here now? Is this Bulai? Yes, he's going to come back. Andrew McCarthy 3-0, 4-0, and Bulai is going to maybe come to complete his spell. Pretty interesting. He's having a conversation here with Thomas, the wicketkeeper, and maybe they're going to decide that they're going to maybe try and see if they can set up Thaker down the leg side. So let's see what's going to be happening. Let's see what the conversation was about. Here comes Dennis Bulai. He comes in now to bowl to Thaker. Thaker is back and punching that. Can't beat footed in. He's had a lot of work to do in this tournament. A lot of work in the field and a lot of work batting. Bulai would want to complete his spell. He's bowled well. He's picked up some 3 wickets so far. Turns in now to bowl to Thaker. Comes quietly forward. He can't score, so this has been a good start by the young man. This time he's coming from the CNC end. Before he would have bowled from the Kim Collins end. Rovman Powell at first slip. He is certainly at first slip. Bulai bowls a full toss and Thaker didn't put that away. 3 for 31. That could have been 3 for 35. Devil Green came across nicely. Should have put that away.
Angles. He had to hit it a little later.
Dennis Bulai is to his 8th over. He's bowled well so far. See now to bowl to Thaker. Thaker is on driving down the ground onto long and gets an easy single. So it's 3 for 32. And Rovman Powell will be impressed with how he has rotated his bowlers here so far. And I think that's because the Canadians, they've soaked up a lot of dot balls in this inning so far. They're scoring at 4.36. So it's not over by a long shot yet. But these two will have to bat up to the 40th over. Kuma is 39. Comes quietly forward and sneaks for his 40th run. That's certainly not on. Good work there by Andrew McCarthy. Coming around, the Jamaicans are enjoying this period of play because they picked up some 3 wickets, all 3 wickets to Dennis Bulai. And as Carl, I like to say, unforced errors. Kuma waits. He's 39. He's the main man there. Brought him forward, missed it completely, but the most important thing is he was in his crease.
41 runs between this pair so far, and they need to keep going a little bit longer. Kumar, with the confidence of some runs behind him, has made some 39 from 42 deliveries, and Thacker, he is on 16 from 40, but has looked good. I suspect that he has another gear left, and that once he increases the tempo, that you will see the Canada score pushing on. No time for panic. There's still 19 overs left in this game for them to get in excess of 120 runs.
Yes, Carl, I agree with you. But Thacker is going at, we would have to say, second gear. From this point onwards, he'll need to get into at least third and hopefully to fourth by the time you get to the 40th over, because at this rate, even if they score at 6 runs and over, for the remaining overs, they're not going to get much past 250, which with the power of the Jamaican batting, that might not be enough.
But this is a different pitch, Tony, so you also have to take that into consideration. Dennis Bulai, 8-0, 32-3. Here comes McCarthy. He's in now. The ball to Kuma. Kuma is just looking to whip this one around. Can't score. In fact, it's not Kuma, it's Thaker. He's 16 from 40. And McCarthy is bowled well around the wicket as an off spinner. He's around the wicket now to bowl to Thaker. Thaker is driving, he can't score. He's just looking to model. You don't want to model right now. You want to be able to be looking to be able to get a single. Got to be able to just break that wrist and turn that ball around. Comes quietly forward, bat and pad close together. So the most important thing, you have to respect good balls. McCarthy is getting through his overs very, 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 very quickly. He's in now to bowl to Thaker. Thaker's back and just steering this out to the sweeper. And he gets one. So they're contented to just offline there. McCarthy, he knows that. And gave Thaker enough room. This is McCarthy's 4th over. None for 5 so far. Score goes up to 3 for 135. 3 for 135. McCarthy is in now to bowl to Kuma. Kuma is steering this down to the short third man. Comes around, is footed in, and again he hits the turf again. Footed in has got to understand that there's no need for you to beat up your body on the ground. Stay on your feet and stop the ball. And as Carl said, he just thinks it's a style. Based on what you've seen so far. None for 6 so far. McCarthy He's into his 4th over. He's into ball to Kuma. Kuma is playing a little bit too early. Not Kuma, Faker. So quickly, McCarthy gets through his overs very quickly. 4 overs, none for 6. 3 for 136.
The danger here, Carlisle, is that Faker's inability to rotate the strike is putting undue pressure on Nitish Kumar, and you can almost sense that there's a bad unforced error type of a shot coming from Kumar. He'll have to keep his head and not do anything try to do anything out of the ordinary.
You definitely want to see Kumar, who is the informed player and the best batsman so far for Canada, take more strike. And he has been starved of the strike for quite a bit. You want to see him on strike more, and you can only have this happening if Thacker can rotate the strike. He has not been able to do it very well so far.
We can't give discredit at all to Andrew McCarthy's bowling. Bulai comes in now to bowl to the man himself, Thacker, who gets an easy single. It was a short delivery from Bulai. Bulai into his 9th over. 9. Before this, he would have been 8 not 32-3. He's now 8.1, 33-3. You want to get a 5er here. Kuma comes in to strike. Bulai comes in now to bowl to Kuma. Kuma is playing around this pad. Thacker weighing the number 18 is the taller of the two. Kuma is 40 from 45, and Thacker comes in to strike. Bulai comes, flighted deliveries, gotta be bang on target. This is a good delivery. Can't do anything about that. It's just gotta keep batting. They gotta keep batting. That's the most important, because they know that you got Derval Green to come back. That'll be easy for them. He's down the wicket. When he gets there, he's gone for that one. Will Blackwood come up with this one? One bounce into the wide long and boundary for 4. So decided to go for that, Carla, an expansion shot. And in the end, safe in the end, Carla.
Used his feet nicely, got to the pitch of it and hit it well wide of the man down there at mid-wicket. And so 4 good-looking runs. No danger at all. He read it well and played it well for 4.
3 for 141. He goes to 21. And the score motoring around here. Bulai comes in out the bowl to take his back and punching, can't score. And again, that's because his right foot was still in his stance. He would have been back to get a depth and be able to find that pass point. Something he's got to work on. It's got to be a first movement in terms of your trigger movement. Now he moves the right foot, but it was flatter, faster. And Bulai completing his 9th over. 3 for 143, Carlisle, from 33 overs. Bulai completes 9 not 37-3.
3 good wickets for him. Gifts by the Canadians accepted early. And that last one just got big on the batsman. But at least they picked up a 4 in the over. The run rate is still over 4. It's 4.32. 33 overs completed, 17 to go. And Canada would be looking to just continue batting, continue picking up the score once they don't lose wickets. And they have wickets in hand in the last 10. Then they should be able to make a go of it.
Do you think the strategy for Bulai's next over should be to just see him off?
Exactly. You don't want to lose another wicket. So if he gives you something, you take it. But he has not looked as menacing as he did in the early overs.
No, from the other end too, bowling from the other end.
Single to Kumar goes up to 42. Down the onside there, bad delivery there by Andrew McCarthy, and he just turns it down to the short fine leg. O'Shane Thomas goes to retrieve, and a badly lined delivery there by Andrew McCarthy. He knows that outside the legs. Taker goes to 25, Kumar to 42.
That is exactly.
The score goes to 3 for 146.
That is exactly what I've been talking about. A single off the first over, a 4 off the first ball, a 4 off the second ball. No great worries. You don't have to take chances.
So 3 for 146. Taker goes to 25. Waits back and turns this. Can't score. Can't beat the fielder short mid-wicket. It was Bulai. So 25 to Taker. And Kumar is 42. He's back and cracking that. Goes past a short mid-wicket fielder. Down to Long on. Down to Jamie Merchant. Picks up his 26th run. And so he'll be comfortable. Score goes up to 3 for 146. 3 for 147. They would have picked up a single there. stand-up delivery, and they just sneak a single there. Where is Kuma going, Tony? Single certainly was not on.
But the calling hasn't been decisive at all. It's yes, no, and they need to call early and decide quickly whether the run is on or not.
3 for 147. Gets a dot delivery, can't score. So the Jamaicans scurrying through the overs. McCarthy, some 5 overs for 12 runs, Carlisle. And Canada, 3 for 147. Taker is 26 from 51. Kuma, 42 from 47.
And I'm impressed with the rebuilding effort by Canada. Remember, they got off to a flying start of 69, their best start of the tournament. 89 for 2, 92 for 3. And if they had lost another couple of wickets, they would have been in real danger. But these two have put on some 55 runs between them. And having laid that foundation, you would want to see the two of them continue batting, continue rotating the strike, and get some runs for Canada.
Buller is into his 10th over. He's hit down to long on for a single. And the man himself, Taker, goes up to 27. Score goes up to 3 for 148. 3 for 148. Canada batting for us here in this clash here at Connery. Buller is in now to bowl to Nirish Kumar. No need for that. Try to pull that from. Well, try to sweep. I don't even know. Half-heartedly, we advised to just play the ball on the offside, and that's what I'm saying. Trying to manufacture a shot that is certainly not on and out of character, based on his batting style. 3 for 148. Bulla is into both. Kumar gives it away. This is poor cricket by Nitish Kumar. Always on the card that he was going to just got disinterested in batting. He's batting so good all the time.
No,
Tony.
I think Vernon, that was pressure. That was the need to push the scoring along.
Yeah, but you got 16 over. You got 15 overs to go. There's no pressure.
Yep.
There's no pressure.
Perceived pressure.
Oh, come on. This is poor batting, Tony. There's no need for him to play that shot. He's the best batsman in the Canadian team. He has to bat all 50 overs.
Definitely a bad blow, a bad loss for Canada at this stage of the innings.
He just got himself out. Nobody got him out. He got himself out.
He was just manufacturing something. This is what, the 4th ball of the over.
And
in the over before, we did say it would be useful for them just to play him out.
Exactly.
He has been the chief. He has been the only wicket taker. So now he has picked up his 4th wicket in his final over with an opportunity to get more.
And importantly for Canada, I mean, the loss of the batsman who is most capable of pushing the scoring along.
Mm-hmm.
Tony, the modern day batsmen get impatient. They're in and they're still not in because they have to do something out of the norm. He's trying to play a big slug sweep there. Just bat on. Once you bat on, runs is gonna come.
Bad judgment on Kumar's part of the match situation. There was absolutely no need for him to be playing that kind of shot at this stage of the game.
But
So
you see, the shot before, the ball before, what I expected was for Thacker to come down and say to him, Chief, we have another 3 balls left in the over in this spell from this bowler. Let us just see him out and see who comes next. You're on 42. Dig in and see if you can get another half century in this tournament. And once you and I are here together within the last 10 overs, we will be able to push it on. Because it is not so easy for a new batsman to come in against somebody like Bulla and get going. Who knows? Suppose he picks up another wicket in this over. Then Kumar really will be kicking himself.
Yeah, and the man who has come to the crease now is Statgur, and he hasn't had the best tournament. He's been consistent, but his rate of scoring so far has not been that great. And we're into what? This will be the 35th over by the time that this is finished. So just 15 overs left.
So Thatgore has come out to replace. Bonner is also looking to make his way onto the field because certainly he would want to get back on because at the point in time when the Jamaicans innings start, he would want to make sure that he's back on. He's limping real badly. So I think they might maybe need to have Bonner not too far out on the boundary. We'll have to be maybe somewhere at slip or in the 30-yard circle. Bulai, 9.3 overs, 38 runs, 4 wickets. And how well the young man has bowled. 4 for 148 Canada batting first here. Bulai has got all 4, and the folks in Jamaica will be very delighted with his bowling performance so far.
Yes, but in fairness, he's bowled well, no doubt about that. But he's also been gifted those 4 wickets, as Carlisle would say, totally unforced errors on the part of the batsman.
I think it was poor. I think it's poor batting by the batsman. So the judgment call, they got to go back. I hate to see batsmen get out and then on their way back they throw down their helmets and throw down their bat. You're the one who got yourselves out. The bowler's job is to try and see somewhere along in cricket. Once you're playing, there's always a ball there that is set up for you. And so you have to know that you're going to get out. But you can't get out recklessly. And so far, the Canadian batsmen, they've really played some indicious shots.
Springer, a couple balls left in this over. Bring in another close catcher. He's a brand new batsman. Help out Bulai.
Bulai. Who you got coming in here, Tony?
It's the captain, Conwell Paul Thapmore.
Thakor. He's going to come into the strike, so the captain comes in. Thakor waits. As Bulai has got some 3 deliveries left in the over. 3 for 140. Thakor comes in nicely now. He's into bow to the captain. He's back and cracking that out to the sweeper. He's going to look for 2. Is he going to come back for 8? No, Gordon has restricted that down. Good, powerful throw into the keeper. So he's straight away, he's off the mark. 3 for 149. The Canadian captain is off the mark.
And a good start. He is from India. He played all of his under 16, under 19 cricket for the state of Punjab. So you'd think that he would be comfortable against spin bowling. Everything stands to reason.
Certainly. This is the final delivery for Dennis Bulai. Supposed to be the final legal delivery. He's 4 for 39. And Taker is in strike. He's 27 from 52. He's in now to bowl to him. He's back and defending nicely. So Bulai, he's got 1 more still. Trent going a little bit too far. Yeah, he came up now. 9.5 deliveries. 4 for 39. He's going to get a standing ovation if he can be able to stay behind the line. Comes in now to bowl to Taker. Taker's on driving beautifully. Getting an easy single. And they're going to easily come back for 2 runs. Somebody could be in trouble. In the end, he got it in the end. So, a good spell by the young man. 10 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 4 wickets. He's been the main destroyer. 150 up for Canada, 4 for 151. And Taker goes to 29, and the captain Tago is on 1. Bulai completes his spell.
Excellent spell by him. He did what was required of him by the captain, and he kept the scoring rate down. He came in, he started grabbing wickets, and ended up with 4. You have to say congratulations to Dennis Bulai. 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 39. Good spell, and he pulled Jamaica right back into the game.
Tony, I don't know if you were following through. Who caught the captain, Kuma?
No, to be honest with you.
Okay, but we'll
figure it out.
We'll get that very quickly in a little bit. Maybe someone can maybe just ask Derval Green very quickly in terms of what's happening. So 35 overs bowled, some 15 overs to go. And the Jamaican substitute fielders, they've been having a torrid time today. They've got to be in, on. Somebody else has come off. Who's come off here now? Is it the captain? Captain is coming on. Jamie Merchant is coming onto the field. Bulai is also gone off. So, boy, they're ringing the changes here. Jamie Merchant, even though you're not playing, you got to work. You got to work for your money today. 4 for 151. We got the captain Taker who is facing, because Taker is the taller of the 2. Taco is slowing down. Andrew McCarthy is going to come around now to bowl. Around the wicket. Pretty unique situation for him. Coming about to Taco. Taco is sweeping, hitting across the line of the ball. No need for that shot there, Tony. Where you wanted to hit that one on? The football field?
And the first delivery that he's facing from a bowler, so he doesn't have a clue as to what the guy is doing, and yet he's playing that extravagant shot.
Tago waits for the captain. He comes quietly forward this time, so he would have heard you, Tony, and decided that he's going to play a little bit more responsible. I think you're putting a little pressure on them. You want to get some runs on drive, getting an easy single out to Gordon, so the score goes up to 4 for 152, and the captain Tago goes to 2. Faker is 29 for 53. He's done all the hard work, and he would have to understand that he has to bat all of the 50 overs. Down the ground, gets an easy single, down to Derval Green, so he goes up to 30, and they're just willing to just milk the score. 4 for 153. Colonial Medical Life Insurance Super 50. Short, back and across, and they're punching it down the ground. Quicker, faster. Come down to Jamie Merchant. 3 runs so far off the over so far. And the score trickling along nicely. Here comes McCarthy. He's in now to bowl. He's whipping this beautifully, getting an easy single, so been able to get another single there. And another completion of the over here. The Jamaicans hustling through the overs. Over number 36. 4 for 155, Carly.
And McCarthy has done an excellent job. 6 overs now, he has picked up none for 14, and that in any form of cricket is great bowling. He has tied down the batsmen, bowling from around the wicket, bowling mostly into the pads, and has a very good field set. Does not give up boundaries, and you always want a bowler like this who you can call on to keep the scoring down.
And in each of the matches so far, Carlisle, this is the phase of the innings when the Canadian batting has sort of lost its way and not pushed on to the extent that it has. So again, 15 overs, 14 overs now left. 5 and over 70 will give them what? 225. That won't nearly be enough for Jamaica.
Never know. It's a different track, remember I said to you.
But isn't it a smaller ground?
No, but the Canadian bowlers, spin bowlers have bowled very well here at the Connery Complex. So it's a different complex as compared to Warner Park. So it's a different game. The most important thing, runs on the board, is runs on the board. 4 for 155. Jamaica's rung the changes. Here comes Derval Green replacing Bowler. He's in now to bowl to Taker, who drives down the ground, gets an easy single. Score goes up to 156, 4 for 156, and he goes up to 32. And Taco is on 3. The captain comes into strike. He wears the number 29 for Canada. And Jim McCarter 6-0, 16-0. Getting through his overs very, 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 very quickly. Derval Green bungs away. He's into his 6th over. Just been stared down to third man. Jamie Merchant comes off. You only get 1, so they pick up 6 singles here. They'll be comfortable, Tony.
Yeah, Thakur's done a much better job so far in this innings at rotating the strike than he had been done in his previous innings. So encouraging for Canada, at least from that perspective.
4 for 157. Thakur is 4. Faker comes into strike. He's 31 from 55. He's facing his 56 delivery. He's back and gliding this one out to point. Can't score. Asset footed in. Is in the action. 4 for 157. Derval Green is into his 6th over. And this has been impressive so far here by the Jamaican bowling attack. Canada scoring at 4.31 for over. But Taker and Taco will have to bat deep it down. Slow delivery, been driven past the captain, Ravman Powell, who parried it. Still able to sneak a single. Lobs it out to Andrew McCarthy. The score goes up to 4 for 158. 4 for 158. And the score motoring around here. We expect some fireworks in maybe the next 3 overs or so. But these two will have to be there to be able to get those fireworks. Green is into bowl to the captain, gets a Yorker delivery, digs it out, but they're still able to come up with a single. Score goes up to 4 for 159, and the captain goes up to 5. Devil Green has bowled a beautiful over here so far.
Yeah, and kept both batsmen relatively quiet. No boundaries as yet in the over, and at this stage you'd think that the Canadians will be looking for at least one boundary and over for the last 14 overs.
4 for 159. Thacker is 33 from 58. He's just quietly taking his time. He's a big, tall guy. Goes down into his stance and waits for Devil Green. He's into ball to him. He's whipping this one beautifully up to Bonner, who's limping around in the 30-yard circle. So the completion of over number 37. Latest score here at Colonial Cricket Centre, 4 for 159. Canada batting first. Got to keep going forward, and that's what Canada is trying to achieve here. They have 13 overs to go. Devil Green 6-0, 20-0. And McCarthy into his 7th over, 6-0, 16-0. He comes in now to bowl to the Canada captain. Gets a flighted, flatter, faster delivery. Bang on target, can't hit it past Bonner. And the score remains on 4 for 159. McCarthy hurrying through his overs. A tug there from the Canadian captain down to long on. Gets a 160th run. 4 for 160. He goes up to 6. And Harsh Thaker comes in to strike on 33. McCarthy is into his 7th over. Here is Harsh Thaker back and looking to force this one down past the short third man. Can't score. Put it in among the walls here coming around. Is the offside. Here is Thaker. Look, Thacker down to the man himself, long on down to Jamie Merchant, who's a big guy. He's got to get down on the ground. Score goes up to 161. And Harsh Thaker finally comes off 33, goes to 34. McCarthy's into ball to the captain. The captain is hoiting this one into the air. Split the mid on and mid off. Bang for 6. So that's a good cricket shot. Skipper smacks that for 6, and the score shots up to 167. 4 for 167. The captain for the Canadian team, he goes up to 12. And they just check the ball to make sure that it is okay. Andrew McCarthy, none for 19 so far. And Taco making him wait. McCarthy's into both the Taco. He's driving. Can't beat Bonner at cover. And so the one more in this over. Jamaica get into the over. In fact, they finally complete the over. The umpires are holding for a moment there. So the end of over number 38. So the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. Canada 4 for 167.
And a welcome boundary in that over from the captain, that goal. So that would have helped the scoring to chug along a bit more.
So we come back with the action here, following the scoreboard. 4 for 167. The captain is 12. And Taker is 34 from 60 deliveries. And who's coming through here now? Devil Green. Andrew McCarthy, 7-0, 24-0. And Devil Green into his 8th over. 7-0, 17-0. Here is the big man himself there, looking to spank that. Lost his shape, but spanked it out to the sweeper Gordon. And picking up his 35th run. Score goes up to 168, 4 for 168. And he goes up to 35. The Canadian captain Taco is on 12 from 13, comes into strike. Andrew McCarthy 7-0, 24-0. 7-0, 24-0 is Andrew McCarthy. And Devil Green is certainly got to be into his 8th over. Slowly we pitched up the P for leg before he turned it onto the onside. And O'Shane Thomas into the short fine leg fumbles down on the ground. Almost floored like a boxer.
Loud appeal from the bowler, more in hope than anything else, because it actually came off the lower end of the bat and onto the pads.
4 for 169. Sneaked the leg by. So Taker is 35 from 61 deliveries. Devil Green is into his 7th over, none for 21. Glides away, is into both of him, is driving beautifully down the ground. They'll be comfortable to just get an easy single. No need to give it away. 4 for 169. Still got some time. He could get up to 250, Tony. Tony counting his numbers on his telephone. Devil Green turns from the CNC complex end. Shopping center is due to be opened by as early as January 2020. Short delivery is back and flicking this one up into the air. Jeremy Blackwood is going to get there. He's going to take that. That's a brilliant catch. He's an athlete. And he made that look so easy. It was like Kim Collins gliding across the Connery Cricket Center. And he came up with an easy catch. And the Canadian captain comes back to the pavilion for 13. Canada has lost their 5th wicket, 5 for 170. And Devil Green is struck for Team Jamaica.
A wicket they didn't want to lose. It was a short delivery from Green. And the captain, again, ball just going across his body, too close to him, had no room for the pull shot. And there was Blackwood running away and in and to his left and took a very good catch to make sure that Canada lose their 5th wicket. They didn't want to lose that wicket. And the captain, I think, just lost his head a little bit. Was going good, 13 from 14, but not long enough.
I guess the good news is that Shahid Amazai has now come to the wicket, and of all the Canadian batsmen left remaining, he is perhaps the one most capable of pushing the scoring along. So Canada will hope now that these two can bat out the remaining 11 overs and to see how far they can take the innings. I'm absolutely not sure as to what would be a defendable total on this ground.
Shahid Amazad comes in, but he's not in strike. It's Taker, who is 36 from 62 deliveries. Devil Green has picked up his 1st wicket, 1 for 23. And Canada 5 for 170. Taker will have to bat all of the 50 overs. First, get himself up to a nice half century and maybe end on 70s, 80 not out if he's got the capabilities. Devil Green, in the meantime, would want to dismiss him very quickly. Devil Green, a little medium pacer, a little slippery. He's in out to both of him. Short deliveries, looking to punch that. Nothing shot there at all. All he would have done was just steer that to the keeper. And again, his right foot not coming back and across, where he could have opened the face of the bat and steered that down to 3rd man.
Too close to him, Springer. Too close to him for that shot. Not needed. You just lost a wicket. You're looking to play safe.
Well, the most important thing is that he's in. But had he executed the correct positioning of his right foot, he'd been able to just glide that past the keeper and to the left of Merchant for 4. The positioning that he ended up in, it was a nothing shot. And he almost gave a nick to the number 75 with Thomas. Devil Green bongs away now into both to take a full toss. Hit that down the ground. Lucky to get away with that, Devil Green. Really lucky to get away with that full toss at the end of over number 39. Canada 5 for 171. The latest score here at the Connery Cricket Center. So you got to make sure that you get into an academy somewhere. Maybe one day you could be getting into the Joe Root Academy. Andrew McCarthy will have other ideas. He comes around the wicket. He's going to bowl to Taker. He's just whipping this one beautifully past the short mid-wicket. And Ravman Powell, the captain. And Gordon comes around quickly from the mid-wicket area and get a single. And And someone is saying, come on, we can't afford to give away any runs there. We got to be as tight as possible. 5 for 172. And Hashtaker goes up to 38. Devil Green 7-0, 24-1. And Andrew McCarthy hustling through the overs. One thing the Jamaicans have done expertly well here is that their spinners have been able to get in the overs. If you're just tuned in, Dennis Bulai, 10-0, 41-4. He's been the main destroyer of the Canadian batting. Andrew McCarthy around the wicket now. Over the wicket, sorry, to bowl to the left-hander. And he can't score. To bowl to Shahid. Shahid is not. Hope he's not on a long knot. We want to be able to get some score. He's back and sneaks a single, so he's finally off the mark. There was a lovely sound of the bat coming off there with the ball there just a while ago there. 5 for 172. No, it should be 5 for 173 because Shahid is off the mark. 5 for 173. McCarthy ringing the changes. Continues into his 8th over. He's enjoying the spell here. None for 25 so far. Around the wicket. The ball to Ashtaker. Ashtaker is whipping this one out to Gordon. Gets an easy single. None for 27. Score trickles on to 5 for 174. And he goes up to 39. 5 for 174. And Jim McCarthy is into his 8th over. Ringing the changes. Jamaica will feel that they're in the balance here. Bang on target, can't score on another over to the just about to be completed. And Jim McCarthy just quickly hustling, pressuring the Canadian batsman. Something that's certainly not on. He can't score there. So the completion of over number 40, Carlisle. Canada 5 for 174 and 10 overs to go, Carlisle. What's your predictions?
The problem for Canada are the wickets which have been lost. And all of the batsmen, with the exception of Khan, have had a sighter. Pathan 33, Meter 32, Kumar 42, and Thatgor 13. What you want to see and what you must get in order for you to get a decent score is for one of your batsmen in the top 3, even in the top 5, to convert. You get starts, you're looking for somebody to get 100, 120, and that is a significant difference between 210 and 260. Not when your batsmen get in and then get themselves out.
Andrew McCarthy 8-0, 27-0, and Derval Green comes back from the CNC shopping complex end. It's going to bowl to Ashtaker. Short delivery, rush onto him. Can't get any elevation, can't get any movement, and it just trickled up to the short mid-wicket fielder in Nkuma Bonner, who just lobs it back to the keeper, Thomas. 5 for 174.
What I want to see them do is to move Bonner around. They have been hitting the ball straight to him, and he has an injury. He has a knee injury. You don't have to hit it so hard. Just relax and place it either side of him and get your run.
Something Bonner has expertly been able to achieve when he's batting. Ashtaker is 39. Short deliveries back and pulling this one. Don't think O'Shane Thomas would have the legs to get across there. Poor feeling by him. Something he's got to work on. And he should have done a lot better with that, Carlisle. 5 for 178. Ashtaker goes to 43.
He got across. He was moving to his left. He got there in ample time, but he just eluded him and went for 4. Canada won't complain.
I think he took his eyes off the ball at the very last minute.
An area of his game which he certainly has to improve on is ground fielding. He's a big guy. He's only 22 years of age. So we have to look after him. Look after him very fast. Devil Green was very upset with that. He's in the boat. There you go. Full toss. Beautiful stop by Bonner. That's good commitment. That's beautiful commitment. Diving effort there, even though he's injured. To his right, full grasp, and still being able to recover and throw the ball at the striker's end. Excellent feeling by Bonner.
Very well done. This is what I'm talking about. I want to see them delay the shot just a little bit more. You don't have to go for power. Just delay it and force him to move to his left and to his right.
5 for 179. It's all good cricket. Fielding is an aspect of one-day cricket that you want to see. 10-10, T20, 50 over. Test cricket. A lot of the teams really consistently working on their fielding. Shahid waits for Derval Green. He's turning this beautifully down to the young man. Is that Bulai? Bulai who comes off the fine leg boundary. He's had a good spell, 10-0, 41-4. He's been the main destroyer, and he will be the leading man of the match contender as we speak, unless something special happens during the day. But he certainly bowled well. Came into his own. I know Carla, Andrew was asking about some wrist spinners that we had around, but we'll come back to that. Slow delivery, and he just turned it onto the outside. Blackwood is so fast, he's covering some ground. Somebody could be in trouble. Where you going, guys? Blackwood is an athlete. It's almost like a Kim Collins. He sped across the outfield very, very, very quickly. There's a wrist spinner, Carl Andrew, who played in the T20 from Trinidad and Tobago. What we call him again? He used to, when he get a wicket, he would shine his shoe. Yeah? Not a Badre. There was a wrist spinner. No, there was a young little wrist spinner in the T20 for Trinidad and Tobago. We'll find the name. Clip your mind. Oh, he's driving beautifully there. Bull Chinaman left arm. Completion of over number 41. He'll come to us just now, Andrew. 5 for 181. Taker is 45. And Shahid is on 2. More comments from you, Tony.
Well, a better over for the Canadians. Scoring rate ticked over nicely in that over. So they'll want to be, from this point onwards, looking to get upwards of 6 and over. And it's important that Thacker, who is, 45 now from 70, he is a set batsman. So he's the one that should be looking to push things along, but at the same time not getting out, so that he can bat all the way through to the end of the innings.
Derval Green 8-0, 31-1, and Ravman Powell ringing the changes here. You want to make sure that with 9 overs to go, Derval Green will have 2. O'Shane Thomas at some point in time, he has to come back. He's got a couple also. Andrew McCarthy, he's got also 2, so he's going to be mustering away. Down the onside, the umpire is going to signal a wide, and Hashtaker having a big heave. He made contact with that would have gone past the square leg fielder for 4. McCarthy into bow to him. He's going for that. That's gone all the way. 50 for Hashtaker. His list 50. That's a big hit. Giving some a little fright, and the small crowd here and the dugout from Canada acknowledges. He just raises his bat. Lovely shot by the young man, and the score shots up to 5 for 188, and he's batted beautifully. 51 off some 72 deliveries. Hashtaker.
Yes, the Canadian contingent cheering Hashtaker.
McCarthy's into bow to him. He's back and staring this down to short third man. Where is he going? He can't score. He's got to remain there, keeping the pressure up. So score line trickling away here. 5 for 188 looks a lot better than being all out for 188. Still got some 8 overs to go after this. Andrew McCarthy none for 34. Flatter faster, he's back and spanking out to Jermaine Blackwood. He's quick, crossed the ground very quickly. Carla, the spinner we were speaking about was, give me the name again. Dave Mohammed. Yes, he was good. He was good in his little short time on Trinidad and Tobago. What a joy he was in the T20. Here is Shahid just spanking this down the ground. This time, O'Shane Thomas comes across and does a lot better. He was just easily stroked to him, so he wasn't under any pressure. 5 for 190. Canada batting first here. Hashtaker is 52 for 73. Shahid goes up to 2. Andrew McCarthy is into bowl to Hashtaker. Is back and punching it. Again, Thomas comes into contention. He's being tested. And he just lobs this quietly up. And the Canadians maybe could have been thinking about maybe putting some pressure on him there, Tony. Go ahead, Christopher. Okay. Andrew McCarthy comes around now, short, and look at the punch shot down the ground. Well, O'Shane Thomas will have some work to do. He won't get there 4 runs. He won't get across there to that one for sure.
Fine shot.
And a good cricket shot there. So the latest score here, the Connery Cricket Centre. Canada batting first there, 5 for 195 from 42 overs. Got to make sure that you visit Trinidad and Tobago. You also have to remember that you got to visit St. Kitts and Nevis for Sugar Mass 48. And if you're maybe not interested in, you could share the two. You could come to St. Kitts and Nevis for Sugar Mass, and you can also go to Montserrat also for Christmas and Carnival. Or you can go to Montserrat and then come to St. Kitts and Nevis. It's your choice. Carly?
McCarthy has gone none for 41 from 9 after having such an excellent start. I think the Canadians have worked him out well and have picked him off. All they have to do now is to make sure that they don't allow him a sniffy in the final over, as they allowed Bulai to get a wicket in his last over. But what we saw in the last over there as well is that they moved Bonner. You can't play the ball straight to Bonner and he's carrying an injury. Cause him to move. Play to his left, play to his right, and make him move. Put some pressure on that knee.
8 overs to go, 5 for 195. And the big O'Shane Thomas comes away now from the CNC complex end. It's going to bowl to take a shot in his back and pulling this, but it's got protection there. Who's the protector? The man himself, Jermaine Blackwood, who's took an excellent catch today. Wearing the number 27. He's due for some runs. Jermaine Blackwood.
And 12 runs coming from that last over, so that would have been definitely one of the better overs of the Canadian innings so far.
5 for 196. They're fast approaching 200. Shahid comes in to strike. He looks relaxed. Left-handers always look beautiful. Thomas is in to bowl to Shahid. He comes quietly forward and sneaks a single. Bonner's got to Scarlight's head. Run a little bit, move him around. He's come to his right and they pick up an easy single. Score goes up to 5 for 197. 5 for 197. Shahid goes to 8. And Harsh Taker is on 54 from 75 deliveries. Comes into strike here. O'Shane Thomas. Before this 7-0, 20-0. He's really bowled well. I think this is one of his better spells that he's bowled so far in this tournament. Glides away. He's now into bowl to Harsh Taker. He's back and staring this. Could be in trouble here. And Asad footed in. Was to his left, but he had to get it onto his right hand to get the throw in the end. They got an easy single.
Ball watching.
Yes, both batsmen guilty of watching the ball and not communicating with each other. And this is actually the second time this has happened between these two.
So we got some time here. Maybe do one more over and then Andrew will come in and wrap up the innings. Maybe either send Canada back to Canada or Jamaica back to Jamaica. Thomas is in now to bowl to the left-hander, who's back and just sneaking this one around to Nicholas Gordon. Gordon has been a busy campaigner so far in innings. So the most important thing here, Carla, is that O'Shane Thomas is not giving away any boundaries as yet.
Not so far, but he has been working hard in the field and then having to come in to bowl. Remember, he had 2 good chases in the over before.
He did. 5 for 199. Canada approaching their 200. Can they get it into this over from Harsh Taker, who's 55. O'Shane Thomas is into bowl to Taker. Taker is back and spanking that out to the sweeper. 200 up for Canada, and they come back testing the arms of Bully.
Brilliant
running there.
Brilliant running. They have been a little bit undetermined, but when they have been good in their running, they have been excellent.
5 for 201. And Dennis Bully, who's also had some work to do on the sweeper, he also had to come around there, Carlisle. Jamaica team nursing some injuries here. You could see that quietly. 5 for 201. Harsh Taker is 57. And Shahid is on 9. O'Shane Thomas is bowled well so far. He's into his 8th over. Short deliveries back and clipping this. And again, Bonner has got to do some work, Carlisle.
Have to shift him around.
So the end of over number 43, Canada, 5 for 202. More comments from Carlisle and Tony, and then it will be the voice of Andrew Mason.
And 6 runs coming from that over, so they're on track now for the last few overs. batting at over 6 runs and over. So they'll want to continue this and see how far they can get to the end of 50.
And Harsh Thacker, who has been there for a while, has gone past his 50 on 57 from 77. He, of course, would want to be there at the end. But, Tony, I like the look of this Ahmadzai. He looks a busy player. He has come out and he has shown purpose. He has shown intent.
In each of the innings that he's played so far, and that's what I said that at the fall of Guru's wicket, that the good thing about the loss of Guru was that it was bringing to the crease Shahid Ahmadzai, who's proven to be the most adventurous and progressive of the Canadian batsmen.
We see the quarry, some work being done up there. The quarry right on top of the hill, thanks to some good work there from our cameraman. So lots of work being done up there.
Yeah, and it's high up. I didn't realize it was a quarry that high.
Okay, well, it's going to be the action continuing. The first ball is outside the off stump, bowled by McCarthy, cut away down to cover for a single. So this is now the end of everything. Now they got to try and maybe get up to 240, 250 if they can. We're into over number 44 now, and it's going to be McCarthy to continue the attack. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Shah. You're right, he's batted well. He's a good player. He's on 9. Thacker has been good. He's on 58. And they will want to score at maybe, I don't know, if they can get up pretty close to 10 per over. They've got wickets in hand. And we shall see Powell, who's done it long on, set in the field. The better fielders tend to go to long off and long on at this stage. And we've seen that Jason Hole is taking some brilliant catches, as we saw in the CPL playing for the Barbados Tridents. Wonderful catches done at long off and long on. Here's McCarthy, comes in, bowls to Shahid, and Shahid is forward and flicks the ball away up to mid-wicket for a run. Coming off the boundary very quickly is the very fast-moving Blackwood, who's very good in the field. So they get a single, 204 for 5. We're into over number 44 with that single. Shahid goes up now to try and make him 10. And it's McCarthy bowling round the wicket. He tends to bowl round the wicket a lot, as he will bowl to Thacker, who's done well. He's on 59 from 79 balls. He comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, he's driving. It's the bottom of the bat onto his pad and dribbles away to the slip position. The keeper picks it up. Good bowling there by McCarthy, keeping things tight.
And Andrew, they should be saying he has 3 balls left.
Well, he's got 3 balls left now, and to this delivery, he's outside the line, the leg stump, and he looks to sweep the ball. Is called a wide by the umpire. Umpire Shannon Crawford from Guyana, and that was wide. So the score goes to 204 for 5. Here's McCarthy, comes in to bowl to Thacker, and to this delivery, he's off the back foot and forces the ball away down to backward point. Just a single. Fooden comes across to make the stop, moving to his right. So far he's not conceded a boundary here, and we want to finish strongly. 206 for 5 with 2 left in his spell. He's bowled 9 overs and 4 balls, and has taken none for 45. McCarthy to bowl to the left-handed Shahid. Shahid is on 10. Thacker has gone to 60. Comes up now, he's in. And to this delivery, it's turned away down towards mid-wicket for a single. Blackwood comes off the boundary to pick it up. That was fast and flat. Matsman didn't have enough to free his arms there. So it's going to be McCarthy to bowl his last ball. 206 for loss of 5. Last ball of over number 44. He's going to bowl round the wicket. I would love to get a boundary here as he tosses the ball from hand to hand. This is McCarthy. Comes in to bowl to Thacker, and to this delivery. Oh, he doesn't deliver. That's all part of the mind games there. He just brought the arm over but did not deliver.
Jamaica would love to get a wicket.
Jamaica would love to get a wicket as well. You're right. I'm sure Rodman Paul, who's very close to you, would agree with that. It's 207 for loss of 5. In he comes, McCarthy's up and bowls. A ball which is on the line to the left, and they will get a wicket. Well. On the last ball, there's Thacker going forward and just playing the ball straight to Bulai, who takes the catch of the wicket. You should buy a lotto ticket, my friend. Oh my golly, it was a ball that was short, and there was a batsman just playing the ball away. It's a soft dismissal. Thacker goes 207 for loss of 6.
Situational awareness, and Thacker just gave his hand away, gifted Jamaica a wicket. And you just look at this, the last ball of the spell from Andrew McCarthy, who had failed to pick up a wicket, and here was he just going back in his crease and hitting this on the up, directly to the fielder Bulai, who took a good catch. And at this stage of the game, he should have been saying to himself, this is over number 44. We have 6 overs left. But not only that, if we play out Andre McCarthy, we don't have to worry about him again. He goes back to the hut knowing that he failed to get a wicket today, and he was fairly expensive. So one dot ball won't hurt us.
No.
But a wicket will definitely hurt us.
I agree
and
with
they
that.
gifted a wicket.
All right, so how do you assess it now? We're into over number 45 now, 207 for 6. What do you think Canada will be looking for here?
If I were Jamaica, I would be extremely delighted at this stage because 243 was not enough in the last game. Canada would optimistically be looking to get past 240, 250. But with the batting that they have left, they would be lucky to get past 230.
You agree with that, Tony? You haven't said a word in a long time.
I am shell-shocked by the stupidity of that dismissal. The Canadian coach doesn't have a lot of hair.
Okay. And, well, it's Thomas to continue. A ball outside line the off stump. And there's the batsman, Shai, just looking to... Mova is the batsman, just looking to just run the ball down to the gully area. And there is no run, 207 for 6.
Mova is a new batsman.
He's a new batsman.
Shahid's on strike.
Shahid is on strike. So Mova has come out to do battle. Shahid can bat a bit. He's got 11. Mova would want to stay with him. 207 for 6 over number 45. And the big Thomas begins to move in. On his way, goes past the umpire now. He doesn't deliver. So what kind of score are you looking at for, Tony, at the moment? 207 for 6. Tell me what you're thinking.
Well, what I'd hoped for would have been close to 250 at this rate. How many overs do we have left?
This is over number 45.
Carlisle is saying 5 overs left. They'll be lucky if they get beyond 220, 225.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Just work the ball around. The 4s may come along. Shai settles and waits, and Thomas comes up now. He's in. And to this delivery, he's back and turns the ball away fine for a single. Gordon, very good in the field, very athletic. Comes across to his left to pick it up. The batsman get the single. And it means that the score will go to 208 for loss of 6. And it means that Mova comes in the strike now. But the Jamaicans have kept things rather quiet. They've done a good job. And Canada, in these remaining overs, will hope that the tail can wag and get them up to 230, 240. The pitch is pretty good for batting, Carlisle.
Very good. Very good.
Well, Mova is the new man. And it's 208 for a loss of 6 wickets. Mova's come out. And he will take his guard from umpire Ramdani, who's doing duties today with umpire Crawford. So we've got the Guyanese Trinidad and Tobago connection. Here's Big Thomas as he comes in to bowl to Mova, goes past the umpire, bowls to Mova. Mova gets a short ball and stands up straight and just plays it ball out towards the backward point area. And Ferdinand comes across to his right to pick it up. Cocks the arm and threatens to throw, but they had the single in control there. That was a pretty sharp delivery bowled by Thomas. His length today has been good, 8 overs and 1 ball, no business done for 28.
Yeah, he has had a good game today in terms of his length. Wicketless, but who knows? These Canadians like to give gifts. And so he might very well pick up a wicket.
Well, we've always been considered to be very generous.
Oh, very generous, of course. You're right.
So maybe we've brought that to our cricket.
Here's Thomas. Comes up now. He's in and bows to Shahid. And Shahid is getting a wide ball outside the off. That's going to be called a wide. And the bowler hands a Kimbo look at the umpire. I don't know what he's trying to suggest there, but that seemed to be rather wide.
But he did signal, he signaled wide,
Right.
and then he signaled a free hit.
He signaled a free hit.
So it would be useful to take a look at that, because I'm sure that he signaled a wide,
Yes.
which does not occasion a free hit.
No.
But then he signaled a free hit, which meant that it's a no ball.
Oh, yes, it is. Well, maybe he should have signaled a no ball first.
Exactly.
I would have thought so as well, but here we go. As Thomas starts his run, comes up now, he's into bowl to left-handed Shahid into this delivery. He's getting a wide ball outside the off stump, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Didn't stretch across enough. It was full, it was quick, and taken by Thomas. So, he got away with that. 211 for loss of 6. We're into over number 45, and we shall see what happens in terms of the Canadians. They won the toss, and they chose to bat in good conditions here. We're going to be here at Connery for the next 2 days. There's a match tomorrow and one on Wednesday. Here we go. As Thomas again comes up on his way to bowl to Shahid into this delivery. He's hitting the ball in the air. Cotton bowl. Soft dismissal. Well, the ball was coming from the top of the bat, and there's the batsman Shahid gone. And that was a very, very easy wicket to get, really. The catch is taken by the bowler. Further trouble for Canada in over number 45. They find themselves at 211 for loss of 7.
And
delivery, which is short, and he's coming forward, turning the bat, again closing off the face of the bat, and it just looped up high to give O'Shane Thomas his first wicket of the day. It is just as if the Canadians have decided that they don't want any bowler to go wicketless.
Well said. 211 for 7 now. Tony, do you think you've got enough runs? Talk to me.
oh, definitely not. And once again, the Canadian innings falling apart at a crucial stage. They've been guilty of this in all of the matches that they've played so far. I guess we can only put it down to inexperience, but as I was saying earlier, the Canadian coach doesn't have much hair on his head.
Right.
But what little he does have, he must be pulling it out.
You reckon?
They just keep making the same errors over and over again. Sana is the new batsman. We know that he can wield the long handle at times, but
don't you think your spinners can defend 220?
They can defend 220, but at this rate, 7 wickets down, even 220 might be doubtful.
Oh,
we can maybe bowled out for under 220.
There. You never know. Cricket is a funny game. You got a wicket, and then you could find the Canadian cat among the Jamaican pigeons. You know what can happen? The spinners, they've done pretty well. I wouldn't think they're out of the game by any stretch of the imagination at all. The action continues. The first ball, bowled to Sanders down the leg side, and the batsman comes across. It's a wide call by the umpire. 212 for loss of 7. I've seen enough cricket across the Caribbean to know that a team making 200 may not be out of the game at all.
Yes, but then they ran into, we said that in the last game, and then they ran into one Rovman Powell, who still has the bat in this match.
Well, he may not strike twice. 212 for 7. But I see the point you're making. But the runs on the board as well. Have you seen a couple of teams struggle to get scores that we consider not to be a lot? Here's a delivery, which is given out like before, as the batsman played right across at Sana, struck on the pad, and Thomas gets another wicket. A lovely delivery as he played across it, and it means now further trouble for the Canadians. 212 for loss of 8.
And if this were baseball, that would have been a double play. Because not only was he given out LBW, but the other batsman who was charging down, the stumps were broken.
Right.
Fortunately, in cricket, is only the first one that gets out. O'Shane Thomas bowling at a very full length and caught the batsman with his 2 feet together on the crease. Question of height, but the umpire called it out. And so he's out LBW. Thomas has picked up his 2nd wicket in the over, and Canada falling in further trouble. 212 now for the loss of 8 wickets.
But based on what you've seen on the monitor, you think it was a pretty good decision, you think?
I would love to see it from sideways. The question would have been height, because he's not a tall man, but he had left the ground actually. And so the question is whether or not it would have been going over the top.
All right, so Canberra man comes out to do battle. Thomas has picked up his 2nd wicket, but this represents a massive decline by Canada here.
And not for the first time in this competition. We now have 5 overs remaining, and they're in danger of being bowled out before the 50 overs are completed.
Well, let's hope that these two, for your sake, can bat away. And it's Mova, who's at the non-strikers, but Canada's come out, and he's going to face up to someone who's bowling sharp. I mean, Thomas has looked pretty sharp in this tournament, and he will want to try and wrap it up here. Good captaincy on the part of Paul to bring his main men in. We saw Bulloy picking up some wickets. He actually got 4 now. Towards the end is Thomas, the big fast ball, as he comes into Bolton Man. And just he pitched him outside the off stump, and not keen to get into the line. I think he was expecting a short ball, and he was more going across the square leg. And the ball flies by to be taken by the keeper to end over number 45. At the end of it, Canada continues to struggle in the sunshine of Connery. 212 for loss of 8. That's the latest score. Carlisle.
I have to go back to 147 for 3, with, at that time, Bulai in his last over.
Right.
And Kumar, the set batsman, just gifted his wicket away, just tapped one very easily to be out, caught there by Gordon for 42, which made it 148 for the loss of 4 wickets. And since then, the Canadians have struggled.
They have indeed. Well, it's going to be Gordon to take over. He's going to take over from McCarthy, and he is going to come into the attack now. You've seen Gordon. What do you think of the young man?
Good outing for him. At least he got himself into the game. Bowls with a little strongman action.
Right.
Again, he has been wicketless so far, but who knows?
Given what we've
Canadians
seen
like
from
to give gifts.
Yeah, of course, into this coming up to Christmas time now as well. So 212 for loss of 8. And in the meantime, it's going to be Gordon to take it up. He's going to bowl to Mova. And he comes on his way, goes past the umpire now. He's up and bowls to Mova. Mova's forward, plays the ball, pitch the ball, picks up and cocks the arm and threatens to throw. In Nevis, are they getting ready for Christmas? Celebrations have started. Lots of Christmas music on the radio. Or not as
The
yet.
Christmas music has been late in coming in Nevis this year. Some carols, but not a hell of a lot.
How come they're so late in Nevis this year?
Have no idea.
You have no
Maybe
idea?
other things on their mind.
Oh, man, okay.
Carnival is in St. Kitts and Nivisions participate in a big way.
Oh, I see. Wonderful indeed. Here's Gordon. Comes up, bowls to Mova. Mova's forward, flicks the ball away for a single down towards mid wicket. And the score goes up to 213 for loss of 8. Well, in Barbados, it's different. In fact, there was a time when we certainly started the celebrations. I know I was in Guyana, was it last year, and from as early as October, they were starting the Christmas music and all that. But in Barbados, it's different because November is the Independence Month, and in fact, there's a local station in Barbados that actually carries all local music for the entire month.
Brilliant.
Yes, they do that. And as I was saying earlier, I think Prime Minister Arthur, when he was very much in charge, then got the country to recognize the importance of independence. And therefore, you'll find in Barbados that you're not going to have a lot of celebrations, a lot of talk about Christmas in November. It's the Independence Month. Then you start it from December the 1st. Here's a delivery as Gordon is in. Bowls, the ball turned away down towards the mid-wicket area. They'll get 2 runs now because the fielder at mid-wicket came across, did not pick it up. Had he picked it up and hit the stumps, there might have been some trouble. And instead, the ball went down to mid-wicket. Straightish, and the captain had to come forward to collect it. And instead of a run-out, they were able to get 2 runs to carry the score to 214 for 8. Every run is vitally important here. Tony?
Yes, every run and every ball that they don't lose another wicket
Yeah.
becomes even more important.
Here's Gordon, comes up now. He's on his way. He's in into this series outside land. The off-stump played away down to backward point. Well, Ferdinand has done a great job. He's gotten a lot fitter nowadays, Ferdinand, making runs for Jamaica and fielding well at backward point. And I'm sure tonight he's going to be talking about, he's a big chatter, you know, Ferdinand. Wonderful man, wonderful personality. And he came across and picked it up. And there's no run. Gordon again, over number 46 being bowled. It's 215 for 8. He comes up now on his way and goes past the umpire now into this delivery. Ball pitched on the out stumping man is forward and drives the ball quite nicely down to cover. Bonner is inside the circle, makes a stop, and there's no run. 215 for 8. Tony?
Man has looked quite good with his technique so far. He hasn't been unduly troubled by any of the bowlers. He just needs to find the gaps a bit more often.
Well, let's see if he can find the gap now and get a run or 2 for Canada. They really need the runs. 215 for 8. Here's Gordon, comes in and bows to man to this delivery. He's looking to work the ball away, and it might have just clipped the pad and goes down towards fine. Let us look at the umpire. Was there bat into that? We'll put our eyes on umpire Crawford, who comes across and confirms a leg by with a gentle touch of the left knee, and that means a leg by is signal. So we've now completed another over. 46 overs gone now. Canada winning the toss and batting. They are 218 for loss of 8, which is the latest score here at Connery.
And so only 4 overs left now.
Right.
215 for the loss of 8.
Right.
Canada would be concerned about the eight wickets which are down. But if they can bat the 4 overs, 4
Right.
sixes are 24. And even if they only get 20 runs,
Right.
235 would be a lot better than 225.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they will be hoping that the spinners can provide some trouble for the Jamaicans, the men from the land of wood and water. Traffic is, of course, very busy in the streets. What part of, you know St. Kitts well, where are we now? Are we outside the airport?
That looks like just outside the stadium where we are.
Just outside the stadium. Okay. All right. So got the lovely St. Kitts flag dancing rather merrily in the wind as well.
You should recognize that roundabout, Andrew. You
You
went around it a couple of times.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, you're right. And this morning when we were coming as well. In the meantime, it looks as if it's going to be Green back in the attack. He's in bows to man. Man is forward, opens the face of the bat and runs the ball down to the backward point area for a single to carry the score to 216 for loss of 8. And of course, behind us, you've got the national park there.
National Heroes
National
Park.
Heroes Park. And of course, you've got, 5 national heroes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. So sometime when you die, you'll become the 6th. Is that on? You're not quite sure about that, huh?
I'll be a hero to myself.
A hero. All right, of course. The heroes, of course, John King, the current Minister of Culture in Barbados, did a wonderful song. He talked about the heroes that you see every day. And it was a wonderful song that he presented. 217 for 8. As it's going to be Green comes up, he's in bowls to the batsman Mova, whips the ball up to mid-wicket for 1. Keen to come back for the second, won't go for it. As it's Bonner, comes across to pick it up. He may want to be a hero today in the challenge. If they win this Jamaica, they go up to 12 points and making the competition interesting.
Absolutely. They'll be level with the Leewards from the same number of matches.
All right. So the prediction is that Leewards and Barbados will go through according to Mr. Carlisle Powell. But our friend Tony says no. It's Jamaica and Barbados. We shall see. Green misses his run and goes back to his mark. I'll say hello to all of our viewers and listeners in Jamaica, the land of wood and water. And of course, we want to say hello to all of our friends in Canada as well. 218 for 8. And it's going to be Green. Over number 47 being bowled. He's going to bowl to the left-handed man who is on 3 into this delivery. It's edged down to third man. Footed and comes across. Makes a good stop. He's gotten fitter. And he's really done very well. Footed in to come across to pick it up. Sure, when I see him later at the hotel, he's going to be saying, boy, Andrew, I was good in the field today, you know. He's got that lovely accent. You know, he's a wonderful man. Always his chatter. And always the last to leave breakfast. So, 219 for loss of 8. And it's going to be the little Mova to see what he can do. Man has looked good playing some lovely shots. Lovely 1 or 2 little drives in the offside. So it's going to be Derval Green, the bustling medium pacer, comes in on his way to bowl to Mova. And Mova's forward and drives, bursting through the fingers of the bowler, down towards long off for 1. They're keen to come back for the second one. The return comes in and they get 2.
Good
now,
running.
what's going on with our good friend Mr. Thomas down there at the long off area? Hans Akimbo didn't come in, was moving at the pace of a giant African snail, and they were able to sneak the second run. My golly.
Well, he assumed that they would only take 1, but in cricket there is no assumption that we are out on the boundary and the batsman will only take 1. That's excellent running by Canada.
Indeed, they came back for the second, 221 for 8. And the captain, Paul, was not at all impressed with that. The big man, Paul, had to crank that body up. Here is Green, comes in and bowls the ball, pitched up and driven by Mova. Down towards long on for a single. The fielder down at long on gets the ball to his hands very quickly, recognizing that they were contemplating that second run. And good work by Dennis Smith down there to pick it up. So just a 1. So 222 now for loss of 8. These runs are important here. We're into over number 47. They'll be happy to try and to get up to 235, maybe 240. They need a boundary. Green comes in to bowl to Man into this delivery. Man is onto the front foot, steers the ball away down to backward point, and the batsman will get the single. He played that ball with an open blade. McCarthy came across to pick it up to end over number 47. At the end of it, 223 for loss of 8 is the latest score here at Connery.
Excellent batting. Excellent strike rotation. If only we had seen this from the batsmen who was set,
right,
the score could very well have been an additional 20 runs by now. But these two have batted very sensibly, and I'm sure that the coach would have said to them, make sure you're there at the end of 50 overs. And if they can do this for the next 2 overs, make it up to 49 overs, and then have a go in the final over.
Right.
Whatever they get will be important runs for Canada.
And they could still get up to 240.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
7 runs coming from that over without any hassles at all.
Right. Sometimes in cricket you just have to apply the common sense and just work the ball around and get the singles. Now it's going to be Gordon to continue. as he will bowl to Man. Man has got 5. Movers on 6. We start over number 48. He's in and bowls. Short and hit in the air. Down to backward point. 1. Fielder comes off the boundary, picks it up. That's Bulleye, who's been everywhere. And the return comes in to the base of the stumps. A single. So these runs are important here for Canada. They go to 224 for 8 with that single. And the left-handed Man goes up now to make him 6. He's levelled with Mova. And Gordon goes back to his mark. No slip as was expected at this stage. Wide third man, backward point, covering the boundary. Now it looks as if Bonner's going to go across to cover. The captain is inside the circle at mid-off, hands akimbo, long on, wideish. There's a man at mid-wicket and there's a man down at the backward square boundary and a long leg. Here is Gordon, comes up now, in bows to Mova. Mova is dragging the ball away from outside the line of the off stump down towards the position of square leg, forward of square, and footed in, who will presumably open the batting for Jamaica. Comes across to his right to make the stop. They get a single. 225 for 8. Carlisle Powell in over number 48.
Good going, 224, considering that they lost the wicket at 212 and people were wondering if they could bat out the overs. These two have shown good sense.
Here's Gordon. Canada in need of a boundary. And this delivery is on the line of the middle stump. Very well bowled indeed. Bang on target. And all Man could do was just come across, push it up towards extra cover. And there is no run. Very good delivery there from young Gordon.
Excellent delivery. Bang on target, forcing them. If you want to get runs, you have to take it from off of your stumps and give me an opportunity to get you out.
So, what do we have now? 225 for 8. Here's Gordon looking to fit it strongly. Comes in to bowl to left-handed Man, and Man is whipping the ball away in the air, out towards the mid-wicket area. Gets a run. It was a different line on this occasion. It was in there for quite a long time. And a run as McCarthy came across to his left to pick it up. So Man gets 1 to go up to 7 now. 226 for loss of 8. Do you think, Tony, that you can still get up to that 235, 240? What do you think? Talk to me.
Well, if these two remain to the 50th over and going at 6 or 7 and over, yes, they can. But it's going to be important that they do not lose any more wickets, because I don't know the last man, Mr. Zafar, how capable he is.
Here's Gordon, comes up now, bows to Mova. Mova is driving a full delivery, bang on target. Again, that was pitched up. Lots of movement in the crease while the bowler is coming in, just trying to offset the bowler. Maybe have a look at him for this last delivery, but he couldn't score as the ball came to the bottom of the bat, went down to Bonnet cover. And there's the run. The young man is bowled well so far in this over.
Bowled well so far in this over. He is none for 61, so his overall spell has been expensive. The batsman would be better off trying to keep his balance at the crease.
Here's Gordon, bows to Man. Man is driving. That's gone away for 4. The fielder coming across to try to take the catch would have gotten his hand to it. Green. It was pitched up. It went down to the long on area. Green came across, just signaling to the umpire now that there's actually 4 runs, but he got his hand to it. And in fact, he's just trying to get the attention of the umpire there. So 4 runs at the end of over number 48 to carry the score to 230 for the loss of 8.
And Canada would be kicking themselves, saying if we had batted sensibly, it probably would have been 200 and 260. They're 230 for 8 with 2 overs left. They still have to bat 12 balls. They will be looking not to lose their wickets and to bat short. If they bat those 12 balls, Andrew, they still are looking at 240. They have gone past my 230 that I predicted.
They'd love to get to 250. That's possible. That will be psychological here. We may have a good game in the afternoon. We shall see. In the meantime, it's Thomas as he comes round the wicket now. He's in and bows to Man. This every man is getting the ball pitched up, digs it out, plays the ball up towards wide long off, gets a single. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. The return is on the way. Smith very quickly picks it up. So just a single. And the first ball from over at number 49. The ball is full and bowled by Thomas. So a single off the first ball. You need, Tony, about, 6, 7, 8, 9 runs in this over? That would make you happy, Tony?
10 in the last 2 would make me more than happy.
Okay, well if you do that.
That would take us beyond 250.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sure. Well, you need a boundary or 2 here. Thomas, the big man, just gone to 231 for 8 with that single. Man goes up to 7. Movers on 11. And Thomas just bringing the third man inside the circle. And he's now pushed the mid-wicket outside the circle down at mid-wicket. In he comes. Big man. comes in to bowl to Mova, and to this Stevie Mova is driving straight into the the foot of the bowler there. It was a ball pitched up, and he hit it very hard indeed, and it went into the bowler's boot and stopped. So that's good as far as the Jamaicans are concerned. That was hit pretty straight. You never know. The fielder might not have been able to get across from long off.
I don't think he would have, and O'Shane Thomas's ankle coming to the rescue.
When he wears a size 15 shoe, you know, 231 for loss of 8. He comes up now, he's in to bowl to Mova, and Mova gets a ball short and swings it. And the ball comes from the toe end of the mat, goes up towards long off. I was looking out towards mid-wicket, but the ball actually hit the splice of the bat and went up towards long off for 1. So far, things have been rather quiet in the over. We've had 3 balls, 2 runs coming, 232 for 8. Carlisle.
The captain had already given the signal to Green that he was going to replace Thomas at the far end.
Right.
But you see what 2 wickets can do?
Yep.
Thomas has been allowed to come back for his final over.
Well, he's picked up 2 for 33 now. It's gone to 232 for loss of 8. He's in and bowls. The ball which is on the line to the legs. Played away up towards mid-wicket. From the bottom of the bat, man gets a single. Little left-hander gets 1 more. So the score goes to 233 for loss of 8. They're working the ball around. Last wicket fell at what? 200 and what was it? Last
212.
Wicket? 212. So this, in the context of what we've seen so far, an important partnership for wicket number 9.
Very important partnership. They could have easily folded for 220, 230. But these two, every extra run that they have added has given Canada some hope.
Well, it's going to be Thomas as he comes in to bowl to Mova, goes past the umpire now, in bowls to Mova. Mova's getting a ball outside the outside and cracks it down to backward point. Gets 1. Really challenged for the second. Yes, he will. The return comes in from Bulai. He scoots home. Good aggressive cricket. It was outside the outside, hit down towards backward point. Bulai had to come across. Had to move a long way across to pick it up. They got the second run in to carry the score to 235 for loss of 8. Good running.
Very good running. He put on his skates, he put his head down, and he ran for home.
Indeed. So what do we have now? We've got Thomas going back to his mark. With those 2, Mova goes to 12. I'm sure Canada would love to get a boundary here. Over number 49, it's 235 for 8. And here is Thomas as he comes in to bowl to Mova. In bowls to Mova. Mova gets shot ball and swats it really, as if he was swatting a fly. And he got on the back foot, went down to wide long on. It was banged in the pitch and just gets a single. So, at the end of the over, Thomas completes his spell. 9 overs, no middens, and he picked up 2 for 38. At the end of over number 49, it's 236 for loss of 8, which is the latest score at Connery. So it's going to be Derval Green, the bustling medium pace, to bowl the last over. And the question being asked, how many runs can Canada get here? Of course, another question, can the Jamaicans maybe just knock them over with 2 balls? We shall see. 236 for loss of 8. It's not a big score, but it's the kind of score that you would think that you've got a chance, you've got good spinners in operation. I certainly wouldn't even entertain the thought of calling it. Here is Green as he comes up now in bowls. The ball pitched up and stroked away. Down to long on for 1. Will they look for the second run? No, they won't. Good work indeed by the fielder coming in. Now the ball hits the bowler and goes away in the offside, and they get a second run. It went down towards the long on area. There was a fielder coming in. That's Gordon. And they're back for the second. These runs are important. 238 for a loss of 8 with some 5 balls to come.
Very important runs and good aggressive running by Canada. They were looking for the opportunity, and when that ricocheted, they just scooted through for the second run.
Now what will Mr. Green do here? Can he keep it tight? Can he produce a Yorker to get rid of this man, Mova, who's batted well? Man has been a good first officer. They've done a good job. 238 for a loss of 8. Here's Green, comes up now. He's in and bowls to Mova, and Mova gets 1, which is coming from the bottom of the bat. Lots of movement in the crease. I don't know if there's need to do that, really. It was full, and the bottom bat, I think he was just looking to maybe play a little twitch hit, and the ball came from the bottom bat. But he got a single for it, importantly, and that single the ball went out towards mid-wicket for 1. So 239 for it with some 4 balls to come. Is 250 on the board, possibly? Or more like 245?
Don't think so.
Nope.
245 would be a good aim.
Right.
250 would mean that they would have to hit at least a boundary.
Yeah, I would think so as well.
And preferably the big boundary, the 6.
Yeah, okay, we'll see what happens there. Green looking to keep it quiet. And he's continued the attack. 2 balls bowled so far on the over as he comes up again on his way to bowl to Mantis. Every man is driving down towards the long off, just a single. Gordon comes forward quickly, recognizing that he might have been looking for that second run. It was pitched up in the off stump. Came in very quickly indeed to stop it and got the ball out of his hands quickly, limited the batsman to 1. So far so good for Jamaica. 3 balls have been bowled in the over and they've made, 4 runs? That's not bad at all as far as Jamaica concerned here. They wouldn't want to give up a boundary here now, Tony.
Yes, and Canada trying to eke as many runs as possible out in this last over.
Here is Derval Green as he comes in now to bowl to Morvan. Morvan is driving straight down towards the long off area. That's a wonderful shot and a very good piece of cricket. They'll get the second run. Gordon, who's very quick, comes across to make the stop. Having to move across to his left, it was hit straight. A strong man and made the save. Of course, Captain Paul recognizing the importance of the long off and long on. And he's perhaps put his 2 best fielders in himself, of course. But Gordon is a good mover. He's done it long on. They're back for the second. Now 2 balls are left. 242 for loss of 8. Make that 240 for loss of 8. It was hit straight by the batsman Mova. He goes to 18. Paul decides to come across to his right. Very straight down at long off. Here's Green. Comes up now. Bowls to Mova. Mova gets one side of the off stump. Steers it out towards cover. Gets one. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. He knows that Blackwood is very good. He comes in, picks it up, throws the ball right over the bails, and they just get a single. So what do we have? 242 for loss of 8. And I make it 1 to come now. Just double checking.
1 to come.
1 to come. All right. So Man is going to see what he can do. Can he be the man of the moment here? We shall see. Can Man 1 to come. 243 for 8. Can he get a boundary? Can he get the maximum here? I think the score is not a bad score at all. Here's Green with the last ball. Comes up now. On his way, he's in. And bowls to Man. A Man drives up towards the mid-off area. Gets 1. Will he come back for the second? He will come back for the second. And, in fact, there's a chance for a run-out. The run-out is going to take place just about now. So it means that Mova's run-out. But they got a single. They were looking for the second run. Perhaps had Mova been more alert, they might have come back for the second. But in the final analysis, the last ball producing the run. So Canada winning the toss and batting here in the sunshine of Connery. They have ended on 244 for the loss of 8.
244 for 9, actually.
For 9.
With that last run out. And Mova fell asleep.
He did.
Because the ball went down deep towards the boundary. And let's look at it now. Full toss, low full toss, hit the bottom end of the bat, and it's last ball, so you're charging. But the fielder goes on the ground.
Right.
And once he's on the ground, it's a last ball anyhow.
Right.
You just set off running.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that. He went to sleep, and so he lost his wicket. But Andrew and Tony, the recovery, those runs by the last 2 batsmen could be very important runs.
Right.
Because the wicket went down with the score on 212. And they have managed to push it all the way to 243. Those could be very crucial runs at the outcome of this game if Canada bowl well.
No, can I ask you a question? I'm going to ask it slowly. Do you think they've got enough?
No. Listen, I'm a former airport manager, and I spoke to an old legendary pilot one time, and I said to him, listen, if you have a 10,000 foot runway, do you have enough? He said, Powell, in an emergency, you always want more. It is my same situation with cricket.
Right.
When you bat first, if you can get an extra 50 runs, you'll take it, regardless of your score.
Right.
It's an insurance policy.
Right.
So Canada here, 243 is a good score. But I figure if they would have been happier with 260.
260.
Yes, and they had 260, but the in-batsmen kept getting out.
In fact, at one stage, they were 147 for 3.
With a batsman on 42.
Right. He gave this hand away.
Gave his hand away.
Now, Tony, talk to me now. I know you were worried. You were absolutely crestfallen at one stage. Are you feeling better now, 243 for 9?
No, not at all, because 243 was what Canada made at Warner Park.
Right.
It proves to be insufficient. This
Right.
is one more. And on this outfield, even with the Canadian spinners, I don't think, I'm not confident that it'll be
Well,
enough.
well, I wouldn't call it. I mean, I think Canada can win this game as well. I mean, I'm not saying that Jamaica will win it, but I think I've been around long enough to know that teams can struggle. That scoreboard pressure, of course, can be of great importance as well. I think it's going to be important to see what the spinners do in terms of the pitch here. You would think that 244 in these conditions, Jamaica should get home, but
Should.
cricket is a funny old game.
Yes, but you have to look at the strength and the depth of the Jamaican batsmen.
Right.
The
And
Canadians,
but the Jamaican batting can fail.
yeah,
Right.
but Canada, in order for the Jamaican batting to fail,
Right.
Canada will have, the Canadian bowlers will have to do two things. One,
Right.
put them under pressure, restrict the scoring,
Right.
and at the same time take wickets
Right.
regularly.
Right.
Against,
I would just counter that by saying, though, that there's a possibility that you can bowl your 50 overs out under 243 as well.
yeah,
That's
but
quite possible as well.
entirely possible. But
Right.
the other part of it too is that they're going to have to take the chances,
The chances as well.
when they present themselves.
You
So
don't seem confident at all.
I'm again based on past experience and what happened in the last match.
Right.
I think it might be 20 or 30 runs too short,
Mhm.
but we will see.
Canada they have been taking early wickets. The trick is, after taking early wickets, there is sometimes a lull before they get additional wickets.
Mhm.
Let us look at the last game. There were 2 wickets that went down early, and the critical point in the game was an over where the pacer was bowling, had a very close shot for LBW, and then had a catch which just dropped short of the wicket keeper. The keeper didn't dive forward. He took it just on the bounce.
Mhm.
I mean, a wicket of Fudderdin. In a situation like that, you go all out because you want to complete the other wicket. And then, a couple of crucial things that happened after that. When it seemed as if it was going to rain, and Canada needed a very tight over to be ahead of Duckworth Lewis in case the rain came,
Right.
they didn't quite recognize.
No.
And so they did not bring back the seamer.
Right.
They brought back a spinner who got hit for 3 sixes in the over.
Right.
And Jamaica, for the first time in the game, went ahead and
went
Duckworth
ahead.
Lewis.
That's true. Mm.
The other crucial point, I sat at home and looked at the game and listened to you gentlemen, and I noticed that Rovman Powell didn't face a single ball from the pace until he was 70 odd.
Right.
And by that time, he had been smacking the spinners all around and out of the park.
Right.
You explain to me how, as a captain, you have a batsman who is hitting the spinners hell for leather,
Right.
and you refuse to bowl him 1 ball of pace until he had gone 70-something. They waited too late.
So Tony, your captain would have been under the microscope then.
He has been for the entire tournament. I don't think he has made the best on-field decisions. Even before that, coming back to the game against Barbados, you had a situation where in the Leeward Islands game, Harsh Thakur had been the most economical, the best of the Canadian bowlers. He took 3 for 24 from 7 overs. Against Barbados, he never saw the ball until the 19th over. By which time, chasing a small total of 186, the match was half over. So the impression I've gotten from Thakur, this is his first stint captaining a national team, is that he follows a plan. He follows a set plan,
Okay.
and he doesn't change the plan based on the situation
Right.
of the match at any given time. It's like if it's a
Right.
predictable, this is what I'm going to do
Right.
with this bowler at this point.
And this is where the senior players and the team come in, because there are some captains who are extremely good at captaining by consensus.
Right.
You look, we just finished a T20 series against Afghanistan. Rashid Khan had tremendous help from the former captain
Right.
and other senior players on
Right,
the side.
right.
You can't say, listen, you're the captain, you make all the decisions in isolation. Senior players have to get in his ear. And if he's not a good listener, then you have a problem.
Right. You're right. Okay, well, gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Of course, we got to make sure that we come back and bring all the viewers and the listeners the response in terms of the Jamaicans. The magic number for them is 244. And towards the end, we saw the Canadians, because it looked at one stage as if they might have only gotten to 220. The question being asked from there and far, is that enough? The answer is I don't know. What we do know is that we're going to take a break. We'll come back and be with you in about half an hour's time. Please join us then. the Canadians saw them up to 244 for 9, and they will feel they've got a reasonable score to defend. I would imagine the spinners are going to be very much in the hunt if they're going to win this game against the Scorpions. And if the Scorpions win, they go to 12 points along with the Leewards as we look forward to that big battle on the weekend. But of course, we're at Connery. The conditions are ideal and it's slightly overcast, but no real threat of rain at the moment. And we expect a pretty interesting battle here between Canada and the Scorpions. So the magic number, 245 for victory. To get us on the way with the commentary is going to be Carlisle Powell, and he's going to be joined by Vernon Springer.
Good score by Canada with a late rally. In the tournament so far, what we have noticed is that the Canadians have picked up early wickets, and they have had at least 2 wickets very early in the piece. The thing is that they have not been able to string additional wickets to those early wickets and to ensure that they secure a victory. Well, they did it against CCC. And so they will be hoping that they will be able to do that again. I think they fell perhaps 20 runs short, and they had that, but the set batsmen kept getting out. Good afternoon, Vernon. Hope you had a good lunch.
Good afternoon to you, Carlisle, and good afternoon to all the other listeners who would have just joined us. We have Asad Fuddin, who scored 107 versus the Leeward Islands here at this venue, and so he will be looking to continue his rich fame of form. Tony, who we have coming up here? Sana. Left arm seamer. I'm a little closer to him today. The last time I saw Sana was in Warner Park Stadium, and he was very much impressed with him. Wearing the number 25. He's going to bowl to Fuddin. Quietly from the Kim Collins end. Into the bowl to down the onside and straight away. Wide. Signaled by the umpire. And so we often run in very quickly. In fact, with two without loss. And Sana, like the look of him, based on what I saw in the first game. This will be the second game that I'm having a look at him. Canada 244 for 9 off their 50 overs. Hashtaker 60 of 82 balls, 4 fours, 1 6. And Nidish Kumar 42 of 52 balls with 4 fours, 25 dot deliveries. Going to go through a little bit of stats here for the folks who like to record stats. Thomas, the wicketkeeper, comes into strike. Jamaica would need 245 to win. Canada starting very early with a slip. Asana bongs away now to bowl to Thomas, into bowl to Thomas. Down the onside, the umpire again signals a wide. So the score goes to 3 without loss. So during Canada's innings, they would have had some 19 boundaries, 4 sixes, 97 singles, 11 twos and 2 threes. 168 dot balls, Tony.
Far too many, and it's been a recurring theme on the Canadian batting so far, something they've not as yet been able to address in this tournament.
He would have also failed 51 overs because Jamaica bowled some 10 wides in there. Retained. Sana is into bowl to Thomas. That one died on the keeper. And he's scurrying around there. He's got a lick on his finger, so the physio will have to come out very quickly because that bounce and hit awkwardly hit him somewhere. They're calling for the physio. Is she paying attention? She's scurrying out now, got a bag. And the umpires, is she being allowed to come out? Yes, so we'll have a slight break. And maybe just for the folks who just tuned in, Canada batting first. 244 for 9 off their 50 overs. Hashtaker 60, Nidish Kumar 42 for Team Jamaica. Dennis Bulai, 10 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, 4 wickets with 1 wide. This was quickly followed up by O'Shane Thomas, who's bowled beautifully so far in this series. This was easily one of his best bowling performances. 10-0, 38-2, 6 wides. Derval Green, 10-2, 46-1. Nicholas Gordon playing his first game for Jamaica, 10-0, 65-0, 1 wide. And Andrew McCarthy, 10-1, 46-1. The highest partnership was between Mitha and Pathan, 69, and Taker and Kumar, 56. Those were the main contributors. And we often run in here, 245. 245 to win. 244 is what Canada would have got, Ricky. 244 for 9? 244 for 9. Yes, 244. So they need 200. They would need another 241 runs. And Sana, the keeper, getting some attention as we speak there. And that sort of died on him. Got another 3 days here, Tony, at the Connery Cricket Centre. And the breeze seemed to have gone somewhere.
Seems to have been disappeared. Maybe it went on one of those flights out to the airport.
Oh my, it's certainly boiling hot here. And we're accustomed of our air-conditioned lovely breeze here. We missed the venue at Warner Park, but normally when you come to Connery, you tend to get the breeze blowing through from the frigate bay side. That's not happening today at all. Election day in Montserrat. We hope everything is going pretty well. The voters have turned out in their numbers. But we're back with the cricket action here as the Canadian keeper is fine and okay. And Aldane Thomas is on the non-striker end. Looks at footed in on the striker end, who is on north. Into bow to him. That one tucked him up the other pay for a leg before. Going down the outside. Somebody could be run out. Oh yes, Aldane Thomas is run out. Poor communication between the two batsmen and the number 69 for Canada. Who's that? Tony? It's not the number 18. It should be. Thacker running out. Aldane Thomas, and the communication poor. Canada striking early. Jamaica losing their first wicket, 1 for 4.
And exactly the start that Canada wanted. We've been saying all along that they have had early wickets, and this time came by the way of the run-out route. The left-handed batsman tucked this into the onside. He started running, and then he said no. I don't know if the call was loud enough, but he sold his partner the dummy. He turned around. The fielder from mid-wicket, he had all the stumps to aim at. Unfortunately for him, he was able to throw down the stumps and make sure that Canada get their first wicket. Only 9 more wickets to go, Tony.
Only 9 more wickets to go, but in comes Jermaine Blackwood, who has certainly been struggling at this level. He's an accomplished player. Has played for the West Indies, and by his standards, you feel pretty slighted that he's really not come to the party as yet. Jermaine Blackwood. Just trying to see, Carla, if I could be able to pull up his
I think when
stats.
Troy put it on the screen, he had a total of 40-something, low 40s.
34 runs, I think.
Or 34 runs for the entire tournament.
He's 27 years of age, but he's not in strike. He's on the non-strikers end. And the man who has been the informed player, Asset footed in. This is his 63rd game, 1,516 runs with 2 centuries and 11 list day 50. Sana is into bowl to the man himself, Asset footed in, squares him up completely. You would say that he left that alone, Carlisle. What do you think?
No, he played. He was beaten. And they just pulled the bat inside the line after it had gone past the bat. And this is exactly the line that Sana would want to bowl to footed in. Remember in the last game, he troubled him around the off stump and had one that just died on the keeper going through. So he would want to hit this line and this length often.
34 years of age, played some 3 test matches for the West Indies from Ghana. And he's a real professional in the franchise system playing for the Jamaica Scorpions. Here he's footed in, driving, but he can't beat cover. Good positive shot. So Canada started well. And at the end of over, they've got 1 more still. So this has been a long over because we think we
injury.
had a small little break.
And the wicket.
And the wide.
And the wide.
All happening.
Yeah. Sana has to pull it back a bit. Footed in drives very well if it is half volley length or just back of a length. He has to pull it back just a little touch more.
So he's got 2 centuries. And they both have been in Sinkits. Sinkits has been a hunting ground for Asset footed in. Waits for Sana, who's in now to bowl to footed in short in his back, and that dies onto the keeper. And dropped in front of him and will go down to the boundary. And they'll only get 1. The umpire is going to signal buys. So someone is saying to the keeper, get your body behind the line of the ball. He was disgruntled a little bit there. But the end of over number 1, Canada, 1 for 5.
Yeah, and Shrivas Mova's not had the best of tournaments as a keeper for Canada. You know, he's a couple of missed chances and a couple of opportunities that he hasn't grasped. I think of at least 2 drop catches and 1 missed stumping. So he'll need to up his ante because, as we all know, the keeper tends to set the standard for the fielding team at times.
So 1 for 5 Canada, putting some pressure here on Team Jamaica. And Shivas Mover, the wicketkeeper, his teammate said, come on, you got to take one for the team here. Got to be able to concentrate. I don't think he's going right down. He needs to go down on the keeper. He's almost in a lazy stance, more or less there. So finally, at the end of it, Carla and Tony, the first over comes to an end with Jamaica losing their first wicket. The man himself, Thomas, will be he must be feeling very down. Run out. And Foden is not. Both batsmen are not. And they're 5 for 1.
And when you look at the Jamaica team, there are some of their batsmen who have just not come to the party. You can't say Thomas has been here because he has not gotten a score. Neither has Jermaine Blackwood. So they would want these guys to get better as the tournament goes on. But as it is right now, they are not full of confidence at all.
All right. So earlier clock now, Tony is going to give us an indication as who will be starting. We've got a spinner. Anwar Man is going to be starting. So Canada has opted to earlier clock go with their left-arm spinner. And like I said to Tony before, I think they have been the only team, Carlisle, who have bowled beautifully on this ground with their spinners.
Yes, and that has been the ploy to start with Sana and a spinner, but except for the game against Barbados when they played 3 seamers and started with seam and bowled seam until about the 19th or 20th over, trying to defend a modest total of 186.
So Anwar Man is going to start. Just a little hold up in play. He's got a couple of minutes to get everything sorted out. In the meantime, Foden has got to wait. Jermaine Blackwood is on the non-strikers end. He's just practicing a couple of rehearsals just to make sure that he gets his eye in. He's due for a score. Foden is also due for a little failure. He's been the man who's been getting the runs so far. Man is into bowl too. Foden who comes quietly forward. And Foden has already made his mind up that he was going to come forward to that delivery, Tony.
Yes, and a good move by skipper Thatgoor. Man has been the most economical of the Canadian spinners to date, so this is good.
Man is in now to bowl too. The man himself, Foden, who picks up the line. No need for him to go at that. He knows that they have at least 300 deliveries in which to get this score. He wants to be the guy to stay there. Comes quietly forward, bang on target. And the most important thing of the Canadian spinners is that they're bowling between wicket and wicket because this is the power play over. So you don't really want to give Foden anything that he could be able to swing his arms or go hard at delivery. Bang on target again. Again, they can't score. So Foden is just got to come across and defend nicely. Looks as if we're going to be here. We're going to have a long day. Anwar Man. This is only into his first over. Bowled some 3 deliveries so far. It's into bowl to Foden. Foden stands up straight and just plays it right back. With the sort of form that Foden is in, he'll be able to come and just work that and nudge it around there and get a single. But he might say, listen, it's early days yet, Mr. Springer, so no need for me to try anything yet. He's driving straight down the ground for 4. That's a lovely shot. Just a little bit too much time up into the air. He got to the pitch of it and hit it straight. And that's a lovely shot, Tony. Boundary that Canada really did not need to give away after he bowled some 5 tight deliveries.
Yeah, a beautiful shot by Foden, spoiling Anwar Man's figures. He had bowled well up until the last delivery of that over, and as you said, giving it a little too much air, and Foden having all the time in the world to stroke it sweetly to the boundary for 4.
Split the mid on and the mid off. It's a lot of cricket shot that you would really want to see from him. And he continues his good rich vein of form. Jamaica 9 for 1, 1 for 9. Thomas run out. And Jermaine Blackwood, who has been struggling, he'll face Man now. Gets his first delivery of this innings. Man is into bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood picks up the line. Leaves this one alone. The need for him to follow there. Sana, sorry. Man. Going to go through a little bit of stats here just to pull up on Blackwood. He's been a busy player. One of the things that I like about Blackwood is his fielding. He just enjoys fielding. He's a wonderful cricketer. Age 27. And in list A action, he's got 3 list A hundreds. 750s. He'd won one of them today. He's back on across and punching it. Can't beat cover. Just remarks his guard. He knows that he's due for a big one and he's got to be somewhere around the corner. Sana, in the meantime, will have other ideas. And when you look at Jermaine Blackwood's runs that he's scored so far in this championship, I think maybe just down to maybe about 34 or so the last time I checked onto the screen. Averaging about 28.14 in list A cricket. This will be his 60th game. Sana was just about to go and then he just had to wait because Blackwood was not into his relaxed stance. He's now there. Very compact player. Waits. Sana is in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is back and steering this down to third man. And he gets a single. Looking for 2, certainly not on. So this is off the mark and the score is 1 for 10.
This is the 4th match of Kaleem Sana in the actually 5th match. Before that, he'd played 4 matches, bowled 30 over, conceded 114 runs, and taken 3 wickets and an economy rate of 3.77. And our man at the other end, so far he has, before this match, bowled in 4 matches, 33 overs, 155 runs conceded, 7 wickets taken, and 4.69 is his economy rate.
Footed in the leading batsman for Team Jamaica with 246 runs before this innings. He's back and just turns this onto the leg side. He'll pick up a couple of runs there if he needs to, but he's contented to get one. Some 246 runs from footed in, including a century and I think a half century. So he's been, you would say, the informed batsman. So from 4 matches, footed in has gone 246 runs. Andrew McCarthy, he's got a couple of half centuries also. 218 runs. Ravman Powell, 162 runs. By his standards, not good at all. With an even 100 in the last game. Bonner, 154. And Aldane Thomas, who's run out already for 101. Before this game, Jermaine Blackwood, some 34 runs. He's got 1 in this innings already, so he's got 35 so far from 5 games. Sana is going to bowl to Blackwood. He's in now, bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving beautifully, but can't score. Mid off.
Just a little too full. He has to pull back that length springer and ask some questions, bring the catchers into play. Maybe searching for the Yorker, but going just a little bit too full. And he has to pull it back a little bit to the leg side.
Mid off.
Yes. So Sana in Warner Park, he looked a lot more livelier. You heard the figures there from Tony. He was talking about it's been a long tournament for him. He's got to be working day in, day out. But he's been able to pick that one up. Back in a length, back up there. As Carly asked him just a while ago not to go in the driving range. So this time he did hit the deck. And on this track here at the Connery Cricket Centre, you got to put the ball into the turf. So the end of over number 3, in fact. Jamaica 1 for 11. Blackwood is 1 and footed in is 5.
Have to be asking questions, and when you go straight up for the drive, you are not asking questions. You've got to be back over length, and you can't give any width for the batsmen to free their arms as well. So have to be asking questions, Sana. His 3 wickets do not do him justice. He has bowled a lot better than 3 wickets, and who knows? Maybe one of these days his wickets will come in a bunch.
You just never know. And one man from the CNC shopping complex end is going to come in now to bowl to footed in, footed in is on driving down the ground, gets an easy single. As always on the cards, good cricket shot. And the score goes up to 12, 1 for 12. Aldane Thomas run out. And Canada will be delighted that they will be able to pick their first wicket up. They need 9 wickets. Jamaica would have other ideas here. Carlisle was working out his points calculation. Leewards would have 3 more games. And they'll have to win all 3 if they want to qualify to go through to the semi-final and final in Trinidad and Tobago.
Or win 2 and beat Jamaica.
Win 2 and beat Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Jamaica must be one of the 2.
So Carlisle has certainly done his homework with his match right there. So that's going to be important. Canada, CCC, Jamaica. That's the Leewards tally. Say good afternoon to Nigel Gore and to the ABS crew. Joel Rain and company. Man is into bowl to Blackwood is just on driving down the road to mid-on, picking up an easy single. And he wasn't quite sure, Carla, but he kept it along the carpet and judged the single very well.
Very well. He did good. Played it into the vacant spot and got a single. I think man just drifting a little bit too much on the straight.
As we talk, we see the breeze being kicked up, so I don't know if Tony has decided to send for the breeze, but we really certainly needed that little special piece of breeze that just came across there. Man is into both to foot it in, it comes quietly forward. And the approach here by Team Jamaica is they've lost an early wicket in the first over. They want to be cautious. Here comes Man, the left arm spinner. He's going to bowl to foot it in, into bowl to foot in. Flight it is missed-stump! Missed-stump! And just as Tony lays back, Tony is very disappointed. And that has to do with the positioning of Mover. Mover is rising too early. As to the spinners, you got to stay down longer. You can't be halfway. And he came up too early. Let's look at the replay right there. He was already up. And he wasn't even looking at the ball. The ball hit him on the left part of his shoulder.
Springer, when you look at that replay again, I think you will notice that Footerin was lucky in that even though Footerin missed the ball, it actually hit Footerin twice on his body. And so it didn't go through to the keeper.
Let's wait again there. Let's Trent pull up that one again for me, Trent. Let me just clarify what Carlisle would have been saying. So the end of over number 4. Trent is going to pull that one up on the screen.
Look at it. It beats Footerin and comes through. No, you're actually correct. He came through to the keeper, hit the keeper on the pads, and then went back and Footerin. Is a terrible mistumping.
Very terrible.
And he wasn't even close to it. His hands were way up high.
And he turned blind, Carlisle, so he couldn't even see the balls. He didn't even know what was happening. Look at his position in here. Look where his head is. He's already up, right? Not keeping his eyes on the ball.
It's a bad mistumping.
So Footerin given a life very early. The end of over number 4. Canada 1 for 13. Tony.
What can I say? Missed opportunities. The Canadian side, they keep shooting themselves in the foot. It's an inexperienced young development team, but it pains me to see the same errors being made match after match. And you know, all respect due to Shreyas Mover, but he's not had a good tournament at all.
Is this the only keeper here?
No, Sion is the side is the backup keeper. So, but Movers is considered to be the better batsman.
Oh, the better batsman. And I think right now Canada needs a keeper. Certainly from the first game that we saw them. Was it Devon Thomas who's misstumped at Warner Park? Oh, no, in fact, he dropped the catch.
Dropped the catch.
Dropped the catch.
It was a sitter.
It was almost a sitter. He was grabbing at the delivery. In the meantime, Sana would have other ideas. Canada just had an opportunity to pick a wicket up, and Jamaica would be smiling. 1 for 13. Jermaine Blackwood, who is out of form, 2 from 6. And Footerin 6 for 17. Pretty lucky to be still there.
And the important wicket of Footerin, the man in form for the Jamaican team.
Here comes Sana. He's in now to Jermaine Blackwood. He's back and cracking that. That's a good effort. That's a good feeling there. Somebody could be in trouble. And is that the Canadian captain? Yes, it looks like. And he's pleased with that effort. And he's maybe saying to the keeper, listen, this is what I want. You got to be able to take one for the team, Tony.
That wasn't the captain, actually.
Was it?
Trying to see who it is.
Looks like it was
33.
33. So, yeah. So we're back with the action. Sana would
Arslan Khan.
Oh, Khan, okay. Both look almost the same dapper figure also. Short and business-like. Sana would want to pull one back here. Jermaine Blackwood, he's due for some runs. He needs some runs very quickly. Waits for Sana. He's into both to him. He's back and cracking that. Can't beat Khan. Comes around. Yeah, point. Somebody's beckoning from the Jamaica dugout to Jermaine Blackwood. Just stay and bat. Just bat. You need some runs. Spend some time at the crease. You could see him talking to himself, Carlisle.
Want to see the change from Sana now. Those two were too wide. He has to make the correction and just drift it a little bit closer. And he's making a change to his angle because he's now going to bowl around the wicket.
So, Sana, he must have seen something what Carla is saying, so maybe he wants to tuck up Jermaine Blackwood. The video analyst would have done a lot of work. Blackwood is due for some runs. He's 2 from 8. He's not been able to get off to his flamboyant start where he can be able to play some shots. He waits for Sana. Quietly, relaxed stance into both him. He's back on the cross and punches it. Can't score. Kenny just remarks his guard.
That's better. That's closer to him. That's asking him a different question, not allowing him to free his hands.
You can see Blackwood talking to himself, going across. Remembering all those drills with Andrew Coley. He's playing on his mind, and he knows that, you know, he's due for a big score. He knows that if he gets a good score, anything could happen. Jamaica maybe could get across the line there. They've been asking questions. Sana is going to bowl to Blackwood. He's into bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving beautifully up to Metha. He gets a single, so that's a much better shot. Most of he's got a single. He wasn't really in the correct position, but he was able to rotate the strike. Carlisle
has to pull it back a little bit more, Sana. Just a little bit too full, right in the slot. You want to come just back a little bit and ask him a totally different question. Does he want to drive back of a length?
Maybe around into the 6-meter area is where you would maybe want to have him fixed up. Canada looking for wickets, and they had a chance to get Assad footed in. And now Sana will maybe have to pull his choke out and see if he can be able to send back the prize scalp of Assad footed in. He waits for him, he's back, good leave. Keeper mover coming across and picking this one off tightly, nice. Tony's a little worried man, a little nervous guy.
No need to be worried, he's 14 for 1 in the 5th over.
Tony, don't worry, Tony.
I'm not worried. I mean, it's
you're just
like
concerned.
I think they could have done with another 20, 30 runs. I would have felt
Runs
much more comfortable. But
runs on the board is runs on the board, Tony. Don't worry.
And scoreboard pressure.
Scoreboard, small scores always give trouble. Foot it in, waits for Sana. Leaves alone this one here. That did come back nicely. And the keeper scuttled across and got a good take. So the latest score here, the Colonial Cricket Complex, Jamaica, 1 for 14.
It's hard.
So we're back with the cricket action here. Jamaica will need 245, while Canada would need 9 more wickets.
And I was about to say, it's heartening to see the Canadian energy in the field. There was a concern after the mauling that they suffered at the hands of Rovman and Powell, being such a young and inexperienced team. They could well have gone into a shell, but there. I spoke to the coach early this morning, and he said the spirit has remained high within the team.
Man comes in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood comes quietly forward. We want Blackwood to maybe just wait a little bit more rather than coming in with a big stride forward. It's a little extra trip, but he's short on confidence. He's short on runs, and he'd want to be as cautious as possible. Man is flighting delivery. Again, he comes quietly forward. Maybe he could just look at that length a little bit rather than just looking to come forward. He could just wait a little bit and just clip that one away. But Blackwood will be Blackwood. Where's the number 27? Waits for man. He's back, and that's a better shot. He's back and punching that, and he'll easily come back for 2 because he's quick between the wickets. The hesitation between them and the communication not right there at all. The feeler there looks like Saeed just restricting them to 2 runs there. That's certainly 2 runs there, Carlisle.
No, I disagree. The fielder was quickly off the boundary, Springer. And not only was he quickly off the boundary, but he had to throw back on the way in a hurry. And that would have put some doubt in the minds of the batsmen.
So, Carlisle feels that the right thing did happen. In fact, it did happen because they only ran 1. Put it in, comes into strike, waits for man, he comes quietly forward. So, put it in is, you could say, 6 from 20. And he's been given the actual mantle to bat and bat deep for Team Jamaica. And that is because the lack of confidence in the batters. He's back and turning this one and picking up an easy single. So he picks up his 7th run. And the score goes up to 16, 1 for 16. Aldane Thomas will feel very unlucky. Run out. And he certainly would have wanted some runs in this. Be interesting to see who's going to come next, whether he's going to be Bonner or who. Maybe McCarthy. I think Bonner being injured. Might maybe go one down the order, and maybe Ravman Powell might challenge himself to come a little earlier. Here is Blackwood sweeping down to the boundary for 4. Offline. And that's a lovely shot, Carlisle.
Lovely shot, but poor bowling. Last ball of the over, and I keep saying that you want these bowlers to finish their overs well. And not only did it give it generous flight, but it was way down the leg side, and so all Blackwood had to do was to get some bat on it, and it would race across the outfield here for 4. And so he gave up a boundary off the last ball of the over. The score has gone now to 20 for the loss of 1 at the end of over number 6.
And Manners being guilty of just giving up. He's bowled well, and then all of a sudden he's just giving away a boundary ball. And so you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is just wait, knowing very well. And that seems to be the norm here in this championship. Lots of the bowlers have been bowling well, and then all of a sudden they either give you a boundary. The concentration level is not up. Jamaica 1 for 20. Blackwood is 8 from 14. Footed in is 7 from 21. Footed in a strike. Man continues. He's into his 4th over. 3-0, 12-0. We're in the number 25, and he moves away from the Kim Collins end. He's going to bowl to footed in. From Guyana, playing for the Jamaica Scorpions. Leaves alone. And again, the keeper rushing and not allowing the ball to come to him. When you're a keeper, you have to allow the ball to come to you. It's a give. So you can't move your hands. You can't be going at the ball. You've got to allow it to come. And there's a sweet spot in your gloves that you want to be able to make sure that you gather it. To the seamers, I find that the keeper mover, he doesn't go down. And I find a lot of the modern day keepers, Tony, they seem not to want to go down. I don't know if they have a weak back, lower back or something.
They don't go down far enough and they get up too quickly.
Man is guilty of that. Look at him. He's just right there. You can't be in that position. If you're up, you gotta stay down so that you come up. You can't be up and then looking to go down.
You're in no man's land, so to speak.
I don't know, but the modern day coaches, I see a lot of things happening, Tony. The fundamentals of the game are the fundamentals of the game, and they remain the same. They don't change. I think it's a sign of laziness when you're trying to see if you can be able to try to tell me that you're going to be halfway up. You can't be halfway up. You got to go right down, especially on these tracks where the balls are keeping low already. Because one might just die on you because you're up. You can't get it. Sana is into bowl to foot it in his back, squeeze him up. Can't get any runs, and the Scala have been asking him not to pitch up anything but bowl more or less back of a length. 1 for 20. Jamaica. Blackwood 8 from 14, footed in 7 from 22.
And your breeze seems to have disappeared on us again, Vernon.
It's coming, and it's trickling in, it's working its way around.
It's like the old BWIA, but will it arrive?
It certainly will. We're in the area where we certainly will get it. When it comes pretty heavy. Here comes Sana. Into bowl to foot it in. Foot it in is beaten for a leg before. That one hit a little bit high.
Height.
Just over the top part of the pad. He's going to rub that one away there with his right foot. Good decision by the umpire. Good delivery indeed here by Sana.
And this is what I've been asking from Sana. Back of a length. Do not give anything to drive and bowl him straight. Once you do that, footed in is at a loss. So you have to bowl him just back of a length, bowl him straight, don't give him any room. And that one I think was just a little bit too high. Hit above the row of the pads and would have been going over.
Maybe have to go to the ice bath later. Get himself sorted out. That one certainly would have hit him in the little meaty part there of that part above his right foot. Sana working up a little bit of steam here from the Kim Collins end. Is in now to bowl to him. Time he leaves alone. And look at the positioning, Tony, in how the keeper mover collected that delivery there.
He was up and he had to go back down.
The first slip, who's the first slip, Tony? Because the first slip is
Kumar.
Nitish Kumar is also now saying something to him now. Yeah, he's demonstrating something to him.
Yeah.
which he has to be in the long barrier position so he could be able to see the ball. As he stands right now, he's in no man's land. They have a lot of work to do with him. Hope that the coaching staff is listening and looking. Sana bungs away now. He's into bowl to foot it in, into bowl to foot it in. Foot it in is whipping this beautifully. Can't bowl him on that line. 4 runs. Easily just clip that one away for a boundary. And so the latest score here, Jamaica 1 for 24. Footed in is 11. Blackwood is 8.
Hey parents, are you looking for an academy in Queens and Long Island for your boys and girls? Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, Queens United Cricket Academy is the place to be. Registrations for spring and summer sessions are now open. For more information, visit our website at qca.org.
Carla and Tony have been calling to the Canadian bowlers. You can't give away boundaries. A boundary in the over before, a boundary in the 6th over, a boundary again in the 7th over, a boundary in the 2nd over. Just too many boundaries here. You've got to restrict them.
Not when you're defending 244 at under 5 runs and over.
And the batsmen have never looked in any trouble when the ball is full pitched. Never. But yet still we see the bowlers going full and giving the drive.
So let's see what's going to happen again with Man. Man comes in now. He's going to come in now to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood, who comes half cock, half forward. Most important thing is that his top hand was nice and straight. Somebody's saying to Blackwood, come on, Black. Get yourself a nice, decent score here. Waits for Man. He's into both him. His back and uncertainty there. Want to see that right foot coming across and just whipping that ball there. He's a better player than that. He can bat. Jermaine Blackwood. Come on, you got to show your class here. The fundamentals remain the same. Man from the CNC shopping complex end, which is not opened yet. See now to bowl to him. He's looking to have a hoik over the mid wicket, down to the boundary for 4. It's a power play overs. And he got away with that. He rushes up to 12 and the score goes to 28. Blackwood goes to 12 and footed in is 11, Carla.
It's too easy. That one was on the straight. All he had to do was to get to the pitch of it. And the length was bad. Vacant position, inviting the drive, and he easily cleared the man there. You have to string together dot balls.
So Man is under a little bit of a pressure. Blackwood is certainly the kind of player that will put that onto him. Short, he's back and punching that. It's a much better shot. And score remains on 28, 1 for 28. Blackwood is on 12. And Asset footed in is on 11. Man has been expensive. None for 20 so far. Comes in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is back and punching. He's got to stay side on enough to the ball so he can be able to punch it straight to the left of Man and to the right of the short extra cover. So left-hander bats bowling, left arm bowler bowling to it. So he's got to be very careful. Comes quietly forward looking for a single. That's certainly not on. So they've been able to get an easy boundary in that over. And so the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, Canada. Putting some pressure on Jamaica. They're 1 for 28. You got to rise above, and Jamaica will certainly want to be at the end of it. When you look at the flag poles, you'll see Jamaica rising above Canada. In the meantime, Canada would have other ideas. Tony will tell us who's the new bowler coming in to replace
It's
Sana.
going to be Harsh Thacker with his off spin.
So wearing the number 18 Harsh Thacker. In the meantime, Jermaine Blackwood has decided to get rid of his helmet and decided that he's going to have a long knockout here. Footed in has also decided that he's going to get rid of his helmet, and he's called for his Jamaican normal cap. You rate Thacker's bowling?
Yes, he's actually, he had a good outing against the Leewards in the first match. He took 3 for 26 off just 7 overs. So he has been going well. Let me just take a look at his figures so far. He has bowled in 4 innings before this, 19 overs, just gone for just 94 runs, and taken 5 wickets at an average of 18.8 and an economy of 4.94.
His first delivery is a full toss, which is just turned to the short mid-wicket fielder. And so the score remains on 28, 1 for 28. Takers into bowl to foot it in. It comes quietly forward in the sneaker single. And easily in the end, they get it. So his score goes up to 29. Footed in goes to 12. 1 for 29. Kanwaman 4 not, 60 not. Or some 4 boundaries. I think maybe it might have been either 4 or 3 boundaries would have been hit off him. Jermaine Blackwood comes into strike. 12 from 20. Asset footed in. He's also 12. 1 for 29. Ash Taker got 60 off 82 balls with 4 fours and 1 6. And maybe we're very disappointed in the way that he got out. I saw Tony was very, very, very upsetting when Taker got out. Canadian captain looking to just make the changes. It's still got their slip in, which is very, very, very important. It's always important. Ash Taker's into bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is back and punching this out to the cover fielder. Backward point more or less. Can't score. So gully, backward point, cover, mid on. Long on, deep mid wicket. Short mid wicket. Slip still in with some target. It's back and just whipping this onto the leg side. He's going to look to come for a couple of runs here. And they started, stopped. And I think no need for them to try anything different. They don't want to lose any wickets. 1 for 30. Blackwood goes up to 13. And Asset footed in 12 from 29 comes into strike. Ash Taker into his first over. We're in the number 18, just ringing the changes with the ball in his hands, just getting the revs sorted up. Comes in out the bowl to foot it in. There's a peel for a leg before, but he would have been hit outside the off stump. Somebody's saying to foot it in, you're getting lazy from the Jamaican dugout. Got to be tight, got to be positive. The square on stance. Comes quietly forward and stroke it there. So the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre, Jamaica are 1 for 30. Blackwood 30 and footed in 12. You have to have the correct mindset, and somebody just more or less from the dugout to the Jamaica team just reminding footed in that if you lapse, anything can happen. Tony?
Yes, good first over from Harsh Thacker. He kept the scoring down. The Jamaicans now on 30 after 9 overs, so scoring at just over 3.3 runs per over. So Canada will be happy with that, but they'll want to, as Carlisle said, maintain overs of pressure, keep the pressure on to force the Jamaican batsmen into injudicious shots.
So man will still continue from the CNC shopping complex end. Is in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving that inside out, over covered, and that's gone all the way for 6. That's a good cricket shot.
But that was flighted.
And in fact, we have a change of the bowler.
Yeah, Saeed.
First delivery, just a little bit too much in the air.
And too wide. It was so far wide that it allowed him to freeze hands easily.
Can't give Blackwood that sort of room to be able to play that shot. He'd be growing in confidence, and he would know that he's gone to 19. Side comes in out to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving straight back to the bowler. He needs a score. He needs it fast. 1 for 36, Jamaica. Side, left arm spinner is in out to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood comes quietly forward. He knows he's got 6 out of the over, so no need for him to try anything different. To over number 10 here. Side just goes past the umpire for Canada. Into bowl to Blackwood to Jamaica. He's driving straight back up to the bowler. Want to see Blackwood staying over that ball a little longer. Getting the top hand to work nicely. A little check. Just push it past. A little wide and left. Comes quietly forward looking for a single. That's certainly not on. 6 runs already out of this over. 1 for 36. Blackwood is 19 from 25 and footed in is 12 from 31. They want to have a good start here. Clipped away beautifully, but can't beat the short middle wicket, and the over comes to an end. Jamaica 1 for 36. Blackwood is 19, footed in his 12. More comments from Carlisle.
Good 6 from the first ball of the over. Offline, when you come to bowl, you have to come ready. There are no warm-up balls in cricket anymore. And Blackwood got a sighter and stroked it for 6. After that, the bowler was very much on target. Bowled the other 5 balls without conceding a single run.
That first ball was a Christmas gift in November, Carlisle.
Absolutely.
If you just tuned in, Canada scored 244 for 9 off their 50 overs with some 19 boundaries and 4 sixes. And the man who top scored was Harsh Taker. 60 off 82 balls, 4 fours, 1 6. And Nidish Kumar, who gave away his hit. 42 off 52 balls, 4 fours. The man who did the damage for the Jamaica team today, it happens to be Dennis Bulai with 10 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, 4 wickets. And O'Shane Thomas, oh well he bowled with some real great pace. 10 not 38 2. And the helmet comes back out for these two players because Canada has decided to go for their next seamer.
Yes, Zafar.
Zafar?
Norman Zafar.
Norman Zafar. Zafar?
Medium pace. This is a interesting decision by the Canadian captain, Thacker, bowling just 1 over and then Zafar being preferred.
And it wasn't a bad over either.
Not at all.
Well, I think maybe the option would be Carla and Tony, is that maybe they're going to bring Harsh Taker from the next end.
Yep.
So we'll wait and see what happens. So we've got Zafar, right arm, medium pace, and the batsmen for Jamaica have decided to call for their helmets. 1 for 36, some 10 overs been bowled. And we continue to do the marathon here today. The breeze is coming through nicely now.
And I think you'd have to describe Zafar as more medium than pace.
More medium than pace. I like that one. He's just made the sign of the cross. Maybe his tradition, one of his traits. 1 for 36. Here goes Zafar. Going to move in quickly to bowl to Asad Footed-in, who's 12 from 31. Zafar bongs away now, into bowl to Footed-in, back on target between middle and leg, and he's been able to just turn that up to the short mid-wicket fielder, and he can't get any score. Is that the captain, Tony, at short mid-wicket?
Yes, it is.
Captain, there you go. I just marked him, I think, from the bands. This is over number 11 being bowled. Asad Footed-in, the leading batsman for the Jamaica Scorpions, and one of the real professional players that you would admire. Zafar is into bowl to Footed-in. Footed-in is driving down the ground 4 runs. Can't bowl that. That's meet and greet for Asad Footed-in. And if you go up into that with no pace there, he's going to put away that every day, Carlisle.
Just a half volley every day of the week that is easy to hit. All he had to do was just bring the front foot forward and bring the bat down straight, and it went straight down the ground for 4.
Split the mid on and the mid off again. We're inside the 30-yard circle. Zafar will have to understand, you're around long enough. You can't go, you don't have any pace, and you can't bowl that sort of length to foot it in. 1 for 40. Footed in is 16 from 33. Blackwood 19 from 28. Naum Zafar. Here goes Zafar. He's going to bung the way now into bowl to Footed-in. Footed-in is driving to cover, but he's got protection, so he'll only get 1. The fielder just for a moment almost made a meal of it in terms of a misfield.
Mether.
So his score goes up to 41, and Footed-in goes up to 17. Zafar certainly will not get anybody out here based on how he's bowling, Tony.
Yes, and I was a little bit surprised. I know Yax Patel went for a few in the last match against Powell, but I think the Canadian bowling strength is a spin rather than a seamers, with the exception of Sana. I think he's the only quality seamer in this squad. So I personally would have persisted with Patel.
It's a good move by you, Tony. Blackwood is 19, waits for Zafar. Is in out the ball to him. He's slashing that down to third man, one bounce. And just for a moment, Asal Khan thought that he was going to go all the way. He reached at that. Jermaine Blackwood was in control of it, but he got a single, goes up to 20. And footed in 17, comes back into strike. Jamaica 1 for 42. Zafar looking to go to the crease, a little business-like, a little bustling little run up there. Left hand doesn't go up. Here's footed in, driving out to the sweeper. Gets his 18th run. He's contented to do that. And quietly, Jamaica have picked up some 7 runs in the over so far.
And the run rate creeping up to almost 4.
1 for 43. Footed in is 18. Blackwood is 20. Zafar a little bit all over the shop. Gave a meet and greet half volley, which is this easily dispatched. Let's see how he'll end with this delivery. It's important for him to end strong. Comes in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is on driving beautifully and picks up an easy single. And so the over comes to an end. The over in number 11 comes to an end. And Jamaica 1 for 44. Blackwood is 21 and footed in is 18.
Worrying signs for Canada. Jamaican batsmen progressing nicely. Run rate starting to creep up, and they don't seem to be in any undue bother at all. So Canadians will have to pull something out of a hat. Shahid is going to be coming from the top end. So it wasn't the captain switching Thacker around as we had speculated might be have been the reason for the introduction of Zafar at the bottom end.
So we got who we have coming from the top end?
Shahid.
Shahid still continues. So as you rightly said, Tony, he hasn't made the change. So let's see. We never know, Tony. We're just the armchair critics. Blackwood is 21, gets a flighty delivery, comes quietly forward, and he can't score. Shahid looking to try and get a breakthrough here. So Shahid and Zafar, those are the two operating right here. Here comes Blackwood sneaking a single, and they easily get it because the Canadians are on their heels.
Yeah, bad fielding. Who was that? 25.
Couldn't stop it because it was well played, but the urgency, you got to be looking for that. If you're caught on your heel, they're
but
going
he
to
should
run
have
it
been
down.
walking in with the bowler, trying to put some pressure on the batsman.
Got to give him a little break. 1 for 45. It's been a nice, hot, humid day here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. 1 for 45. Footed in his 18, comes into strike. Blackwood on the non-strikers end is 22. His best start so far for the season. Here's footed in, fought it over, more or less. Just had a little smile, a little shake of his head. Him and the keeper having a little conversation. Footed in originally from Guyana. Played some couple of test matches for the West Indies. Back and across and defending nicely. Age 34. Looks maybe easily to be his fittest in his little cricket career. He's done a lot of work compared to the last time that I would have seen him. As it footed in. Shahid is into bowl to footed in. Footed in is just playing around this one, but he just played it up to short mid-wicket. Nice batting straight. Every minute now and again there's a message that comes out from the folks in the Jamaica contingent to give him a chance. He gets a flighty delivery, comes quietly forward, can't score. And he scored at the end of over number 12. Jamaica 1 for 45. Blackwood is 22 and footed in his 18.
Good over by Shahid, kept the batsman quiet, put some pressure on them, and this is what the Canadian bowlers will need to do. They need to have a few overs of pressure that will cause the Jamaican batsmen to do something rash. As of now, they've been going along fairly comfortably, not in any undue worry whatsoever.
So again, the 12th man comes out for Jamaica to change the helmets. In fact, it's two. The umpires are now having a discussion now by saying, hey, come on, we can't have this. We got to move with a little bit more urgency. And so the 12th and 13th men have to hustle off. Footed in seems to have forgot. Now the gentleman forgot the helmet. I don't know if it's because the umpire put a little pressure on him. Jamaica at the end of over number 12, they're 1 for 45.
Shahid has just finished bowling at the top end and come all the way down to field here on the boundary the other end. Quite a
He decided that one.
quite a bit of travelling there. Do you have your passport?
As you heard what he said he decided on that one. So let's wait and see what's happening. Zafar will continue into his second over. 1 for 45. Who's in strike? Jermaine Blackwood, who's 22. Waits for Zappa, is driving, gets an easy single down to Shahid. And so Blackwood gets his 23rd run. Score goes up to 1 for 46. And Zafar, a little bit in the know-how in the mix here. He's getting a little glass of, a little towel wipe first, get himself refreshed. And then he'll be able to get some water. Zafar to bowl to the left-handed Asad Footed-in, who's 18 from 39. Quietly now, bowls to Footed-in, driving straight up to, gets an easy single. Little guilty there, is that Mitha? Sana, under a little bit of pressure. The ball has just been falling Sana all day, Tony. 1 for 48. Footed-in goes up to 19. Oh, it's 47. 1 for 47. Footed-in to 19. Blackwood is 23. Got some two singles sneaked away into this over here.
And it's important for Zafar to keep the pressure on, support Shahid at the other end.
Well, he can be bowling half volleys and feeling that is going to work. He's got to bowl more back of the length deliveries. Like he's back now and crack that down to a backward point for 4. He won't get there. Just over a point. Gave Blackwood some room and put away nicely. And the 50 comes up for Jamaica. 1 for 51 in over number 13.
Poor bowling, no pressure at all. Just pulled it in short and wide and allowed Blackwood to free his arms. Too easy to hit.
Blackwood quickly goes up to 27. Asad Footed-in 19. Some 77 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. Jamaica's first 50. So they're racing against it, and Zafar, another boundary ball again, Tony.
Yes, and just when I was saying that he needed to keep pressure, he certainly has not been supporting. And another one wide outside the off stump.
Spanked out to the sweeper. They could have thought about 2 runs there, but Footed-in maybe more or less was just contented to just come up with 1. Score goes up to 52. 1 for 52, Canada. Trying to put some pressure on Jamaica, but Jamaica are large and in control here, just coasting around. Blackwood is 27, in fact 28, and Footed-in, who is 19, comes into strike. Zafar has been all over the shop, and he's more or less complicated and confused by the left and right hand combination.
And going at 7 runs and over, which Canadians could hardly afford.
They now to bowl to Footed-in on the legs, and he just turned around nicely. Short fine leg feeler, and they're going to come back for 2 easily. Looks like Khan, is it? And they stuck away and get a couple of runs there. So Canada falling away a little bit in the field here. Not been impressive so far. 1 for 54. Footed-in goes up to 21 and Blackwood 28. Zafar, really pretty expensive. It is only second over, none for 17. It's going to come in now to bowl to Asad Footed-in, who is 21. Into bowl to him is back on across as a much better line, much better length. And the completion of over number 13. The latest score here, Jamaica, they're 1 for 54. So we back with the cricket action here. And just to let you know that Canada would have scored their 244 off their 50 overs. In case you just joined in, Jamaica 1 for 54. Thomas run out and footed in, and Blackwood restoring the partnership here. Jermaine Blackwood 28 from 35 and footed in 21 from 42.
And the run rate now up to 4.15.
So we got the bowler who Tony was talking about here.
Shahid.
Having to do all this work here. But he maybe enjoys it. Is it now to bowl to Blackwood? Blackwood is down the wicket, and when he gets there, doesn't use his bat, uses his pad. But it was nice use of the feet. Somebody saying to him, just bat on, just bat on. 28 is not enough. Side comes in out to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is back and turning this beautifully and picking up a couple of runs easily. Gets 2. And Zafar has got a lot of work here to do. The number 96 score goes up to 56. 1 for 56. Blackwood goes up to 30. Quietly relates himself. Saeed is into bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood once spun across him. And came forward, but it bounced off of the pad. So really no danger. Looked like he was in two minds before. He used his feet, and then all of a sudden he decided he was going to play him from his crease. Straight away, footed in, comes right down and says, let's get tight here. No need for you to give your hand away. It's not doing anything. Just use your bat. Shahid is into bowl too. And he's giving him a bowl and caught. Oh.
I was just going to say, Vernon, that Shahid had been travelling Blackwood in this over, and there you go. Forced him into playing that ball straight back to the bowler, and a good catch taken, and a good wicket for Canada. It's come at a timely period. They were in search of a wicket and needing one, and they've been rewarded.
So the water break, 2 for 56. Let's look at it on the screen here. Very quickly, Trent Sargent has been able to pull this one up. Shahidi producing a lovely delivery, lovely flight. Locks himself, pitch right there. Blackwood in two minds, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and a comfortable ball on caught. And he comes back to the pavilion for 30 or 38. 2 for 56.
And again, disappointment by Blackwood. Got himself in, got up to 30 runs from 39 deliveries, and then just tapped a simple bowl and caught straight back to the bowler. Would have been better off just going through with the shot and hitting it over the head of the bowler. But for him, he has returns now of 62 runs from 5 innings. And that certainly cannot be good enough for Jamaica or for Blackwood.
Jamaica's 50 coming off some 77 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6. And straight after picking up their 50, they lost the important wicket of Jermaine Blackwood for 30 of 38 deliveries. And is it Andrew McCarthy coming out? Can't see who being unsighted by the Canadian fielders. Looks like the number 49, and if it is indeed Andrew McCarthy who's come out, and he too has got some important useful runs for Jamaica. He's not got 100 yet in this series, but he's quite capable, and he's a busy player, and he could take the game away from Canada, Tony.
Yeah, and the Canadians will want to make sure that he stays quiet, put some pressure on him, and keep it tight. It's going to be interesting to see what they do at this bottom end, because Zafar has clearly not supported the spinners, and maybe they'll bring Harsh Thakur back into the attack.
Well, I'll give Zafar one more, because you got a new batsman now. And so maybe he might be contented to maybe try something and give him one rather than because he's going to have to bowl at some point in time. So with Canada picking up a wicket there, it might be a bit of relief for him, so he can maybe come in and maybe bowl to the new batsman.
Yeah, but you have to remember the Canadians still have Nitish Kumar within their arsenal. He hasn't bowled as yet in this innings, so they went into this game with a attack of Sana, Zafar, Shahid, Harsh Thakur, Anwar Mann, and Nitish Kumar. So 6 bowlers available to the captain Tagore. and he'll want to rotate those and make the most of them.
Well, a water break which Canada really deserved. They've been able to pick 2 quick wickets up. Blackwood and Thomas back into the pavilion. Andrew McCarthy has come out for Jamaica. Footed is still there. He's 21 from 42. And Canada really want to send some shivers to the point to the Jamaican dressing room. He's still got Bono and company to come rather than Powell. Tony's a little nervous because he said the 100 by Powell at Warner Park. I think I've said to him that this is a different track, different day. And he does need to get nervous.
And in fairness to the Canadians, they did drop Powell and when he was on 42. So had they taken that chance when it presented itself, who knows? That could have been a totally different game.
So Shahid is going to come in now. He's going to bowl to Andrew McCarthy, who's going to get his first delivery. He's in now to bowl to McCarthy, flatter faster, and can't go past the short mid-wicket fielder. Score remains on 2 for 56. Assad footed in 21. He will have to continue with all the hard work. Shahid is into bowl to Blackwood. Is Peel for... Has he dropped it? The Peel for leg before?
They were peeling for leg before. The batsman didn't run, so we can't see whether there was an edge.
But he didn't get it.
The wicketkeeper dropped that,
The
didn't
ball.
collect it. So had there been an edge, it would also have been a drop chance.
Well, you don't know, because if they're peeling for a leg before, let's look back at the replay right here. Hard to tell. We would have had to be side on. We'll look a bit one. And Trent don't have the side on camera. But they were peeling for a leg before, most likely Shahid. And if he comes back down here, it'd be nice to ask him if he got a nick onto it. But it looked more or less than they were peeling for a leg before. He's coming back to you, Tony, so maybe you can be able to ask him that at the completion of over number 14, 2 for 56.
And we'll ask Trent to bring it up again so we can have another look
Get
at
an
it.
edge on that? No, just pad.
Right, so they did tell you that. So Zafar comes in now to bowl to Footed is bang on target, and Footed just turns it. Yeah. 2 for 56.
Hasn't gone your way at all,
Let's look at this. This is the LBW shout. And gentlemen, that's a close one. That's very close.
It is close.
It is very close.
And McCarthy's lucky to be there.
It is.
Based on what we're seeing there. Because
In
that
all
was pitch between
fairness,
wicket and
gentlemen,
wicket.
the umpiring hasn't been favourable to Canada at all in this tournament.
Zafar is into bowl to Footed, who just tucks this one away and gets an easy single. Umpiring has not been good at all in some areas, not only to you, Tony. But I think to maybe all the teams would maybe have their own complaints. I think it's something that Cricket West Indies are going to seriously. Peter Nero, I know, is trying his endeavour best, but I don't know. I got to talk to Carlisle. I find that the modern day umpires are afraid to realistically make decisions. Everybody looks like they want to be going to Trent. You know what I mean? If you're an umpire, you umpire. Zafar is in now to bowl to Blackwood. McCarthy was just turning his on to the onside, picking up his first one. Ooh! And McCarthy was caught napping there for a moment there. That I did, Carlisle. He might have been run out.
It would have been very interesting. he just hit the ball and took off and came lackadaisically in. The Canadian fielding was brilliant. And they had us throw out the stump. It would have been very interesting had that hit.
Carlisle, who's been the best fielding team you've seen so far? I wanted to ask Andrew that, but...
Barbados, I think.
You think Barbados? Tony thinks it's Barbados. Here's Footed driving inside out over cover down to the sweeper. He'll only get one. And the score shots up to 2 for 59. Footed goes to 23. And Andrew McCarthy's 1. This game is not over by any nick of the margin yet, Carlisle. This is a couple more wickets. And Jamaica could be under immense pressure. Yeah?
Absolutely, especially if you get these 2 at the crease out, then you would force Powell to bat with the rest of the team.
And Bono, who has not been running well, will be under some immense pressure. Here comes Zafar. He's going to bowl to Andrew McCarthy. He's into bowl to Carty. Bang on target. It's a much better line, much better delivery. And the overs trickling away here. Canada competing away. They're coming right back into this contest. Footed in this 23. McCarthy's won. The Canadians always tend to feel they have to believe. We've got to find out if they really believe. We've got to ask Shahid if he believes that he can win. Here comes Zafar. He's in now to bowl to McCarthy. He's in to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy driving straight. Shahid comes across. We'll only get one. There's good, lovely work here by the young man. So it's good feeling here. And so the over comes to an end. Over number 15. Jamaica 2 for 60. McCarthy's 2 and footed in his 23.
That is a reasonably good over from Zafar, in that he didn't give away too many loose balls in that over. And so the call to give him another over was very good. Let's see if he can continue, especially with a new batsman at the crease.
Yeah, he only conceded 2 runs in that over, so that's more the kind of support that the captain will be looking to get from Zafar. Of course, with 6 bowlers at his disposal, every over that Zafar bowls that doesn't cost, goes for under 5 is a plus for the Canadians.
Zafar 3 not 21 not, but the man who has troubled the Jamaican so far, Shahid, will come back from the CNC shopping complex end. Zafar from the Kim Collins end is, as Tony said, they're trying to see if they can be able to get him in, to get him 3, 4, 5, 6. You just never know. They can be able to put some breaks on the scoring of the Jamaicans. Shahid from what we consider to be the CNC shopping center end. It's going to move in nicely. Into over number 16. Is in now to bowl to McCarthy, who comes quietly forward. Can't score. He sort of came forward and he was thinking about trying to just paddle it. But the most important thing is back face came down nice and straight. Shahid is in to bowl to. He's going for a big heave. That's gone. It's out of the ground for 6. Just a little bit too much air and gave him enough arms that he could freeze arms. 2 for 66. And McCarthy goes up to 8 with a flighty delivery.
Yeah, right in the slot. Too much of a loop on that. And not asking any questions at all. It's just a gimme. Just right there to be hit. And that was a lovely shot. Straight over long on. Straight long on for 6.
Too much air and too much room for the batsman.
Box of Kookaburra ball comes out. I don't know if the groundsmen have not been able to find that one. It looks as if they have. And if they do, no. So they've sent back off the reserve umpire Bernard Joseph from Antigua and Barbuda. And they have groundsmen here at Colonial Cricket Centre. They found the ball. The umpire will have a check at it to make sure that it's okay, because it was hit out of the ground. Let's hope that one of the buses didn't run it over. Umpire is satisfied. And we'll continue with play here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. 2 for 66. McCarthy is 8. Footed in his 23 from 45. McCarthy waits for shot delivery there. Top shot. Back and cracking it.
Yeah,
Pass cover. Down to the boundary for 4.
Too easy. This time he overcompensated for the ball, the half volley which he bowled before, and just dragged this down. There is no protection down there, and it was always going to go for 4 once it had split the 2 fielders. And so Jamaica race up now to 70 for the loss of 2.
Shahid will be very disappointed in his line there. 2 deliveries gone off 10, and how things could be able to do, your figures could be spoiled. He's 1 for 15. He's into bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's back on hoisting that. That's gone. 6 more out of the ground. And he's decided that he's going to take a liking now to Shahid. 16 off 3.
You see, more than likely, Shahid is still bowling the last over. We here had a very close shout for LBW, which was not given. But you have to get past that. The answer to that is no, not out. And so in this over now, he's probably still bowling that last over, whereas McCarthy has already progressed to this over. And so McCarthy is obviously the winner. Having struck him for 2 6s and a 4, he's ahead of the game.
2 for 76. And as Carl, I couldn't call it any better. He's just shattered the confidence of Shahid, who is still worrying about the LBW decision that he would have had before.
Yes, and Carlisle's point, you have to move on. You can't dwell on umpiring decisions. I mean, there's nothing that you could have done about that. So 3 bad deliveries in this over, and all 3 given the punishment.
And dispatched. We also have to take into consideration and remember that umpires are also humans. They're human beings like us, so just like how we make mistakes, they can make mistakes. And so we still have to be able to know that without the umpires, we won't have a cricket game. Without the referees, we won't have a football game. So we have to respect officials. 2 for 76. McCarthy's 18. Footed in is 23 for 45. McCarthy's 18 from 9. Yeah, that's the difference. The umpire now handing over the ball now to the
Canadian captain and questioning the condition of the ball with the umpires. I think he wants to change because I don't think he considers it to be lucky enough for the Canadians.
Nidish Kumar comes down now to maybe join in the discussion, and he's maybe going to say, listen guys, we can't fight the umpires, just play the game. What you want? You want a harder ball or you want a newer ball? This is over number 16.
What he wants is a change in approach from his bowler. He has now to get back on length, get back on track, because if these 2 balls disappear for 2 boundaries, then you will have a shattered Amazai.
So Shahid Amazad is still worrying. He seems not to be comfortable with the ball. I think the umpire is saying, you've got to get on with the game. We're not out here all day. Come on, I've made my decision. Let's go. 2 for 76. Shahid is in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's back and pulling this. Will they get a couple? No, I think they're contented to just get 1. So 17 runs off the over and still have a delivery to go, Carlisle.
Huge over in any context, but also huge for McCarthy in that he had that close LBW decision, and now he'll be brimming with confidence.
So he goes to 19. The score goes up 2 for 77. Footed in comes into strike. He's been 23 from 45, but he's been the anchor. And that's been the model of the Jamaica Scorpions team in this championship. Everybody has batted a wrong footed in. Shahid is into bowl to footed in. He was just on drive in. He can't score. So that's the only delivery that they were not able to score from. 4-0, 26-1. Jamaica at the end of over number 16. They're 2 for 77.
And a big over for Jamaica. Put the pressure surely back on Canada. Unfortunate for the Canadians that Shahid should have gone for so many in that over, but they'll have to regroup, have to pull themselves together. Maybe give Shahid a break at the end and reintroduce Thacker at the top end.
So Zafar continues. So he certainly deserves a couple more overs. In fact, once he bowls well, I think they can keep him going for a little while here. 2 for 77. Footed in 23. He's on the non-striker's end, but McCarthy's 19 face Zafar. He's in the bowl to him. Back of the length delivery. He's got to come quietly forward. A little gentle medium here by his standards. Shahid wearing the number 70 comes and take a little cool break in front of our commentary booth here while he has some water. Don't know if he'll be able to bowl another over or 2, but we'll find out. We want to get a wicket here, Zafar. 4-0, 26-1 Shahid. Here comes Zafar, bounding away, moving away nicely. He's going to bowl to McCarthy. He's in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy comes quietly forward, batter back closer. He's looking for a single, but the Canadians on the go here. So he can't score here. 2 for 77. Footed in 23. McCarthy 19 from 12.
Keeper has a very unusual stance, certainly not in keeping with the tradition that we have seen of keepers, in that he seems to be just halfway. He's neither down nor up.
Yeah, we've mentioned that before, Carlisle. He's unorthodox, to say the least.
Zafar is in now to bowl to McCarthy. Can't go past cover. And so the score remains on 2 for 77. Blackwood and Thomas back in the pavilion for Team Jamaica. Got some major concerns in terms of the batting, what we see in Carlisle in this tournament. The batsmen not being able to, ease the pressure up. We looked at Afghanistan defeating us yesterday in the T20 to win the series. And our batsmen not been able to pick up singles. Here is McCarthy just being able to stop a delivery, more or less. But it's been a good over so far, Tony, from Zafar.
Yeah, he's come back well in the last couple of overs after the horrid start that he had. So he's tightened up his lines a lot. So hopefully he can keep this up and keep the pressure on.
Our best batsman yesterday against Afghanistan was a player who was not even in the T20 side. Shai Hope. It shows that if you can bat in any format, you just can bat.
You just can bat. The cricket doesn't change, Carlisle. The fundamentals remain the same. Down the onside appeal for leg before. Tucked him up completely. And Zafar is just going in confidence here, Tony.
Yes, and like I said, he's come back pretty well in the last few overs. So hopefully he can maintain this. And who knows, he might put some undue pressure onto the Jamaican batsman.
And as Carla has said, let's hope that he ends good, because that's been the major concern for bowlers in this championship. They're just giving away boundary balls. You don't want to give away boundary balls here at all. Still got 2 legal deliveries left in this over. He's been none for 21. Zafar is into McCarthy, driving down the ground, pick up an easy single, put some pressure there on Sana, and up to the mid-on position, he got an easy single, so that's okay. The end of another over number 17. Jamaica 2 for 78. The man himself, Andrew McCarthy, is 20, and Asad Fudderdin is 23 from 46.
Excellent over. Tony, this bowler, Zafar, he has grown in confidence and has looked better and better.
Yes, good over, I'll give him that. And predictably, change of bowling at the top end.
I think after this over, maybe I might go to 20 and Andrew Mason will come in after 20. Looks as if he had a late night down at Docks. He's not certainly feeling too well at all. And Craig McDowell has got an umbrella today. Craig, be careful that the wind don't move away with your umbrella and ended up into the National Heroes Park.
And interesting enough, the Canadians have gone with Raymond Pathan at the top end, so going with all seam at this stage of proceedings.
So 2 for 78. The seam continues. Pathan will try something. The analysts might have known something that we don't know, Carlisle.
Maybe because they have decided to go with seam, and Zafar has gone well so far after his opening over. If Pathan can come in and send down 4 overs for 12 runs, that would be good.
Certainly would be. I think Tony will be the happiest man on the earth.
The danger in that is that Pathan has been easily the most expensive of all the Canadian bowlers to date, so he's been going at 10 and over.
Pathan comes away now. He's going to bound away now to bowl to McCarthy. He's back and punching it. Doesn't score. So he sort of ambled up there as if he wasn't expecting to bowl.
Well, I don't think that having travelled at over 10 overs that you'll be expecting to see much of the bowling.
2 for 78, Jamaica. And Jim McCarthy is 20 from 17 deliveries. And Asad Fudderdin is 23 from 46. I want to say good evening to our counterparts at Sportsmax, Lance and George, all of those guys. Here goes Pathan. Bungs away now. He's in now to bowl to McCarthy. Pitched up. Oh, that's a beauty. Where did he find that one from, Tony? That must have hit a spot.
If he can find 9 more of those, 8 more of those, Canada will be in business.
And Carla is right. The tracks here at Connery seeming to have a little wear and tear, Carla.
Mm-hmm. And you have to find your length and your line. You have to bowl back of a length. Once you're in the slot, that's easy picking. If you're short and wide, that's also easy to hit.
So Pathan looks good so far. Let's hope that he will continue. He comes in now to bowl to McCarthy. He's up now and bowls to McCarthy. He's short and McCarthy's pulling this, but he's got protection. He'll only get 1 run. And he's lucky to get away with that, Carlisle. That was almost like a long hop.
Yeah, it was a long hop, but it went straight to the man coming off the boundary at square. And so that's not bad. You'll take 1 for that.
Carlisle is a very nice coach here today. Normally he would be marking Pathan a little harder, but he's had protection, so Pathan might say, well, I bowled it for that for that to happen. 2 for 79. McCarthy goes up to 21, and Asad Footed-in, who's been out of the strike for some time, now comes into strike and retakes his guard. He's 23 from 46. The Jamaica model is we're going to bat around Asad Footed-in, and he's certainly put his hand up, including a century here so far. In fact, a game against the Leeward Islands, a game in which they lost. But he's certainly played with common sense, and even though it is not so common, Footed-in has batted beautifully for the Jamaica Scorpions. He's got a good start here, 23 from 46, and waits for Pathan. He's in now to bowl to him. He's back and steering this, looking for a single, certainly not on. He's got to get back into his crease. It'd be interesting, Tony. I'd like to know, I want to have a word with the coach to ask him the style of Mover and why he has Mover if Mover has an injury.
Well, in fairness to Coach Binder, I don't think he would have seen too much of Mover. You have to remember that a lot of these players are coming into the Canadian team for the first time. Coach Binder himself is new to this Canadian squad, and a lot of these players are from the western and eastern provinces.
Excellent information from you there, Tony. Dot on delivery, so this has been good here. And Pathan almost went up for a moment to thought that he had gone through.
So as a coach, he would have been seeing these players for the first time, even before they took off from Canada, because there were quite a lot of chopping and changes to the Canadian squad, and it wasn't quite finalized until a week before they took off for the tournament.
2 for 79, Jamaica. Footed-in, he's 23, and he waits for Pathan. Pathan bongs away, he's in down to both to Footed-in, leaves alone this one. And so the completion of another over, Carlisle. Jamaica 2 for 79. Footed-in is 23, McCarthy is 21.
Excellent over by Pathan. And Tony, maybe the runs that he made has given him some confidence. It allowed him to stay in on this pitch for a while. And so he now understands how it plays, and he has translated that to a brilliant first over.
Yeah, he is an experienced bowler. I mean, he's been around Canadian cricket for a while, so he's one of the more experienced players on the squad. Just in the first few outings, he hasn't had the best of the going. I thought he bowled a little too late in the first match against the Leewards, and never really quite recovered from that shellacking that he took in that game.
So Canada still keeping the trump bowler away, Nitish Kumar. And Zafar, who's growing confidence, wearing the number 96. He's rubbing away here from the Kim Collins end. He's going to bowl to Andrew McCarthy, who's 21. Zafar is in now to bowl to McCarthy down the onside, and lucky to get away with that one. Score remains on 2 for 79. McCarthy's 21 from 20 deliveries. 1 run coming off Ray Pathan's first over. And Zafar beaming back with confidence. He's really growing here from the Kim Collins end. Takes a deep breath, thinks about it. Somebody just reminds him to just keep it simple. He glides away. He's going to bowl to McCarthy with a high back lift. Into bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's back and cracking that pass point. Excellent feeling there. And he's safe 4 runs.
Khan, the fielder.
Had it been to the right of him, right of Khan, that would have raced away for 4. You could say he saved 3 runs there. Score goes up to 2 for 80. 2 for 80. Zafar so far in his 5th over. And you will take this any day. 4.2 overs, 23 runs, Carlisle, no wickets.
Especially after his first over where he was a little bit out of sorts.
First 2 overs when he went for 7 apiece.
So he's
building some pressure nicely here for the Canadians.
He certainly is indeed. He's going to bowl to Footed-in his 23. Footed-in is driving up to Sana, and they get a single. So they've decided that every time they hit the ball to Sana, they're going to get a single. With a mid-on and a mid-off.
Jamaica need another 164 runs to win, and they're going along nicely. But the interesting thing is that Canada has slowed the scoring rate. It has dropped back now to 4.36 and over, and they'll be looking to get that under 4.
And Jim McCarthy is 22 from 21 deliveries. Waits for Zafar. He's in now to bowl to him. He comes stylishly forward, styling it, steering it more or less down to point. Can't score. And the score remains on 2 for 81. Footed in is 24. McCarthy's 22 from 22 deliveries. Footed in 24 from 50 deliveries. And Zafar, want to say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening to our coverage. Canada, USA, United Kingdom, the Eastern Caribbean, all around the world. We thank you very much. Zafar is in now to bowl to McCarthy again. He's looking to steer this, can't score. The score remains on 2 for 81. McCarthy remains on 22 and footed in on 24.
Good bowling by Zafar. He obviously he's a smart player. He has looked at his first 2 overs and has decided to pull his length back a little bit, and this has worked for him.
We're in the number 96. He'll be thrilled with his effort so far. Zafar bungs away to bowl to McCarthy. He's in now to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's back and punching, can't beat point. And a lot of areas to cover there. So the completion of over number 19. Jamaica 2 for 81. Footed in is 24. McCarthy's 22. And Zafar's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket.
And having gone for 7 in his first 2 overs, 7 apiece, he's now pulled it back to under 5 and over. So excellent bowling by the young man. I'll take my hat off for him. If he continues like this to the 10th over, I'll have him to be inviting him to OTI for a dinner.
Andrew McCarthy is 22 from 23. Footed in is the anchor. He's on 24 from 50, as the Jamaicans are 81 for 2. They require another 163 runs to win, and they have 31 overs to do so.
So Pathan will continue from the CNC shopping complex end, and he would want to also keep putting the brakes on the Jamaica team. He's going in confidence. He bowled a good first over, and you really want to put his foot on the pedal here right now and to be able to put the ball into the right areas. The slower you bowl on this track, the more difficult it is. He's fishing at this one. He's out caught behind, is he? His appeal for caught behind. Umpire says not out. But footed in was beaten by a lovely outswinger. Pushed at it. And just for a moment, Canada thought they had their big fish. Let's look at the replay here.
There is space. There is space between the bat and the ball.
So good decision by the umpire. But footed in almost.
So footed in didn't look at all concerned there.
It certainly didn't at all.
And the umpire was shaking his head in the negative early.
So Pathan will have to produce one just a little closer. In cricket, you've always got a ball to a batsman's name. Could it be his day today? Flashing at this one. This time he's out caught. Canada has struck. Oh! Canada has struck. And footed in will be very disappointed. Brilliant catch. Good bowling here by Pathan. And I always told you, Tony, there's a ball always set aside for you. That was the ball.
But good bowling by Pathan. He took that one a little wider and footed in, went for the stroke, but away from his body, and well caught.
And let's look at this one here.
That's all we've been asking, for them to pull the ball back in terms of length. And it was wide.
It was wide. It was a poor shot.
Poor shot.
By Assad footed in.
Didn't try to get closer to it. And
right
took the outside edge and went to the keeper.
In fact, his right foot never even got out to the pitch of the ball, Carla. It's just the hands. Just his hands moved.
Yeah, he just threw his bat at it.
Oh, and gleefully, finally one stuck into the wicketkeeper's hands for Canada.
81 for the loss of 3. Footed in, the set batsman gone, having used up some 51 deliveries. He made 24, and this can now be a very interesting game.
Well, Carla, I've seen Bonner, who is injured, come out. I would have certainly, if I was Rovman Powell, come out here, because the reason why I said that, Carla, is that Andrew McCarthy is a busy player. He's somebody who's going to want to run. Bonner is also the same accomplished player, because Bonner likes to get on with it. And I would have thought that they would have maybe held Bonner back, and Rovman Powell, coming off of the form that he scored 100 against Canada, would have stepped out here as the leader and said, well, McCarthy, let's take this over the line.
Well, he has decided to send Bonner, who got injured in the first part of the game. He did come back on the field, but I don't expect to see them running too many quick singles.
That'll be my major concern. 3 for 81 after this. And comments from you guys. Andrew Mason will maybe take it home, and maybe Either take it home for Canada or Jamaica, somebody.
That's a long distance to go to take it home. We're still 30 overs to the task.
But it could be over in 10 overs, so you just never know. We've already got 3 wickets down. And you might bring some more luck and get some more wickets. You just never know. Pathan has already picked his wicket up. And the way in which Pathan is bowling here, you just never know. Anything could be possible. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. Cricket. That's why it's called cricket. Here comes Pathan easing his way in. Passes the umpire now into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and staring this, and this is what you're going to get from Bonner. And this is what me and Carly was talking about. He's just on that foot. He's just going to be ambling.
Yes, running gingerly.
Yes, I think it's going to really affect him. I think the Jamaican management was maybe needed to revisit that one in terms of what's happening. But we'll wait and see. 3 for 82. They maybe have other ideas. McCarthy's there. He's 22 from 24. Further they now caught behind, 24 from 52. And Canada will feel that they're in with a chance here, especially on this track, where once you put the ball into the right areas, something happens. Pathan is into bowl to McCarthy's back and looking to punch that part to short mid-wicket fielder. Can't score. Remember, Canada still has Nitish Kumar, who's not bowled yet.
And the point that I want to make is that Andre McCarthy got 17 of his 22 runs in a single over. So since then, he has been relatively quiet. 17 of his 22 runs in 1 over.
Good observation, Carly. 3 for 82. FedEx plane, not FedEx.
DHL.
DHL plane flies away. Might have maybe brought in something for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Down the onside, up to the short mid-wicket fielder, can't score. And Canada feel that they believe? They have to believe. Because if they don't believe, then they can't win.
Well, Pathan has done an incredible job. He's in his 2nd over and has picked up 1 for 2 so far. And so every over that he bowls tight will be a plus for Canada. Jamaica have to get themselves going again.
And Jim McCarthy, 22 from 26 deliveries. 3 for 82 Jamaica. This game is not over yet by a stretch of imagination. Bang delivery. Just punching it down the ground for an easy single. The score goes up to 83, 3 for 83. So the end of the latest score here, at the end of over number 20, Jamaica 3 for 83. More comments from Tony and Carly, and then it will be the voice of Andrew Mason.
Now, one thing we can be sure of, Carl, is that we won't be seeing too many ones being turned into twos with these 2 at the wicket.
And so you have to make them run their runs. You can't afford to give them free hits and get boundaries, because Bonner is carrying an injury, and so he is going to find it a little bit difficult to be running 2s and 3s. Good afternoon, Andrew Mason.
Good afternoon. Gentlemen, talk to me. 82 for 3. Are you feeling better now, Tony?
Much, much better.
So you're no longer crestfallen. All right. We shall see what happens.
I was never crestfallen, just concerned.
Okay. All right, just concerned. All right. Well, the cricket is a funny old game. These two will have to steady the little rock and chip for Jamaica here as the first ball is pitched up and hit over the top. That's a good hit. That's gone for 6 runs. Ball pitched on the line of that leg stump, and that's the kind of batsman the McCarthy is. He hits the ball high over, wide, long, and that's gone for 6. Well played to carry the score now to 89 for 3.
And again, it was in the slot. The protection is at deep mid-wicket and on the offside down at cover and also down at 3rd man. So anytime you bowl in that slot, you're giving McCarthy a free hit.
Well, you got to watch that. Zafar to continue the attack now. And how will he respond to this? He's been hit it over the top of wide, long on for 6. McCarthy with that goes to 20 now. And Zafar, no slip. There's a wide 3rd man, a backward point. There's a man at cover in the boundary. Extra cover. Now they're going to make an adjustment in that the long on is going to, in fact, mid-off is now coming in. And there's a long on in place as Zafar comes in to bowl to McCarthy. Short outside the off stump. And he almost chops the ball into his stumps. It goes down towards the fine leg area. On the back foot, like could have easily hit that ball into the stumps there. Goes behind the keeper for a run. And the score goes to 90 for the loss of 3. With that single, McCarthy now goes up to what's he now?
30.
He's actually gone up to 30. So how do you read it now, 90 for 3? Carlisle.
Interesting phase of the game. Canada would be looking to get a couple more wickets, but at 89 for 3, you still have to say it is fairly even.
Fairly even, all right. Interesting. Of course, there's Powell in the pavilion as well. He could make a big difference. Zafar to continue the attack. He's going to bowl to Bonner, who normally is a very good player. He's got one. McCarthy's gone to 30 now. 90 for 3 over number 21. He comes up now and bowls to Bonner. To this, every Bonner is forward and drives well. Lovely flowing shot down towards long on for a single. That was pitched on the line of the leg stump, and he stroked the ball away for 1. He's up to 2 now. The score goes to 91 for the loss of 3 wickets. I should just run through what has happened earlier. Always important to just recap what has happened. 244 for 9. Canada won the toss and they chose to bat. Here's Zafar as he comes into McCarthy, and McCarthy's getting the ball outside the off stump and drives it wide of mid-off for 4. Wonderful shot, pitched up and stroked away wide of mid-off. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 94 for a loss of 3.
Too wide, too full. And that's meat and drink to McCarthy. You have to bowl him a lot straighter and you have to pull your length back. I've been preaching that all afternoon. Zafar has done that very well before this over, but maybe he's just tiring a little bit, having bowled 6 on the trot.
Yep, you're right. Well, that's gone through wide mid-off for 4. Zafar comes up again to bowl to McCarthy. This leaving pitch up outside the off stump, and he has to reach for that. He just guides it square in the offside down to backward point. A very attacking batsman normally is McCarthy. Goes to 34 now. It's up to 94 for 3. We're into over number 21, and earlier Canada won the toss and they chose to bat. They made 244 for 9, and in terms of the guys who got runs for them, well, Kumar was the top scorer. He normally is the man to do it for them. He made 42. Here's Zafar, comes up, he's in, bowls a full toss, and the legs have worked away. Down to backward square for 1. Backward square comes off the boundary to pick it up. And this has been a good over for Jamaica, an over in which Zafar was carted over the top of long on for 6 and then driven wide off mid-off for 4. So the over comes to an end at the end of over number 21 in search of 245 for victory. Jamaica 95 for 3, which is the latest score, Connery.
And the captain has got to think now about making a change at this end. Zafar, the last over undid some of the good work that he did. He has now gone 6 overs for 37 runs.
12 runs coming from that over.
Okay, an expensive over. That is his most expensive over to date. And so the captain would be looking to replace him and perhaps bringing back in the tall left-arm seamer for a couple of overs from this end.
Sana. And Sana looks good. Bustling medium-fast bowler. Liat leaves the airport on its way to maybe Barbados. Won't be going to Canada. Liat, the Caribbean airline, and it's on its way. Lovely in the air there, and thanks to our photographer and of course our cameraman who's on the far side of the ground for making sure that we get it, and he's going to make sure that we maybe put it in the ESPN highlights tonight as well. Here's Pathan as he comes up now. He's in into this delivery, which is pitched up on the line of the leg stump. The batsman is coming forward and working the ball nicely, beautifully played away. McCarthy down towards the wide long on area for 1 to carry the score to 95 for 3. McCarthy's up to 36 now. He's an attractive play. He's a dangerous man as well. Bonner, he's batting well. Still some batting to come. So the 100 beckons for Jamaica. This is over number 21. Is up to 96 for 3. Here's Pathan, the big fast bowler, comes in to bowl to Bonner. To this delivery, Bonner is across the off stump and just strokes that ball away and down towards long on for a single. It was a bit short, and he just jogs the single, does things in a very easy way. So I was telling you that the Canadians made 244 for 9, and we had some good work from Bulai today, the Chinaman and googly bowler. 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 41. McCarthy, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46. Thomas, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. Green, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 46. And Gordon, he was a bit expensive, 10 overs, no maidens, done for 65. In response, Jamaica are 97 for 3. Here's McCarthy waiting on Pathan. He comes up and bowls to him. A ball pitched on the leg. Some whipped away in the air. It's going to go through my wicket and it'll go out towards the boundary and we'll get there as well. It goes for 4. It was full on top of the leg stump and he really played it quite nicely down towards my wicket. Back was square, could not get across in time. And what a way to bring up the 100 for the Jamaicans with a flick away through mid wicket for 4.
Yes, pretty loose bowling from Canada in the last few overs, sort of undermining the work that they'd done previously to put the Jamaicans under pressure, so they'll need to pull things back in a hurry here.
101 for 3. Whereas Pathan again comes up now, goes past the umpire, bowls to McCarthy. McCarthy is bowled! Oh, that's a big wicket to get. He chopped it down, looks at the bottom of the bat. Oh my golly, a ball pitched up. No real movement of the feet. Pathan strikes. A big wicket to get. Listen to this. Jamaica 101 for loss of 4.
Well, I wanted them to pull things back, but I wasn't quite expecting that. That was a gift from McCarthy to Pathan. He chopped it on, and the Canadians will be delighted by that.
Yes, you're right. And of course, let's look at this. What did he do wrong here, Carlisle?
Well, he simply was looking to create a shot. He was looking to cut this delivery, which was a little bit too full and a little bit too close.
Yes.
No room for him to swing his arms, and he chopped it from the inner portion of his bat back onto his stumps. And so Pathan is on fire. He has picked up his 2nd wicket.
Yes, indeed. Now, talk to me, gentlemen. 101 for 4, chasing 244. Let's start with you, Tony. Where's your money? Talk to me.
Well, if we can get rid of Mr. Powell, I would say that my money, which is now still in Canadian dollars, would be pretty safe.
Yeah. All right. Talk to me, young Powell. What do you say?
After that performance by Powell in the last game, you would expect him to come out here brimming with confidence.
Right.
I tell you something. If Powell can get off to a flyer,
Right.
it would deflate the Canadians. And so, well, of course, he's
And if
Powell.
not,
If not, and he gets himself out,
Right.
then you can say advantage Canada.
no. Okay. But let's look at the game now. 244 for 9. That would have been made by Canada. We're into over number 22. Jamaica 102 for 4. Who has got the advantage?
Still fairly even, I would say. Because, you see, you need 142 runs to win if you're
Right.
Jamaica.
Right.
But the Canadians would be saying, listen, we need 6 wickets.
Right.
And the Jamaicans have been gifting wickets to the Canadians.
Right.
So if you're Canada, you have to tell yourselves, listen, we're still in this.
Right.
If you're Jamaica, you have to tell yourselves, listen, 2 good overs and we can break this game wide open.
Tony, your side has an advantage.
No, I totally agree
Even
with
Stevens?
Carlisle.
Even Stevens? Okay, 102 for 4. I'd say Canada has a slight advantage. Of course, Paul is there, but I think at this stage I would think that Canada has a slight advantage. But of course, that could change. You'll have to wait and see. Here's Pathan as he starts his run. Comes up now on his way to bowl to Paul. He's up to the wicket now. He's in and bowls to Paul, and Paul is swinging the ball away down towards backward square for a single. But he's a live wire. We saw him the other night. He came out and he hit the ball out of St. Kitts on several occasions. He really was absolutely brilliant with his batting, and he took the game from Canada. And we shall see what happens. He's a dangerous customer. He's got Bonner with him. And this innings is at the crossroads. 103 for loss of 4. They've lost wickets at bad times for Jamaica. Pathan again comes in to bowl to Bonner. Goes past the umpire. Now he's up into this delivery. Bonner is coming forward to a ball pitched up on the line of that leg stump and pokes it down towards mid wicket. And it's the end of a very good over indeed. An over in which he got the wicket of McCarthy. We had him bowl for 35, chopping the ball into his stumps. At the end of over number 22, it's 103 for loss of 4. That's the latest score here at Connery. What do we have here now? We got 103 runs on the board, 4 wickets down. Over number 23 will start. And they're going to go with Sana. I think that's a good move. He's a wicket-taking bowler. And the captain, I think, has recognized now it's important to get rid of Paul. And he's now decided to go back with the man who started the attack for him. I think it's an interesting move as well.
Very interesting move. And you know, and Carlisle had made the point earlier that Powell, when he made the 100 the other day, the first time he saw Sana was when he was already on 72.
Right.
Well, that has certainly changed today. So we'll see how well he handles the left-arm seam of Sana.
When he's brought him into the attack, and I think Sana's a good bowler. And
the Jamaicans requiring just only 5 runs and over from here on in, Andrew. So there's no need for them to do anything rush.
Right. Okay. 103 for 4. Here's Sana back, charged with responsibility to get the wicket of Paul. He certainly would want to get rid of him, and if he does, well then, well. But we shall see Paul as a dangerous man. He's on 1. Sana back. In he comes. And the sunshine of Connery comes up now, goes past the umpire, bows to Paul. Paul is get him on down the leg side. It's going to be called wide by umpire Shannon Crawford, the fireman there in Georgetown, Guyana. Hello to all of our listeners and viewers in Georgetown. John Ram Singh, of course, and Clyde Butts and all the wonderful people there. I would imagine that Roger Harp is watching it as well. He's in that hotel room there somewhere in Trinidad, and we'll be quite happy with the performance of the emerging players who had a good victory last night, and they've done well. They're top of the stack. 104 for a loss of 4. Here's Sanders. He grips the ball and starts his run. Busting Rozzy comes in to bowl to the Jamaica captain, and to this delivery, he's got a short ball and swings it down to backward square. It's going to head out towards the boundary. It goes for 4. It was a wonderful shot. It was short, went on the back foot. That was a poor delivery and put away down to backward square. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 108 for loss of 4.
The first boundary that was scored by Powell was a shot. Well, the get off the mark shot was a shot where he got a short ball,
right,
rose up to his full length, rolled the wrist extremely well and kept it down for a single. This one, even better.
Right, you're right. Now let's see what Sanders is going to do here. Now he should maybe try and bowl a fuller length. He's got the backward square in. There's a long leg as well. There's a cover on the boundary. So Paul is up to 5 now. Sanders starts his run. Crucial stage of the match. He's in and bowls, and the ball is on the leg. Some push him up towards mid-on. They'll get the single. The running was good. It went up to mid-on. It didn't fly up to mid-on. It was Powell's call. The ball went behind the non-striker. He called Bonner through, who responded to his captain's call, and they got the single comfortably. So 109 for 4. And, of course, we said hello to all of our listeners and viewers there in Guyana. Of course, in Jamaica as well. I'm sure they're viewing and listening as well. And I would imagine that they would think that Paul can do it for them, along with this man Bonner, who's about to settle. And Sana begins to move in on his way to bowl to him. It's 109 for 4. Goes past the umpire. Now he's up and bowls to Bonner. Bonner's forward and drives up towards mid-on. They take on the fielders and they win the battle again. Goes up towards the mid-on area. The fielder coming in from that position at mid-on fumbles, and they get the run easily in the end. Now, who's number 62? Let's double check and see who's got number 62 on the back. As that ball was played away, it looks like Sion up there. Not the fastest in the field. They've picked out the slow man, and they've challenged him, and they've won the battle comfortably. But they shouldn't get too cute. You never know. They would want to flirt with danger. Jamaica cannot afford to lose another wicket here. They'll be in big trouble. 110 for a loss of 4. We're into over number 23. Let me remind you the target is 245. Sana comes in, bowls to Paul. Paul is steering the ball away with an open blade down to backward point. It was a slow delivery, and waited on it and guided it square in the offside down to backward point. There's no run. 110 for 4. Carlisle Paul, this is an important period of the match here with Paul at the crease along with Bonner.
Very important, and you have to bowl Powell closer to that 4th stump line. He has had too many on the onside so far.
Right.
Closer to that 4th stump line.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Back of a length.
I agree
Because
with
he's
that.
a powerful man.
Now the cover comes inside the circle. What do you make of that move?
I would prefer to have the cover back because they're sending back the long on, which means that they're looking to bowl him a lot straighter.
Yes.
And he's so good on the onside.
Yes, he is. So the cover comes in long on his back now. Here's Sana around the wicket. bustles in, full of energy, comes in to bowl to Paul, and Paul is wrapped in the pad on appeal for leg before. Now it says the umpire, they're screaming, they're appealing, and the umpire says no. I want to see that on the monitor. And there was Tony just about to celebrate as well. Have a look at that in 10. What do you think, Carlisle? Talk to me.
He's bowling from around the wicket, which means that if it is going to hit the stumps, it has to pitch in line and straighten.
Right.
So anytime it is pitched outside the leg stump, it's not out.
Right,
it must pitch in line and straighten.
Right.
And that might have pitched outside.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that assessment. And on the monitor, I think it was a good decision by the umpire as well. They were screaming for the wicket, and umpire Crawford said no. But it was a bit of a moral victory for the bowler there. 110 for 4. Here's Sana. Comes in. Pathan again comes up to bowl to Paul. Paul is on 7 into this delivery outside the outstump, chopped away down to backward point. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Oh, he played that well. It was short outside the off stump. His eyes open very wide there. It was a really poor delivery and banged away square in the offside for 4. 115 for loss of 4.
Excellent shot, but then again, he had the room to play the shot. This is not good thinking bowling by Pathan. He has got to bowl a lot fuller than that and a lot straighter.
Yeah, but he's up now to, well, the scoreboard has got him at 10 now. He's gone to 115 for loss of 4. Pathan again comes in to bowl to Paul, and to this delivery, he's on the back foot, strokes the ball down to cover, and there's no run. As that was a different length. It was on the off stump, played away up towards cover. 115 for loss of 4. He's on 10. With him is Bonner. He's on, Bonner's 4. And an over number 24 in pursuit of 245 for victory. The Jamaicans in desperate search of a win here. They're up to 115 for 4. Here's Pathan as he comes in again to bowl to the Jamaica captain. And to this delivery, he's covering up, pushes up towards cover. Bonner hobbling comes on the pitch, then checks his run and goes back to his crease because there's no need to give your wicket away by the run-out route. We saw one earlier when Thomas was run out for 1. That was needless. 115 for 4. Pitchers played pretty well, Carlisle.
Oh, very well. They had a little bit of moisture this morning, and as I fancied, as it dried out, it is starting to come on a lot better.
I think it's a very good cricket pitch. I think it's one of the best, I think, in the region, really. I mean, if you can bowl on this pitch, you can certainly get wickets. If you can bat, you can make runs. It's a good cricket pitch. Pathan comes in, bowls on the line to the leg stump. And Paul is across and works the ball away into the onside, down towards that backward square position for a single. The trap has been set. There's a man on the backward square boundary who just came inside the stumps and just played the ball off of his hip down to backward square for 1. He's now up to, I make him 11. It's gone to 116 for 4. I rate this pitch highly. Very good cricket
The
pitch.
groundsmen have done really well.
Yep.
Because we're playing a lot of cricket, Andrew.
Right.
20 matches, 9 on this, 11 in the park.
Right. In fact, we come back here tomorrow, and then we come back here on Wednesday. Here's Pathan as he comes up this time to bowl to Bonner. And to this, Davy Bonner is coming onto the front foot, pushes down towards mid-on, takes the field at mid-on on. That's man, and they get a single. So they've not only been scoring boundaries, but they've been running very well between the wickets. And a good combination of boundaries and good running at the end of over number 24. Jamaica in pursuit of 245 for victory. They're 117 for 4, which is the latest score at Connery. So we're back with Sana, who's busily setting this field. He's going to bring the cover off the boundary. So let's look at this field. There's a wide third man backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. 1, 2, 3 fillers on the offside, inside the circle saving 1. The mid-on has been pushed back about 10 meters inside the boundary. There's a mid-wicket, there's a backward square and a long leg. Sana will bowl round the wicket, medium fast. He's going to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is on 5. It's 117 for 4 as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to Bonner. Bonner to this delivery is covering up. Good tight delivery on the off stump and plays the ball away up towards the extra cover area. There's no run, 117 for 4. So let me look at what has happened. Thomas 1, Blackwood 30, Foden 24, a loose shot. Not often that you see that kind of a shot, but I suppose the pressure was beginning to build on him. In fact, the ball before he survived a confident appeal for a catch at the wicket, and then he hit it very hard and was out. And then it was McCarthy chopping the ball onto his stumps. There was tremendous glee in the camp of the Canadians when that happened. They thought they'd won gold at the Olympics. 117 for 4 because they know that McCarthy is, of course, very dangerous. Here is Paul as he his son as he comes in and bowls outside the off stump, chopped away down the backward point, and the return is about to come in, but the Jamaicans are so quickly moving between the wickets that they feel that backward point didn't have a chance. From the time the shot was played, Paul came through for the run, man came forward, and they got the single comfortably. 118 for 4. They're running rather well between the wickets.
Very well, and what I want to see them do is to squeeze Bonner a little bit more, come in a little bit closer.
I agree with that. And make him work for that single. With that single, he now goes up to make him 6 now. 118 for 4. We're into over number 25. So with the halfway stage here. And it's going to be Sanders. He comes in now to bowl to Paul. And to this delivery, Paul is coming forward and flicking the ball beautifully down to the position of backward square. Turn the wrist and impact. And gets a single. He's a danger man. He's the important cog in Jamaica's wheel here. With that single, he now goes up to make him 12. It's 119 for 4. And we're halfway through over number 25. What are you thinking, Tony?
The required run rate has now slipped on the 5, just at 4.92 at the beginning of this over. So you would have to say advantage Jamaica at this stage.
Okay, advantage Jamaica, says our good old friend Tony. By the way, Clive Lloyd, the big cat, says hello to you. I spoke to him not too long ago, and he's saying hello to you.
My boyhood hero. I was
of course
very close to Clive in his Case Cup days.
Here's the delivery outside the off-stump bowl by Sana. Chopped away by Bonner down to third man for a single.
Chased a lot of balls.
You did. What part of Ghana? He's a Queenstown man as well?
Yes, he played at his DCC.
DCC?
And I lived just around the corner in Forshaw Street. And on one instance...
In what street?
Forshaw Street.
Forshaw Street, okay.
Yes, and on one instance, Clive Lloyd hit a 6.
Right.
I went to after the ball cleared the ground, and I swear to God, I picked it up a block away.
Oh, really?
That's
a block away?
A block away.
Did you pick it up? Did you pick it up in Berbice?
A street block away.
Here's a ball banged into the pitch by Sana, and it goes over the batsman's head. That's the keeper. That's the batsman. That's Paul, and it goes away to the keeper. 120 for loss of 4. He hit it very hard, didn't he?
He was a brute of a batsman in his Case Cups days, strode down the steps of the DCC with his green hat and his spectacles. He used to wear spectacles
from
back
very
then.
early, yes.
And
we
you'd
celebrated
be
his
upwards of 1,000 people every weekend at Clive Lloyd.
To see Clive Lloyd, yes. And of course, he had his cousin with him, Lancelot Gibbs. Hello to you, Mr. Gibbs, wherever you are. I think he's somewhere in Florida, I think. Sana comes up now. He's in bowls. The ball which is short and pulled away. Where's that gone? 2-ball wicket for 4. Lovely shot again by the Jamaica captain, responding admirably to the challenge here. It was short and pulled away for 4 to carry the score to 124 for the loss of 4.
Somebody is going to have to give me a direct line to the Canadian bowlers or tell them what I say. Because I've been saying repeatedly, do not bowl Powell short. He pulls and he hooks very well. And to show his mastery, Andrew and Tony, you just look at him. He's always turning his wrist and closing the face of the bat. We haven't seen him hook one up yet.
No.
He's hooking down.
Right.
He wants to stay at the crease.
Right, indeed. And maybe if you could look back, Carl, as you, of course, would have been a manager of the Levers for a long time. Who would have been some of the good hookers and pullers in West Indies cricket in your time when you managed?
From the Leewards.
From the Leewards,
Williams.
Stuart Williams, oh, brilliant.
Yeah,
Absolutely brilliant, yeah.
And he saved some of his best hooking and pulling for Kensington.
Yeah, for the region's Mecca.
He made big runs in Barbados. Against the fast bowlers,
yes.
hooking and pulling.
Yes, I mean, they never liked to bowl to him. He made lots of runs against Barbados. Richie Richardson was also a good hook and a puller.
Luther Kelly
was very good
and
as
the
well.
cut shot.
And the cut shot, wonderful indeed.
Yeah.
Anybody else you can think of?
Oh, yeah. When we played against Barbados, there was a fellow named Philo Wallace. You wanted to get him out early, And then when we played against Guyana,
right,
Clayton Lambert.
He was something else.
You wanted
a difficult
to get
man to dislodge.
Yep.
Yes. Anybody against Jamaica that was hook and pull that you can think of?
Yeah.
Who else?
I'm sure there were some Jamaicans who used to.
Anybody from Trinidad and those slow pitches in Trinidad? No,
not a lot of hookers.
No, but Philo Wallace, of course, he was. Lambert was ferocious with his batting, and look, a very awkward stance as well. But certainly was a difficult man to dislodge.
Yeah.
All right, let's do an assessment here now. The players are refreshing themselves. Let me remind our viewers and listeners that the Canadians won the toss and they chose to bat. They made 244 for 9 from their 50 overs. At the moment, 25 overs gone, so at the halfway stage, the Scorpions in desperate search of a win here. They've got their captain. He's looking good. He's on 16. Bonner's on 7. They're 124 for loss of 4. So it means now they require another 120 runs for victory. I want you to assess what has happened so far today.
Jamaica just inching ahead, by the way, Andrew.
Right.
When Canada won the toss and batted, I'm sure they would have been thinking in terms of 260. That would have given them some hope and some added confidence. And they got off to an excellent start, their best start of the tournament so far, 69 before the loss of the first wicket, but that was quickly followed by 2 more wickets on 89 and 92. Here is the challenge. Pathan was going very well before he got a little bit too excited, tried to turn a ball into the onside, played all around it and got bowled by Bulai. And then Mita was also bowled by Bulai and then quickly canned. And so 69 without loss became 92 for 3 and Canada were in some trouble. They would have wanted the informed batsman Kumar to bat long, but Kumar, I think, rather gave it away as well. Caught by Gordon off Bulai in Bulai's last over.
Right, that's
and
true.
He made 42, 148 for 4, and then after that it was just a slide until the last 2 were able to add some 32 runs to bring Canada to 243 for 9. Bulai was the big bowler, 4 for 39 from 10. And then after that, Canada in response, in the field, wanted early wickets, got one with the score on 4 for 1 when Thomas was run out. Good throw. 52-run partnership before Blackwood was bowled and caught by Shahid. And then Pathan picked up 2 wickets. But right now, Canada would be wanting to slow things down. They would be wanting to pick up some wickets. And once they can pick up both of these wickets, in fact, then they can tell themselves that they're in with a bit of a chance. But with only 120 runs to go, it has to be that Jamaica is inching forward.
Yes.
Because they have all of 25 overs to get them.
Yeah, and of course they've got Powell, very dangerous, and Bonner, who has done pretty well so far in this competition. They're together. They look pretty easy. They run the singles well, and whenever you're offline, you're being punished. So 124 for loss of 4. What about you, Tony, in your assessment of this? How do you read it with 124 for 4 at the halfway stage?
Definitely in favor of Jamaica. 2 set batsmen, 2 of their better batsmen, and a required run rate now at only 4.820 and over. So they can just knock it around and get home pretty easily from this point onwards.
Well,
Canadians will have to take a wicket. At very least keep these batsmen quiet for the next few overs.
We can have
And
some
we're
spin
man.
back. Man is going
Man
to come
is
back
back
in the
in the
attack
attack.
now. And they're going to, well, they tried with the fast bowling, reasonably successful. Pathan actually got 2 wickets. But Man is back, left arm spinner, bowling round the wicket. He's going to bowl to Bonner. In he comes. We start over number 26. He's up and bowls to Bonner. Bonner gets one of the legs and just works the ball away for 1 down towards the fine leg area short. And that's a little turn away. We know that Paul is very athletic, and he came through for the run. Must have been a good 100-meter runner in Jamaica as well, and he just came through very quickly for the single. So 125 for 4. We're into over number 26, and it's going to be Man. He starts and then stops and goes back to his mark. He's going to bowl to Paul. Paul has got 16 with that single. Bonner goes to 8. He's on his way to bowl to Paul. And to this, Paul is coming forward, plays the ball up towards mid-wicket. Bonner's a long way down. The return comes in and he gets home. Well, some indecision. I think Paul was a little surprised that Bonner went for that. Went out towards square leg, had to put the skates on and get back. They've got to be careful there.
Never a single on there. Never a single on. The fielder was covering much too quickly.
Here's Man, left arm orthodox spin. Comes in to bowl to Paul, and to this delivery. Paul is coming forward. Good delivery on top of that off stump. And the ball goes away down towards the point area. Just hoping that he could go off line. But so far he's been very good in terms of his control here. He's got the long off and the long on in as well. So here we go with Man as he comes in to bowl to Paul, and to this delivery. Paul is going back, forcing the ball to the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. So far, so good in this over. Keeping Paul quiet. Paul, of course, looking for that bad ball. 125 for 4 as he comes in again to bowl to Paul, and Paul to save his back, forces the ball up towards the mid-off area. More long off, really, for a run. In fact, he pulled that ball down, and Paul was able to go back and force the ball away down to long off for 1. To go to, I make him, what's he now, 17. It's 126 for loss of 4. As we come to the end of over number 26. Here's Man comes in, bowls to Bonner. Bonner reaches for it and just drives it out to cover. There's protection on the boundary, just a single. And with that, the score will go up to 127 for loss of 4. It was given some air and stroked out towards cover for 1. So an over in which 2 runs came, and things were quiet in the over. So we've now completed over number 26 in pursuit of 245 for victory. The Jamaicans are 127 for 4, which is the latest score at Connery.
Good over, very good over, in that he didn't allow the batsmen to use their arms, and they were just able to squeeze out 2 runs in the over. I think, gentlemen, sometimes people look at Powell and say that he is only a hitter, he's only a slugger, but we have noticed that in this inning so far he has played sensibly.
He has indeed, there's no doubt about that. And we shall see what happens in terms of the action continuing. Sana is a good bowler, bustles in, full of energy, full of commitment, and would love to pick a pepper here, as they would say in Caribbean parlance. We'll see what happens. It's 127 for the loss of 4. And, of course, this situation is interesting. Jamaica with their noses in front, with their captain, who's there. He's on 17 and has batted well. Here we go. Sana comes up now on his way. He's in and bowls a ball which is short. Good delivery on top of the off stump. And there's the batsman Bonner squeezing the ball down towards gully. There's no run. Score is 127 for loss of 4. The action, of course, continues tomorrow right here at Connery. And then on Wednesday, the Jamaicans will come back to play against Barbados. The Leewards are in action tomorrow against the CCC. Is that right? Leewards tomorrow. So we're looking forward to that. And, of course, the Jamaicans will play against the Leewards on the weekend. So some big matches are coming up. Here's Sana looking for that breakthrough again. 127 for 40. Comes in to bowl to Bonner. Goes past the umpire now, bowls to Bonner. Bonner is covering up to ball on the off stump. Good length and pushes down to extra cover. There's no run. So it's been quiet in the last, 8 deliveries? And it's 127 for loss of 4. But the Jamaicans are reasonably confident at this stage.
Yes, and looking at the tournament, what is left to come, a win here for Jamaica would put them on equal points with the Leewards.
Yes.
And tomorrow would force the Leewards to win.
Yep. So we're looking forward to that. So, of course, the Leewards will be back in Canada, hoping that Canada will win, I would imagine. As it's going to be sound as he comes round the wicket again. Comes in to bowl to Bonner. Until Stevie Bonner is driving up towards cover, through cover. A run up towards the burn. We'll have the legs to get there. The ball is going to win the battle. It goes for 4. The fielder cover did not stop it. It went past him down to extra cover and down a little slope. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 131 for a loss of 4.
Unfortunate there, Canadian captain not reading the bounce, and it flew past him. And once it hits the slope, it's pretty difficult for the fielders to catch.
Yep.
Got to have your body behind it. Must have he was trusting his hands to stop it and didn't have his body behind it. It went past him for 4.
Yeah, well, it was driven wide off, mid off. That's gone for 4. Bonner with that boundary. Now goes to 9. It's 131 for 4. Sana starts his run again. Comes in, doesn't deliver, doesn't get it right. And he'll make his way back to his mark. Beautiful weather. The normal early morning rain when I was out for my early morning jog. Did you get up this morning to jog, Tony? Did you make it?
Yes, all the way up to the restaurant to the top. 3 flights of stairs.
Okay. Okay, so you were jogging at breakfast then, all right? And there was a buffet.
No buffet.
Oh, no. 131 for loss of 4. Here's the ball pitch outside at the off stump. By Sada stroked away down to cover for a single. You made me laugh. It's just he said no buffet. And it went down to cover for a single. 132 for loss of 4. It was wide and played away by Bonner for a single. He's now into double figures. No, he's actually 14. With him as his captain, he's got 17. It's 132 for loss of 4. So, really enjoying St. Kitts. In the morning, go out for a little early morning jog up there in the Frigate Bay area. Your phone is going. Someone is saying that you actually jogged this morning. They saw you. And quickly they decided, no, I wouldn't challenge him on the radio, on air as well. 132 for loss of 4. And Sana to continue. Just going to see what he can do here. They need a wicket now, Canada. And the big gun is at the crease. It's Paul. He's out 17. Here is Sana. Comes up now. He's in and bowls to Paul. And Paul is coming across the stumps and plays it very responsibly down towards the long on area for a single. It's not been all bashing. He's been waiting for the bad ball. It's been calculated. Just a matter of batting with a good old washpan of common sense or truckload of common sense and win the game. That was struck nicely down towards the long on area for 1 to carry the captain, who's got the responsibility to be the man to bring the bacon home for his country. Jamaica Land We Love Story sponsor Judy's Call is a part of his national anthem. I'm sure he knows that. 133 for loss of 4. As he comes up now, this is Sana. He's in and bowls to Bonner. Short Bonner pulls it and keeps the ball down. It goes down to long leg, rolling the wrist over an impact, and he'll get a single for that. So it means that the over will come to an end. We've now completed over number 27. 133 for loss of 4 is the latest score at Connery.
And these two have added 32 wickets without too much of a bother and have taken the score now to 133, which means that the runs required to win 111. And they will be hoping against hope that Nelson can work for Canada and give them a wicket.
Yes, indeed. Well. So it's a situation where 133 for loss of 4. The two batsmen had a long chat in mid-pitch. I'm sure they're saying, look, we got to stay here. We got to bring it home for Jamaica. A win for Jamaica is going to make this very interesting. It's going to stir that pot. With the Leewards playing tomorrow against CCC. Then the Jamaicans will play on Wednesday against Barbados. Barbados at top of the stack on 20. So these games are going to be of great importance as they look towards Trinidad and Tobago, the land of Calypso, to see if they can qualify for the final 4. Here's Mann, comes up now, he's in and bowls. Coming onto the front foot is Bonner, pushes down to cover, takes an exploratory step into the crease, looking for a run which is not on. Captain just put the hand up and said no need to flirt with danger. Of course, our next commentator is Vernon Springer, who's up next. 134 for loss of 4. We're into over number 28 now. And 100 and 110 more to get for victory. Here is Mann as he comes in, left arm orthodox spin, bowls to Bonner. Bonner's back and forces the ball up the pitch. The bowler comes across and makes a good start. The ball would have gone down to a long off had he not stopped it, and they would have gotten a single, and he was conscious of that and made a good save. 134 for 4. Here's Mann again, comes into Bonner to this delivery. Bonner's forward, drives out to cover, just reaching for it slightly. Cover sprints off the boundary to pick it up. The return comes in, and they get a run. It's been quiet in recent times. Last over was a drive past the extra cover for 4, but I think they recognize that they can work the ball around, pick up the singles, and exert more pressure on Canada here. 135 for 4. Here is the left-arm spin of Mann. We're into over number 28 now. And with that single, Bonner goes to 15. His captain is there. He is on 18. And here we go. Here's Mann as he comes in to bowl to Paul. And Paul is hitting the ball in the air, up towards the long off area. Will the catch be taken? No, it's gone over his head. That's gone for 6. It might have been a miss hit, but it was gone over the top of long off. That's gone for 6 to carry Paul now up to 25, and the score goes to 141 for loss of 4.
First time we've seen him chance his arms. It was a miss hit.
Yes.
But even a miss hit from Powell, this powerful Powell,
Yes.
is good enough to bring him 6.
Now Bonner just came down and had a word with his captain. I'm sure he's saying, season settle. You got away with that one, my captain. Be careful. Here we go. Mann comes in and bowls to Paul. Paul is coming onto the front foot and just playing the ball away up towards the mid-off area. There's no run. Suppose that happened because he wasn't able to get the ball away, and that can play in your mind sometimes. Sometimes you're not as patient as you should be. But of course they say patience is bitter, but its fruits are sweet. 141 for 4. Here's Paul swinging the ball away to wide long on for a single. As that ball was dragged away from outside the off stump, gets a run. And with that single, he now goes to 25 now. Is he what? Was he gone up now? To 25. 142 for loss of 4. The end of the over. And at the end of over number 28, 142 for loss of 4 is the latest score at Connery. More from you, and then it's going to be our good friend Carlisle Powell.
And just 102 runs needed to win now. And Powell is showing some signs of stepping up a gear in that he went at one, the 5th ball of the last over, and got it over the head of the man fielding down at long on. Would have had some anxious moments and then dragged one into the onside, but he seems to be ready to step up a gear. Change of bowling from the commentary booth end, and it looks like, is that Pathan?
Pathan.
Yes, Pathan.
Comes back into the attack. Canoa Man 6 north, 27 north. And Jamaica 4 for 142. Rovman Powell 25 from 21 deliveries. Bonner 16 from 20. Powell became the 14th batsman for Jamaica to score 100 in list A cricket. He scored an even 100 not out. And the day night encounter against Canada. He would have joined a huge list, which would have included Chris Gale with 4, Chadwick Walton with 3, Andrew McCarthy with 2, Bonner with 2 centuries, Jermaine Blackwood also with 2, and some other exciting names there. Deroy Morgan, Xavier Marshall, Richard Austin. We break as Pathan is in now to bowl too. That's going to be a wide. It's a poor effort there. So one more run to the Canadian team. One more extra there, and Jamaica quickly go up to 4 for 143. Continuing the list of century makers, we were talking a little bit about James Adams, Andrew Russell. Andrew Foodedin has also got a century for Jamaica. Wavell Hines, Robert Samuels, the coach of the CCC, and Danzier Hyatt. Powell joins an illustrious list. Short delivery, and Pathan, don't know if he's injured, but this is only his 5th over. Before this, he would have bowled 4 not 17-2. I wonder if he's maybe struggling from maybe a little groin injury, so I'm just giving a nudge there. 4 for 143. Still have not seen Nitish Kumar. Tony, what's happening?
I think they may be reluctant to bring Kumar on while Powell is at the crease, because Powell took a liking to him
But that was
in the last, but he took a liking to everyone.
yeah. But that was a game that is gone. If we're thinking like that, then today's a different day. Certainly, Kuma really one of your better bowlers. Pathan looks like he's struggling here. I don't know if he's struggling with his groin or something. And what would be the strategy here? This is a smaller ground than Warner Park.
He's looking to test Powell on the pull shot.
Oh, that'd be pretty interesting. Let's wait and see what's happening. Pathan is in now to bowl to Powell, pitched up, and he just whips that beautifully onto the onside. Gets an easy single. Powell will know that he has to be able to take his team across the line. He will know how important this innings is. Bonner is really, as we would call a, don't want to say handicap, but he's injured.
But he has been running a lot better, Springer.
He has?
He has been running a lot better at the crease. We haven't seen the discomfort that we saw earlier on.
Well, he's maybe running in pain, so that's a good thing. Let's hope that he keeps going for Jamaica's sake. Pathan comes in now to bowl to Bonner down the onside, and he almost got Carla. You see what the pressure would have been. That almost came back. The ball and caught. He played around the line of the ball, and again, as you said, he was running gingerly. And just going through the motion there. He's in some pain, but he maybe does not even want to show the opponents that he's in pain, and so he's going to fight his way out. 4 for 144. Bonner is 16. 16 from 21. Pathan in his 5th over. Trying something different. Is in now to bowl to Bonner short. Bonner is back and just ease. Just so calm. Just punched it past point. Gets a single. So he's contented to give the skipper the strike. And he quietly goes up to 16 of his 22nd delivery. 4 for 145. Or 4 for 140, yes. 4 for 145. Bonner goes to 17. Pathan into his 5th over. Duavman Powell, the captain for Jamaica, on 26. Waits for him, pitched up, and he's undriving down to long on. Getting an easy single. So the Jamaicans just milking it away in singles. A quiet period after an explosion in the 27th over. Or the 28th over. Now the storm has cooled down.
But that's all they need to do. They require less than 5 and over, so there's absolutely no reason. They can just push it along, take the singles, and they'll get home fairly comfortably.
Canada needs some magic to happen here, and happen very fast. And in this tournament, we have seen batsmen set and just give their hands away. We saw that today. McCarthy, Blackwood. Guys were looking good, and then all of a sudden, soft dismissals. Here comes Pathan. He's in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and cracking it out to the sweeper. He'll only get one. I want to give Trent Sargent and his entire crew, Craig and all of the guys here who've done an excellent job with the stream here. The end of over number 29. And Jamaica 4 for 147. Powell is 27. And Kuma Bonner is 18.
And they're making it look easy. Last wicket went down with a score on 101, and so they have added 45 runs without too much bother. The run rate is at 5.06, and the runs required are less than 100. They now need only 98 runs to win, and they still have 21 overs to get those 98 runs.
And a required run rate of only 4.66.
Canada will have to string some dot balls together. They're going to have to string some good overs together, and a couple of wickets will help their cause as well.
So the score mumbling along here. This is Jamaica's 197th list A game. Before this, 107 victories. They've lost 81, and they'll be looking to add one more to the column. Bonner is driving the left arm spinner straight up to short extra cover. We got Man here who's bowling.
Yeah, and one man.
And one man. So Bonner is just contented to just take his time, and Canada will have to maybe pull something magical out of the box. Or Jamaica will maybe have to play some sort of rash shots or something. Give their hand away. Man is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back on clubbering that down to mid-on. brought up inside the 30-yard circle, can't score. And the score remains on 4 for 147. They're looking to approach to get up to 150. Here goes Man. Glides away. Is in now to ball to Bonner. Bonner is hoisting that over mid and down to the boundary for 4. If it's in the air that long, it's going to get spanked. And he just made contact, got to the pitch of it. It was just in the air. He just rolled his hand over. There was no spin on it, Carlisle. 150 comes up for Jamaica, 151 for 4.
Good release shot there by Bonner. If you're going to loop it like that, you have to throw it wide of the off stump, full and wide, and give yourself a chance.
Bonner goes to 22, 151 up for Team Jamaica. Here's Bonner using his feet and heading down to long on, getting an easy single. So the bowling is becoming easy and even. Some 5 runs already off of this over already here in this contest. Kanwaman is into his 7th over.
50 partnership.
Yeah. Powell's got 27 out of that. Bonner's got 23. Here is Powell standing up straight and spanking that part cover. And they're almost like they're having an afternoon practice at the Edgar Gilbert Sports Complex in Molyneux. No pressure. The Canadians seem to have lost the will to win. They need to find a spark that they can't find as yet. But you never know. A wicket could change the whole game. Man is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner just eases it to mid-off and gets an easy single. And the end of another over. Jamaica coasting along, 4 for 154. The captain, Rovman Powell, is 28. Bonner is 24. And they need 92 more runs to win. Tony, you got to create some magic.
Well, I think the magic went out to the Canadians after that dubious decision. It seemed that since then they've gone entirely flat. And this is just a cruise in the park now for Jamaica.
So the score's trickling along here. Something has to give, Carla. I don't know what it's going to give. Pathan comes back from the Kim Collins end. And he's ambling up. Canadians will go back to the drawing board tonight, sometime later tonight, and figure out, like, where did we go wrong? Rovman Powell in his last innings, 100 off 67 balls, 89 minutes, 4 fours and 8 sixes. And that may be also maybe still playing on the mind, but it's Bonner in strike. Gets a short delivery and just spanks it. Didn't go hard at it, and had he maybe gone hard at it, and he went to the left of cover, might have been able to split. He's eased off his helmet, says, listen, I've had enough of this. He's calling the 12th man to come for his helmet.
And suggesting that he's not troubled at all by the pace of Pathan.
Yeah, well, he's a gentle medium, as we would consider that to be. So he certainly, I think, done the right thing. The only thing maybe can kind of scare him is if Pathan maybe gets a slow bumper up to him and he miscues. But Bonner is saying maybe I'm in good nick, so I'm going to call for just my normal hat. And maybe knowing the Jamaica team, they'll be maybe working out that they maybe want to complete this victory, maybe in another, inside the 40th over Carlisle for the net run rate, just in case anything comes down close. Here goes Pathan, weighing the number 49. 2 for 21 so far. He's in now to bowl to Bonner short. Gets a slow bumper. And the umpire almost thought he was going to call that a wide, but it beat Bonner all ends up. They need a spark, Tony. They need an excellent catch. They need a run out. They need something. And Jamaica is making sure that they don't give them even a look in. And I think they maybe might be thinking in the back of their mind, listen, let's finish this game inside 40 overs.
How about some CPL dancing girls? That might do the trick.
They might maybe need more than that at this time. Pathan is in now to bowl to Bonner. Pitched up. Bonner comes stylishly forward. Nice straight bat. And so...
Yes, the Canadians have gone flat, completely flat. They seem to be, their body language seems to be one of resignation now.
Shahid, as you rightly said, would have maybe had a dismissal and turned down against him, but after that he never looked himself. Never looked himself here. Bonner was 24 waits for Pathan into both him. He's back and cracking that, and Bonner's getting a single. Getting a misfield from the fielder cover under the urgency. One of the things that you quickly have to understand, and as Carly was talking about it, is that when you're playing a Connery inside the 30-yard circle, you got to be able to give yourself enough room so you can be able to see the ball. And I think the captain for the Canadian team was sort of guilty to be just inside the circle. You got to, especially when Bonner is batting. Bonner is going to stroke the ball, really, especially Bonner and Powell. So you got to be able to start from the 30-yard circle, move in so that you could, have some time that you could see it. Powell is 28. Waits for Pathan. As Pathan comes in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is back and just whipping this onto the leg side. And the deep mid-wicket fielder comes in and you get 1 run. So the score goes up to 4 for 156. Powell goes up to 30. And Bonner goes to 25. 29, in fact, to Powell. 4 for 156. Pathan into his 6th over. Almost like a stroll in the park here. Comes in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner gets a slow delivery and gets away with a wide. Pretty lucky, Carly, to get away with that. So at the end of over number 31, and the score is 4 for 156. Powell is 29 and Bonner is 25.
And Jamaica just need 89 runs now, or 88 runs now to win this game. And they have all of 19 overs to do that. 31 overs completed. Their run rate is 5.06 per over. So these two have done exactly what they needed to do. They have put together a good partnership of 55 runs, and they are asking the Canadian team, listen, if you want me, you come and get me out. We have seen too many batsmen get in on this pitch and then get themselves out, and these two have decided they are not going to do it, at least not yet, and they're playing very safely.
Pathan 6-0, 23-2. And who we've got coming here? Anwar still? Yeah, so he'll be continuing his they need 88, as Carly said. 4 for 156. Ravman Powell in strike. Waits for Anwar. He into bowl to him. He's back and cramped him more or less because he really didn't get tight enough to stay side on enough to the ball. The dot ball reduces him to still, and he remains on 29 from 26. 4 for 156. Jamaica. Anwar is into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and just punching that past the short extra cover fielder. Out to the sweeper who comes in and he gets a single. Can't afford to let up here. You gotta still keep the pressure up. Anything can happen. This game could change around. Some spectators on the left of us having a cricket discussion. And they've been at it since we've been here at the Colonial Cricket Ground. You always hear that. Once you come around in the Caribbean, you hear all the different versions. Man is into his 8th over. 7.1 overs, 34 runs, no wicket. He's in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner stands up straight and spanks that. Want to stay as much side on as possible to the ball. You want to do that, get that right foot moving, the depth of the crease especially, to be able to get the move in. The keeper's positioning stifles me for a while. Here's Bonner sweeping down to beat backward square into the boundary for 4. So once man was offline and Bonner got down, it was always going to be an easy boundary. And a boundary to Bonner, who races up very quickly to 29. And the score goes up to 4 for 161. Jamaica coasting.
Yeah, that's too easy to hit. Again, drifting offline, drifting down leg side. And one thing you have seen in this tournament are batsmen who love to sweep. And so once he hit that, it was always going to be 4.
Kanraman into his 7.3 overs, into his 8 overs. He's now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and punching the spot point. Out to the sweeper, gets a single. He gets his 26th run. In the meantime, Jamaica's score goes up to 4 for 162. 4 for 162. Bonner goes up to 30. So both batsmen are on 30. And Jamaica looking to really clear this one away. They want to finish this in a hurry. Here comes a beauty of a delivery. Arm ball. Squared him up completely. Fished at it. And the end of over number 32. Jamaica 4 for 162. Both batsmen are on 30.
And 83 runs required to win. And 18 overs left for them to do that. They're in no bother, Powell and Bonner, and they have put together a good partnership of 61 runs, and Jamaica will want more of them.
So they would need 82 more singles easily, and counting, from at least another 108 deliveries. No need for them to look to panic. The only panic maybe might come in is if the Team Canada can pick up a couple of wickets very quickly and sharply. But that doesn't look likely on the card, but it's a game called cricket, and anything is possible. Batsmen have shown in this tournament that they're in, and then all of a sudden they decided that they want to go into the pavilion and cool out. Rovman Powell just bouncing around just to keep his hamstrings going and not get two laps. Here goes the man himself, Pathan, from the Kim Collins end. He's going to move in now nicely to bowl to Bonner. Back on Bonner, punching it up to mid-on. Can't score. Good tight delivery.
I think the Canadians are bowling for a run-out, Springer.
You think
That
so?
seems to be the only likely way that they'll get a wicket now.
But they got to regroup very quickly and come up with something. And certainly so far, they don't look like they know how they're going to get their next wicket. And the Jamaicans are making sure that they don't get another wicket. Both batsmen are on 30. Bonner 30 from 37 deliveries. And Rovman Powell 30 from 29. Here is Bonner just turning this beautifully out to the square leg boundary. And it races away for 4. Lovely risky shot. And that had timing on it, had class on it. Goes up to 34, and Jamaica goes up to 4 for 166. Bonner goes to 34, and the captain, Rovman Powell, is in 30.
And again, it was very much leg side and essentially a free hit because the fielder is forward of square, and that one went backward of square. 82 runs now needed by Jamaica to win. The scoring rate is at 5.04, and they're just requiring a tad over 4 and over.
Pathan is into his 7th over. Where is Nitish Kumar? Pathan is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is driving straight down the ground for more. No need to even chase that. Split the mid-on and the mid-off. It almost looked like it was going to be a bowl and caught chance. But Pathan, wounded as he is, that would have had some luck for it to stick, Carline.
Too far from him. He saw it coming, but it was much too far from him for him to make a go at that. And so the runs required have slipped below 80. They're now 78 required to win.
Bonner goes to 38. Jamaica goes to 4 for 170. Their captain, Rovman Powell, is at the crease. He's 30. 38 from 39, Bonner. He's batted beautifully. And he'd want to make sure that they get the win here, which is very important. Back and punching that. And we'll get an easy single. Canadians just weltering away here. And it's not that it is hot here. It's just that they seem not to have a plan as to how they're going to get another wicket. 4 for 171. Bonner goes to 39. And Rovman Powell, who's 30, comes in to strike. I want to say good afternoon, good evening to wherever you might be viewing, listening this broadcast. It's really been an honor for us to be able to bring it live and in living color to you from the Connery Cricket Center in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The next leg, Zone B, being held in Trinidad and Tobago, is the flagship tournament of Cricket West Indies, the Colonial Life Super 50. Rovman Powell waits for delivery here. He's having a whack at something that certainly did not see. In fact, it didn't even bounce enough for him to play that shot. And Bonner is coming down to say, Skip, what are you trying? And he's still trying to rehearse. He'd been better advised to play the ball on the offside rather than on the leg side. The most important thing is that the communication is taking place between the two batsmen, something which is at fault with a lot of the other teams. The batsmen don't talk enough. There's no communication. They don't even want to open their mouths to say yes, no. Everybody looks like they're sometimes playing for themselves. Rovman Powell is 30. Waits for Pathan. Is in to bowl to him. Gets a delivery. He just back and just tucks it onto the leg side. Picks up an easy single. He goes to 31, Rovman Powell. And the score for Jamaica goes up to 4 for 172 at the completion of over number 33.
Easy pickings. Partnership between these two now had gone up to 70, and they need 73 runs to win, and they still have some 17 overs to get those runs. Rovman Powell on 30 from 30, and Nkrumah Bonner 39 from 40.
Lots of sevens in those equations.
A lot.
That's a whole. So 4 for 172. The Canadians are having a discussion. Still no Nitish Kumar.
I think he's coming into the attack now.
He's finally decided to come?
No, it's going to be continuation of... Who is this? It looks like Shahid.
Shahid is not going to come
back.
So no Nitish Kumar. And Tony must have sent a message, because Tony is saying that Rovman Powell took a liking to Kumar, so because of that, Kumar has become, as we would consider it in Loman's turn, a very small coward. It's got to be bigger than that.
Not my decision. I don't know. He may be niggling and nursing an injury of some sort. Just speculation on my part as to why he hasn't bowled as yet.
Side, first delivery, they sneak a single, and Rovman Powell gets his 32nd run, and Jamaica go up to 4 for 173. Blackwood, McCarthy, Thomas, and who's missing, Carla? I missed somebody? I would have had Blackwood, Thomas, and Footerdin. Those are the four that have been back in the pavilion so far for the Jamaicans. Footerdin really played a loose shot. He'd be upset with himself, and that really was not his standard. Bonner is back on steering this, and again they sneak another single. So this is good cricket here so far from the Jamaicans. Thomas runner for 1, Blackwood for 28, Footerdin for 24, and McCarthy for 35. Jamaica lost a wicket, 1 for 4, 2 for 56 in Blackwood, 3 for 81 in Footerdin, and 4 for 104 in McCarthy. And since then, the Canadians are searching. They maybe need to get some snow sent to sink it so that they could maybe put a break on this. 4 for 174. Bonner is 40. Rovman Powell is 32. Shahid is into bowl to Powell. That's a good flighted Yorker delivery. Came down on it, looked around, scampered all around to make sure that it was safe. In the end, everything went well. Shahid is only into his 5th over. He's got 1 for 28. Comes in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is driving. He gets there. He didn't lean into it. He just sort of just hit it. Didn't really get the power and the execution and the forming into it. Shahid is in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is thinking about going for a heave and change his mind. In the end, he had to defend with his top hand, which is his left hand, because he's a right-hander. He's talking to himself. You could see him knocking his hand, and he knows that if he gets out now, Coach Andrew Coley will be very disappointed. Shahid is into bowl to Powell. Is back and turning it. Can't score. And the end of over number 34. Jamaica 4 for 174. Bonner is 40. And the captain, Rovman Powell, is on 32. Comments from Carly Powell.
Very good over. Kept the batsman quiet in that over, and it's not so easy to keep Rovman Powell quiet. But he did. Jamaica, though, only require 70 runs to win, and they still have 16 overs to make that runs. 2 set batsmen at the crease in Rovman Powell on 32, and Bonner is there on 40.
Well, the Canadians at this point should be thinking, Carlisle, is still 70 more runs, and all they need is 6 good deliveries.
You're quite correct. All they need is for them to get some wicket-taking deliveries. What we have seen, though, we have seen
the
some
equation
bowling.
is definitely in the Canadians' favour.
We have seen some kind of indifferent bowling, though. The bowlers must be asking, how am I going to get a wicket? Because you're either going to restrict the scoring, you're either going to bowl the 16 overs and get Jamaica to stay short of the 244, or you're going to get some wickets. And if you don't get wickets, you're going to lose the game.
Well, I think we have to have a positive Tony. And because we have not had a positive Tony who feels that Canada is 21 short, then maybe that's why the Canadians are maybe going through the motion. So Tony, you maybe need to switch on and switch on very quickly, and let's see if we can get some wickets.
I am. I said 6 balls required, 70 runs. Equation in favor of Canada.
So who we've got here now, Tony?
This is Anwar Man back
So
again.
Man is switched from the CNC shopping complex end. He's now switched to the Kim Collins end, and they may be hoping for some relief. Still no Nitish Kumar, and as Tony said, he don't know if he's nursing an injury. Man comes in now to bowl to Bonner, who stylishly steers it down to point. Can't score. He remains on 40 from 41 deliveries. In fact, 42 deliveries. This is over number 35. Anwar Man glides in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner comes quietly forward. That was in the air for a long time. And he's maybe tenting his long on and long off. Short boundaries here. I hope my cameraman Craig McDowell will be able to see it when he's coming. Flatter, faster. That took some time to get to Bonner.
He's getting some turn, but it's slow.
Nish, why you not bowling? Why you not bowling?
Tony is trying to get the one up, 4 for 174. Here comes Anwar Man. He's going to Kanwa. He moves in now to bowl to Bonner, into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is driving, and he gets there. He just eases it out to the sweeper. And the 175th run comes up for Team Canada. Not Canada, but for Jamaica. Canada needs 6 wickets. That's all they need, as Tony has rightly called it. Jamaica needs 69 runs to win. Here comes Man. Is in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is hitting this one inside out in the air. I think that one is going to be dropped. Yes. And he should have done a lot better with that one. In fact, the fielder coming in should have been the one who should have been maybe taking that one. The fundamentals. And Canada missing an opportunity there. A single to Powell. He goes up to 33. Bonner is driving down the ground, gets an easy single. In fact, the sweeper should have been calling Tony and saying, mines, mines, mines. He was the one who was coming in. And so the end of over number 35, Jamaica are 4 for 177. And Tony wanted the chance. Let's look at it again.
Yeah, inside out, high up in the air. We still haven't seen the fielder charging off the boundary yet. He should have been charging in and saying that, listen, I can get to this. At this point, he has stopped. He has given up. He has allowed the fielder who is running back and looking at taking it over his shoulder to go for it. But really and truly, the fielder coming off the boundary should have had a better chance at that.
Well, it's down to a level of confidence.
He would have been going forward as opposed to Khan trying to take it over his shoulders.
Going forward with the ball clearly in his vision 100% of the time.
So Jamaica ringing the changes here in terms of the helmets and the gloves. And the 12th man has had a busy time here at the Colonial Cricket Centre. 4 for 177. We have 15 overs to go, and they need 67 runs, Team Jamaica. Let's see what's going to be happening here now. Taker. Here this one is being just slid away down to third man. It will give the fielder test in 4 runs. And so the as we would say, the beating continues here, Tony. And you look a worried man in your red. 4 for 181.
More frustrated than worried. I mean, you can't be missing opportunities like that, especially when you're in a position of you know, at this. You need to be taking every half chance that you get, let alone the full chances like that one was.
Man, 9-0, 43-0. As we break right now. Flighted delivery, and Bonner is inside out, driving out to the sweeper. Picking up an easy single is Bonner. He goes to 47. The score goes to 4 for 182. It brings Rovman Powell, Jamaica's captain, into the contention to face his delivery. He's 33. He's now to bowl to Powell. Powell again defends and defends nicely. Can't score, so just trickling along here. And you're wondering what is going to happen. 4 for 182. Getting a little fancy here, 4 more. And so the Jamaicans are getting fancy now with all of the cricket. Will it have the legs? Yes, it does. Hit the boundary board now. So 4 for 182. 486. The man himself, the captain, Rovman Powell, shoots up to 37, or it's 4 for 182. 4 for 108, no, 4 for 187. Rovman Powell goes up to 4 for 186. It goes up to 37. Yeah, so 4 for 186. Make sure we got that right. We're following from the main scoreboard. And so Jamaica coasting along here. Don't want to say it's curtains yet for Jamaica. Powell comes and sneaks. This one who was looking for a single is certainly not on. Umpires make a signal maybe to indicate that it could be maybe one more delivery in the over. Rovman Powell is 37 and Bonner is 47. He's driving down the ground, gets an easy single, picks up his 138 run, and the over is completed and the score goes up to 4 for 187. So finally they get up to 4 for 137. Rovman Powell is 38 and then Kuma Bonner is 47, and these two just mainly just going through the motions.
Not a lot of runs left for Canada to defend. And again, one big over can split it wide open. But they're coasting. They don't have to do anything stupid. And the required run rate is not much. And so Canada, the onus is on them to get a couple of wickets. But when they did create a chance in the last over, it just wasn't taken.
So Man is going to continue from this end. And he's going to try and see if he could be able to put a break. See, something needs to happen and happen very fast. Bonner on the non-striker is on 47. And Powell on 38, the captain. And they're ringing the changes around here. Canadian team. They'll ruin their chances, but they'll go back. It's a learning curve for them because the more games of this nature they play, the better they will get. 4 for 187. Man, I think, is into his 10th over. He's in now to bowl to Rovman Powell. Is driving up to cover, can't score. He remains there. So moves away, gliding right nicely. He's in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is bowled! Lost his shape, didn't stay onside onto the ball long enough. And as we were saying all the time, batsmen always just seem to just give their hands away. Here is the Jamaica captain getting a delivery, and rather than staying side on and just punching the ball, he was looking to manufacture a shot inside edge onto his stump. And Jamaica's lost their captain for 38, 5 for 187. Rovman Powell walks back to the pavilion.
Backing away, making room to cut a ball which was far too close to him. He cut from on the edge of the bat down onto, it looks like onto his foot and then onto the stumps. And so he has given up his wicket after having played so carefully for 36 and bringing the score now to 187 for 5 and giving some hope to the Canadian team.
58 now required, just 5 wickets left to get. The equation still in favor of Canada.
As you would say, 5 good balls.
And we are in amongst the tail. So the Canadian cat is in amongst the pigeons.
You want a better sugar cake? Because you look like you're not a betting man. So let's bet a sugar cake.
We don't have Canadian sugar cakes.
But we have sugar cakes in St. Kitts and Nevis. So let's go for that one. So my money is certainly.
My good friend Ingle said we're in with a chance again.
Oh, he said that?
So he just said that.
So. Okay, Ingle. Good afternoon to you, Ingle. He must be smiling. Must be saying, on Spring is on commentary. I don't think that would be possible. Is this Devil Green? Is this? We got Devil Green here? Can't see the back of the player.
It could be Dennis Smith.
Dennis Smith? Okay. Carly, Andrew, I don't have my sheet here, but we'll find out in a little bit. Andrew is indicating that it could be Dennis Smith. It certainly looks that way based on his stance. Man comes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is back and staying this, but he can't score. Already looking to get busy and punch us down to point. So we keep talking about it all the time that batsman, when you get in here on these tracks, whether it is Warner Park or Connery, you have to stay in and you got to be able to carry the line out. Smith is back and punching that. He's going to get a couple of runs here. He's turned blind and lucky. He's got to be able to change his bat there, and he didn't change his bat there at all, but he was able to get 2 runs, and the score goes up to 5 for 189, and the batsman Smith gets off the mark with 2.
Noticeably, the chatter among the Canadian players has now increased considerably.
Dennis Smith wearing the number 77. I think this is his first game. He's sweeping beautifully down to the boundary for 4. Offline, and this is what man has been doing all day. Poor delivery. Oh, and just swept away. The pressure eases up here. And Jamaica glides away to 5 for 193. 193. Smith quickly goes to 6 off a couple of deliveries. Badly lined delivery here. St. Kitts Scenic Railway has just come back into port. Craig will be able to get a shot of that in a little while for the folks. Wait for a little while. Smith is 6 and waits. His man is into bow to Smith. Smith again is sweeping again, and almost came onto his leg stump. You got to be careful. If you're sweeping, you got to get right down. You got to get the broom out.
Yeah, but a bad line by Anwar Man. There's no need to go there. He should be putting pressure on the Jamaican batsman. Every run from here now should be one that they have to fight to get.
And so the over is completed there. We're going to wait till as it comes up on the screen to find out from Ricky in terms of the over completed here. Waiting on that one. Over is completed. And the physio, they were asking the physio to come out, but the physio can't just come onto the field. Something has got to happen to the player for the umpire to allow the physio to come on.
I think number 96 pulled up when he was chasing a ball just in front of our location. Zafar. Okay, he pulled up when he was chasing the ball just in front of our location.
Oh, it was a style that he pulled up.
He has been stretching those hamstring muscles since then.
All right, so 37 overs have been bowled. Bonner approaching another half century. 47 from 48. Man completed his 10 overs. 10-0, 49-1. And Shahid will continue from the CNC Shotton complex end. Comes in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner eases his, looking to ease it past a short mid-wicket. Can't score. He remains on 47. 47 from 49 deliveries. In Jamaica, 5 for 193. Smith is 6 for 4 deliveries. Shahid is in to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and tugging this. Down to long on. Gets an easy single. Gets his 48th run. And he'll be trying to see if he can get another half century. Something so he can continue his good form. He wants to make sure that he gets his team over the line in Kumna. Bonner. Bonner at one point in time played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He was an overseas player. He'll be looking to get his 11th list A half century if he gets there. Smith, a little busy players just come in. Looks around the field. Where's the number 77? Hope he doesn't try anything different to Shahid, because he looks like he wants to score and get the game over in a hurry. That choked him for a little while, and he almost fell over there. Didn't play that with any sort of confidence at all. 5 for 194, Jamaica. Shahid is into his 7th over, 1 for 38. Smith is tearing this, but he can't score onto the offside. He's going hard at the ball rather than playing with nice soft hands. The art of batsmanship is looking for power. And don't need to go that hard. Just need to relax himself as a young player. Shahid is into bowl to Smith. Smith is back and cracking that out to the sweeper. You only get one. And so the score goes up to 5 for 195. Smith goes to 7, and Bonner, who's on 48, comes in to strike. He'll want to get his 11th list A half century. And this will be indeed an important knock for Bonner to give himself some confidence. He's back and punching it, but can't score, can't beat the short mid-wicket. And over number 38 comes to an end. Jamaica 5 for 195. And the gentleman is coming out with some water. I don't think that he's going to be allowed to do that. The umpire has not seen him yet. He really should not be doing that because there's not a water break.
50 runs now required from some 12 overs, so you're not asking a lot. Just a touch over 4 runs and over, And what the Canadians would want to do is to just keep things tight. Keep things tight. You notice that the bowling and the fielding has been a little bit better for the last couple of overs.
And more urgency now
Yes.
to it.
Yes.
Everybody now seems to be on their toes again.
So 5 for 195. Shahid. We've got Shahid, no, not Shahid. This is Taker. Hashtaka
Yeah.
comes back now from the Kim Collins end. Physio has given him an exercise to do to be able to maybe just slightly pull out the strain. Bonner is 48 from 51. We have some 12 overs to go with Jamaica needing another 49 deliveries. But Smith is in strike. He's on 7 from 7. Hashtaka is into bowl to Smith. He's dropped. Dropped by the keeper. This is really not good at all.
Well, I'm convinced that I haven't seen too many keepers who are worse than this at this level of the game. He simply does not catch. And if you don't catch well as a keeper, you are not in the game.
Well, his positioning, Carla, he's not going to catch anything. If he catches it, it's going to be luck and chance.
Yeah, he's far to leg side. He starts leg side.
First of all, Carla, he's on his heels. As a keeper, you can't be on your heels. You got to be on your ball of your feet. And his hands are straight out.
And hard.
So there's no way that is going to be working. 5 for 196.
I did comment a couple of games ago, there is not much give in his keeping.
Baker into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and steering this. Gets his 49th run. And this, that's Bonner who just scored that one there. Smith was the player who was dropped. Yeah, 5 for 197. Smith goes to 8. Bonner goes to 49. Scorecard just a little bit behind, giving us a torrid time there. Here's Smith driving on the offside, gets an easy single, so he picks up his 9th run. Score goes up to 5 for 198. Somebody who's scoring is taking a long time, so they finally got it right. Smith is 9, and Bono is 49, looking for his 11th listy half century. Comes into strike. Taker, Ash Taker, looking around the field. What is he looking for? All he needs to know is that the keeper just has to take the catches. That's all he needs to be thinking about. And certainly, Tony, they got to try a different keeper. Cricket Canada. Taker is in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is on driving. 50 to Bonner. His 11th list day half century. 50 or 53 balls. And it's been a controlled innings for Jamaica. Some 6 fours in Bonner's 50 or 52 deliveries. 5 for 199. And Jamaica, they would need, they're coasting and moving around nicely here. Here goes Taker. He comes in now to bowl to Smith. Back bowl to Smith. Smith is back and clipping this past the short mid wicket. 200 up for Jamaica. And Smith easily going to come back for a couple of runs here. 200 up for Jamaica. 5 for 201. And Canada, they only have themselves to ruin here at the end of over number 39. 5 for 201. More comments from you, Carlisle.
That wasn't too far from the fielder at mid-wicket. This Smith seems to keep the fielders interested. But the big event in that over was, of course, the drop catch from the wicket keeper, from Smith. You need to keep taking wickets, and the more wickets you take, the more panic is spread among the Jamaican team.
The more
right now,
pressure does be put on them.
Absolutely. Right now, with only 45 runs to get and there's still 11 overs to go. 5 wickets in hand, not a lot of pressure.
So 5 for 201. And Canada will be trying to see if they could search for something. Don't know if it's going to be possible.
And finally, Nitish Kumar coming into the attack.
So Ravman Powell is out now, so he's decided that he's going to come. So pretty interesting here. Most likely will bring in Andrew Mason, and Tony will close out this game. Carlisle will be looking to leave in a little while. But let's see what's going to be happening. Nitish Kumar finally comes into the attack. He's into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is sweeping one, dropped. And a chance that they really needed. As soon as Kumar came on, Here is it, one just going there, and another chance goes a begging. Bonner goes up to 54, and the score goes up to 205. Tony can't believe it.
I'm not sure that it went. Did it go to hand? Did it
Yes,
go through his hands?
It went through his hands.
It went through his hands. Went through his hands.
We're going to see it again. We'll get a chance to look at it again.
Sort of lazy shot from Bonner. Just having a go at it. Thought that he will feel it was just too close. Bonner is on driving, can't score. Nidish Kumar coming around there. 5 for 205. Bonner is 54. Dennis Smith is 10 from 11. Here is Bonner looking to sweep again to the same fielder who almost spilled that one before. Is it that Saka?
Sion.
So
Sion, the substitute.
Sion, the substitute, comes on. You know, he's being pushed back onto the boundary. So Canada having a lot of wounded soldiers here today, like the Jamaicans. 5 for 205. Bonner is 54. Nidish Kumar is into bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and spanking that. Pass cover down to the boundary for 4. No protection at all on the offside. And a loose delivery by Nidish Kumar. And this is not good cricket at all.
Especially as he had just sent back the man to the deep square leg boundary. And then the very next delivery gave up a drive on the opposite side of the field.
So we're into over number 45 for 209. And Bonner has gone to 58. Maybe Bonner has decided that he's had enough of this. Time to finish this and finish it in a hurry. Nidish Kumar around the wicket. Glides away, gonna coming out to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and punching it up to the bowler, and Kumar is upset with himself.
You notice that both batsmen of the crease had been given chances. Suppose those two had been taken and it were 209 for 7. But cricket is not like that. You can't look at
Suppose the
past.
umpiring had been better.
Well, you see, gentlemen, from my days managing, I just take what I am given by the umpires. I don't even fuss about it.
5 for 209. That's irrelevant right now, Tony. Canada has just played poor cricket. Back and spanking that. Gets an easy single. And it goes up to 59. And you could see the Jamaicans are just scoring here. 5 for 210. Bonner is 59. Smith is 11. And the completion of over number 40. 10 overs to go. The power play. The final power play comes into reckoning. And this game could be over in maybe, I would say, 44 overs.
I would prefer to say inexperienced cricket rather than poor cricket. Again, we have to keep reminding ourselves that this is a development team. Many of these players are making their debuts at this level. They would not have had any experience, you know, and sense of occasion and match awareness would have been factors to take into consideration. So, again, yeah, that are far more experienced than they are.
And I can say to you, Ingo, they have competed. And it's a learning process for them. They'll only get better. Ash Taker comes in from the Kim Collins end. His first over went for 9. No, Nidish Kumar's first over went for 9. And Ash Taker now is going to glide away now. He's going to come in now to Shahidi. Oh, sorry. Shahid is now... His Taker is taken off and Shahid comes in. So they're ringing the changes here. 5 for 210. Bonner is 59. Here comes Shahid. Shahid comes in now to bowl to Bonner. Bonner is back and just punching this down to long on. Gets his 60th run. The score goes up to 5 for 211. Smith comes into contention. Smith always seems that he's going to give you a chance. Always seems that he's going to give you that sort of chance. Comes in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is spanking that inside out over cover. Down to the boundary, they pick up a couple of runs. And they almost give away 4 there, the fielder there. And they pick up a couple of runs. So Smith goes up to 13. He's an airy-fairy player. Got to do some homework a little bit here on Smith. Because he looks like he's a 10-10 player. Wants to be attacking and attacking all the time. He's gone to 13. Score is 5 for 212.
Looks like he wants to make this exciting.
Whipping this one beautifully, getting up another run, goes up to 14 in Dennis Smith. 5 for 214. It's going to be the spell right here. After this over, we'll have the voice of Andrew Mason and Tony, who will end this proceedings here. It's either be a Jamaica win or it'll be a Canadian win. because Tony still believes they can get 5 wickets. Bonner is 60. Comes quietly forward and he can't score. Carlisle will be flying out too after this delivery, because we'll have a little break right after. Here comes the man himself, Saeed, into ball to Bonner. Bonner driving it out to cover. He walks a single. No need for him to even try anything. And so the latest score here at the Colonial Cricket Centre is Jamaica 5 for 215, Bonner 61, and Smith is 14.
Good evening, Andrew, and seemingly all over bar the shouting.
Well, you've had your chances and you have not taken them. And the Jamaicans are really very close to victory here now. Smith is there. He's got Bonner with him. And they've done a wonderful job. So it's a question of, it's just a matter of time, I would think, here for the side to go on to win here. So Kumar took a long time to come into attack. His first ball is on the leg stump. Worked her way down towards the mid wicket here. There's no run. 215 for 5. The target is 245. So the Jamaicans are very close. They just need 29 more for victories. This delivers on the leg stump. Worked her way down to short fine leg. They'll get a single. As Bonner worked that nicely away for 1. Smith is fast and Bonner is fast as well. Of course, they come from a country where it is called the land of speed, really. And they got the single comfortably to carry the score to 216 for 5. So I suppose the Jamaicans are beginning to see the finish line here now. They've had to work. And here is Kumar as he comes up in bowls outside the off stump off the back foot and forced away out towards cover by Smith. First single, it was too short and he played it quite nice. He's come to the crease and has gotten his runs quickly, Smith. He's gone up to, I make him 15. It's 217 for 5. We're into over number 42. Bonner's in 61. He's batted well. Kumar comes in and bows to Bonner. Bonner is turned the ball away into the onside, down towards the backward square position for a single. Ball that wasn't selected, just worked the ball away. So it's just a matter really now, I would think, Tony, of just working the ball around, picking up the singles.
Yes, 28 runs now only required, and we're into the 42nd over, so 48 balls at the end of this over.
Short ball bowled by Kumar. Deep in his crease to Smith, working the ball nicely through mid-wicket. Mid-wicket comes off the boundary. And while all this is happening, the Jamaicans get a single to carry the score to 219 for 5. Let me remind you the target is 245. Here's Bonner going back, turns the ball away into the onside, down towards short, finally gets a single. His cricket has been really very good, Bonner. He's had a good tournament. We know of his ability. The last ball was on the leg stump and just played away down towards the position of square leg for 1. So the over comes to an end. 42 overs gone now. 220 for loss of 5 is the latest score at Connery.
Yes, and Bonner, despite having that injury, has run really well in this innings. One of the features of the innings has been his running between the wickets. So it's been an important innings for him. He's played well, 63 off just 65 balls. And Jamaica now just needing another 25 runs to win with 8 overs remaining.
Well, Shide is going to come into the attack, and something will have to happen very quickly for the Canadians. They had their chances, they had their moments, and the keeper, well, should have taken a catch at a crucial stage. We had a situation where Paul was driving down to cover the field on the boundary, should have come forward to catch it. These things happen. Do you know the gentleman with number 62 there? What's his name?
Yes, Mr. Sion.
Mr. Sion. How are you, Mr. Sion? Just put your hand up. All right. Thank you very much indeed. I think the cameraman over there caught that as well. He's so close as if we can speak to him. Here, Shahid comes in and bowls. The ball outside, wrapped in the pattern. The appeal for leg before us. There's the batsman, Bonner, looking to sweep. That was an appeal and that didn't have any real conviction. It was in hope as the ball went outside the leg stump as he was looking to sweep the ball away. 220 for loss of 5. Here's Shahid. Comes up now, bowls outside the off stump. chopped away down to backward point. There's no run. So 24 for victory as Bonner got on top of that and was not able to pace the offside field. 220 for 5. And Shahid again left on with a lock spin. Comes into Bono's and 64 into this delivery. He's forward and drives up towards cover. There is no run. There's a cover, extra cover. There's a man at backward point inside the circle, saving one. Shahid again comes in to bowl to Bonner. Into this delivery, Bonner's back and clips the ball away up towards the mid-wicket area. It was too short. Went back and just turned the wrist and impact for single. Bonner runs through for the run quite easily. And with that, he goes to 65 now. And the Jamaicans up to 220 for the loss of 5. Make that 221 for 5 now. Here's Smith, a busy little batsman, waiting on Shahid into this delivery. He's coming forward, wrapped in the pad. As that ball was given lots of air, coming from the pad, going down the leg side. And the ball is picked up down at mid-wicket. There's no run. Shahid again, number 7 in his back. Comes in to bowl to the little man Smith into this delivery. He's on the back foot, runs it down to backward point, can't score. Played out with an open blade, looked for a single, but there was never one there. So Mann comes forward to collect it, coming in from that backward point here. To end the over, we've now completed 43 overs now. It's 221 for 5. That's the latest score at Connery.
Yes, and the Canadians will certainly be ruining the opportunities that they've missed in this encounter to an extent that I would say that this one was even closer than the previous match against Jamaica. There was no Rovman Powell, blistering the attack to all parts of the field. Canada had its moments. Batting, they could have easily pushed on for another 20, 30 runs, which, looking back now, would have made this far more competitive.
Kumar is in, bows to Bonner. Bonner's back. Plays the ball away into the onside. Down to Bonner's wicket. He was a long way out of his crease. There was no response from the batsman and non-striker's end. And luckily for Bonner, the ball went through the fielder at mid-wicket. Had he picked it up and thrown it to stumps, Bonner might have been in some trouble there.
And another opportunity wasted.
Yeah, indeed. The fielder is Mita. He didn't pick it up at all. Bonner was calling Smith. They'll have a chat about it. That could have been curtains for Bonner. But Mita, in his anxiety to pick it up, the ball went through him. 222 for 5. Here is Kumar, comes in, bowls, and he's on the bat foot. Smith to one on the line to the leg stump. Works it down to mid-wicket, he can't score. So just 23 more to get for the Jamaicans. We're into over number 44. 222 for 5. Here is a delivery which is on the line to the leg stump, bowled by Kumar. On the bat foot goes. Smith pushes to mid-wicket. He's kept on 16, Dennis Smith. Bonner is on 66. 222 for 5. The target is 245. Here's Kumar. Comes up again. He's in and bowls. He's off the back foot. Plays the ball away. Down to short. Third man. Gets the run. A little bit of hesitation initially, but it was always on. As the fielder from short, third man came forward to collect it. So got the run to carry the score to 223 for loss of 5. Now Bonner on 66 comes to the strike. And it's going to be Kumar as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot, forces the ball away. Down to long on. Too short. Single to Bonner to go to 67, 224 for 5. The Jamaicans are getting even closer.
Yes, it's just a matter of time now, the countdown. But I like the spirit of Nitish Kumar. He hasn't given up. Seems to be, purposeful in his bowling.
But he's in and bowls one on the line of that middle stump. And Smith elects to go back when he might have come forward to that. Had to hurry the back defensive stroke. Plays it down towards mid-wicket to end the over. So the two bats will confirm mid-pitch. The Jamaicans with this 22 more for victory. 222 for 5. We've completed over number 44. That's the latest position here at Connery.
Yeah, and you have to wonder as to why the introduction of Kumar to the attack was delayed for so long. He is one of the more experienced bowlers in this Canadian attack, and I would have thought that he would have come on much earlier, especially trying to defend a modest total of 244.
Well, it's going to be the bowling of Shahid to continue. This is going to be a big victory for the Jamaicans. They started slowly, and in fact, Jamaica with this victory will go up to 12 points, the same as the Leewards. Interesting.
And on track to bear fruit my prediction that they and Barbados will be the ones going through. That Jamaica-Leewards game later on this weekend is going to be...
It could be a humdinger, you're right about that. Here's a ball short of a length as Shahid continues. He's in and bowls to Bonabona's back. Pushes up towards mid-off. There's no run. In he comes again. Shahid is in and bowls. A ball pitched on the line of the leg. Someone coming onto the front foot and driving down towards the mid-on area. The fielder at mid-on gets his fingers to it. Goes behind him. And he'll get the single. So 225 for the loss of 5. So they're down to just 20 runs now. The countdown is on. The Jamaicans are kicking for home here as this delivery is given some air. There's Smith coming forward, playing it cleverly. It was on the line of the off stump from Shahid and just played it down to cover for 1. There's no need to flirt with danger. Just work the ball around and win the game. And that's what Smith did on that occasion. Just played the ball up to cover and took off with a single.
Yes, and just 19 runs now. We're into the 45th over and take one more from the total. So down to 18 now with very few runs and lots of balls available.
Yep, indeed. 226 for 5. And here is the spin of Shahid. Comes up now, bowls to Smith. Smith is coming forward. Ball on the off stump. Pushes to cover, can't score. Canada's only victory would have been against the CCC.
Yes, and our last game will again be against the CCC, so we'll expect to end on 8 points.
Yes, that's... Here's Shahid. Comes up now, he's in and bowls to Smith. Smith flicks the ball to mid-wicket to get a run. And that game will be next Monday, I think.
Yes, I do think, though, that the way that they've played against Jamaica in these two encounters, they'll be looking at the Leewards match and thinking that, you know, with a couple of the boxes tick, that they can put another surprise victory there also.
So are you predicting, talk to me, you're predicting that they will beat CCC?
And the Leewards.
And the Leewards as well.
Yes.
Well, Vernon Springer, where's Vernon Springer?
He's left, unfortunately.
Yeah. He's gone home down in halfway tree where Earl Smitten lives.
If he's listening on his transistor, you wouldn't be surprised if he turns around
I
and
would
comes
imagine,
back.
yes, he would turn around that wonderful highway there as we look at it, as we look out towards the left. In the meantime, 17 more to get. The Jamaicans are cruising, and I'm sure all of our friends in Jamaica, 14 parishes of that wonderful country, will be starting the celebrations. It's been a good performance from the men from the land of wood and water. Here's Kumar, comes in, bowls on top of that off stump, and Smith goes back and pushes the ball away with the bat which is as broad as Kingston down towards the mid-on area. There's no run. Here's the spin of Kumar, 17 to get, make that 16 to get now as he comes up now. He's in into this delivery. He's down the pitch when he gets to the ball, pops off, the keeper takes it, he's gone, caught. That was a good delivery, spin it into the batsman. It came from the inner portion of the bat. Might have gone onto his pad as well. The keeper finally takes one, and the score is 228 for a loss of 6.
Yes, I don't think he could have dropped that
No.
even on his worst
Let's
day.
have a look at the Shahid. Comes in, bowls, he's down the pitch, and the ball would have come from the bat. Yes, I think the batsman looked guilty. We'll have a look at it on the monitor again. He was coming on the pitch, well bowled by Kumar. When he got there, came forward, and it would have popped off the bat. The keeper coming across to his left, keeping his eyes on it. He couldn't drop that at all. If he had dropped that, he would have had to go back to Canada by walking.
Walk home.
Walk home.
But in fairness to him, though, he did make good ground to get to it. So, cat amongst the pigeons again. Still 16 runs and just 4 balls required. 4 good balls.
4 goals. Okay, good. All right. So, is there still hope for you think? Hope or is it on until us tomorrow will be better? What do you think? Do you think you can win this?
No.
Faith is of great importance, and I'm sure you must keep the faith, as the old people will tell you. 226 for a loss of 6. Out comes Derval Green, the ebullient all-rounder, to see if he can just shepherd the flock to safety here.
There is a concept of a helmet trick in cricket.
Yeah, there is.
I'll remind you of that.
Well, it's going to be the man who we thought should have bowled earlier. In he comes. Kumar bowls and coming onto the front foot and driving up towards mid-off. The ball hits the stumps, but he would have gotten home. That was a cheeky single. The ball pitched to the line of the off stump. That was all about nerves there as Green came forward, played it up towards the mid-off area. The field at mid-off was rather slow, And that looks like Shahid up there hit the stumps, but by then the batsman had gotten it at the non-striker's end. 229 for 6.
And this is turning out to be somewhat more exciting than we had envisioned.
Okay, well, we'll see there. Vision is the art of seeing things invisible. Maybe you're seeing something that we are not seeing. Here's the delivery, which is on the line to the leg stump, bowled by Kumar, and the batsman is coming forward and working the ball nicely down towards the long on area for single. That batsman is Bonner, who's been at the centre of everything today. He's batted well. He's on 70 and knows the importance of this victory for the men from the land of wood and water. Now, here we go. It's going to be Green to do battle. He's going to face up to Kumar, who's going to come in to bowl to him, and to this delivery, he's coming forward. Nervously plays the ball up towards cover. There's no run. So what do we make of it now? 230 for the loss of 6. They require another, 15 runs for victory. Here we go. Kumar comes in to bowl to Derval Green, who's got 1, and he's off the back foot, forces the ball down towards long on for a single. Perhaps the enterprising captain might have said, look, no batsman has come to the crease, looks a bit nervy. I'll pull the long on into mid-on and challenge him to go over the top. He didn't do that, and he was able to stroke the ball nicely down towards long on for 1. So we've completed over number 46 now. 231 for loss of 6 is the latest score at Connery.
And I think it's going to be Thacker at this end, or
just looking to see. We just have to look at the
Thacker.
Thacker is going to come in. How good is Thacker?
Well, again, he was the most successful bowler in the Canadians' first game. Quality spinner. One of the most experienced, has been around Canadian cricket for a number of years now. Came through the under 19, under 15, and under 19 ranks. So, a good bowler.
Well, he's going to come into the attack now. The Jamaicans are almost there. 231 for loss of 6. Will there be another twist to this game? Well, I don't know really. Cricket is a funny old game. At the moment, Jamaica should win, I would imagine. But we shall see what happens here. They've lost the wicket of Smith when he was out, coming down the pitch. The ball came from the inside edge and was caught by the keeper, who has not been at his best. And Carlisle Powell, who's on the ferry going across the Nevis, said that he's the worst keeper he's ever seen. 231 for loss of 6. In the meantime, it's Thacker to continue. He's got them far and wide as he comes up now and bowls to Green, and Green is back and clips the ball away up towards the mid-wicket position for a single. They'll get the singles easily, and I question the tactics of the captain now. I would try and exert a little bit of pressure here. I can only win if I bowl them out, and I wouldn't be giving up a single so easily. 232 for loss of 6. Outside the off stump, chopped away, down to third man by Bonner. Runs for Jamaica. They'll get 1, and they might have had a second run if they'd been aggressive. But I suppose Bonner reckons now that, look, it's just a matter of time, really. And the field at backward point didn't pick it up cleanly. What do we have now? 233 for 6. The target is 245 for victory.
12 required.
12 required. Here's a delivery, which is outside the off stump. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. The umpire says, yes, he's gone. Green goes. The keeper takes the catch. Another wicket is gone down. Oh, my golly. What's happening at Connery? It was a ball that was outside the off stump. It was the arm ball. There was Green coming for. The catch is taken. He cannot believe that he's been given. He's staying on the park, as they would say, but he's got to go. The umpire gave the decision, and listen to this, 233 for loss of 7.
And just 3 good balls required now. Cat surely amongst the pigeons here.
Well, let's have a look at the monitor now, really. Thacker is in. A lovely action, high. And Green is, he's just coming forward. And it came to the keeper, who reckoned there was an edge there. He took it as a second attempt, and by the time he realized he'd gotten it, there was a big appeal for a catch at the wicket, and there seemed to have been a little bit of a deflection as well, and there he was jumping around. The umpire took some time. I think perhaps the umpire was expecting Green to walk there, and he was given. So Green goes, 233 for 7. The Jamaicans are making this look a bit hard, and Bulai comes out to do battle. What will Mr. Bulai do? We shall wait and see. He's a right-hander in terms of his batting, both left-arm Chinamans and Googlies. Now, what will happen here? 233 for 7. Will the Jamaicans, flatter to deceive here? They should win this game. They've got Bonner firmly entrenched, but they've lost a couple of wickets there towards the end. 233 for 7. Let's see what happens here. They need to win this, I would imagine. Now the captain decides to bring the cover in, and he decides to make another adjustment. He's going to go back on the cover boundary. There seems to be some indecision about that, but Bulai is the batsman. Let's see what happens here. Here's Taka. And now they decide to bring the fielder inside the circle. I think the captain decided, look, I want the fielder inside the circle to maybe exert some pressure. Looks like Pathan. Here is Tucker. Comes up now. Bowls to Bulai. Bulai's back. Pushes out towards cover. They look for the run. The return comes in. And there's an appeal for a run out, and he gets home. Well. There was a ball that was on the line. The off stump pushed away down towards cover. The throw came in. The bails came off, but Bonner made it. Well. 234 for 7. Talk to me, good old Tony.
Like I said, Andrew, it's getting to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I would think, though, that the fielders inside the circle would have to be tight. Here he is on the back foot. The fielder a little bit, as the return comes, I think Bonner made it.
Yes.
But you would have to think that those fielders inside the circle, particularly for the batsman there, Bulai, would have been inside and really very quickly inside there. Like vultures looking to pounce on prey. That didn't happen. 234 for 7. At the center of everything is this man, Bonner, who's in 71. And Takar is about to bowl to him. The Jamaicans are making it a little bit hard. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls. He's forward and drives down towards long on for a single. And the fielder at long on picked it up, getting his body behind it. So 1 to Jamaica. 235 for the loss of 7. They require 10 for victory here. They've got 3 wickets in the bag. Here's Thakar, comes in, bowls to Bulai. Bulai's back, forces the ball up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. This is over number 47. So the over comes to an end, and the Jamaicans making heavy weather of this situation. 235 for 7 is the latest score, Connery.
And to think, Andrew, had the Canadians taken the chances that they'd been presented with earlier on, then this could have been a totally different result. So they'll rue the missed opportunities in this match. I think Jamaica will get home.
You think they'll get over the line?
It's
Well,
9 runs required now, and
well, we'll
3
see what
overs,
happens.
18 balls.
Well, this.
But a couple of maidens could also make it even more interesting.
Well, yeah, you never know. Well, it's going to be Kumar to continue. He's going to bowl to Bonner. He's the key man here. He comes in, bowls to Bonner. Bonner's forward, pushes out to cover. They'll get a single here. So it means it goes to 236 for loss of 7. It's about the captaincy now. And he would want to try and exert some pressure on Bulai here. He's brought the cover inside the circle. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4 men inside the circle in the offside saving 1. There's also the mid-on. There is a man at short fine leg and a square leg as well. Here's Kumar as he comes in to bowl to Bulai. And Bulai is coming forward. There's an appeal for leg before. Now says the umpire played at that. They'll get a single. Will he come back for the second? Yeah, they will. He came onto the front foot, struck on the pad, a big appeal for leg before. An umpire says not out. Let's have a look at that on the monitor if possible. They get 2 to go to 236, 238 now for a loss of 7. Well. Bonner comes down to have a little word. If I were captain of the side, I'll certainly put a silly pointer forward shortly again. He came forward, struck on the pad, might have been struck outside the line of the off stump, but just a little bit of pressure, even psychological, as he came forward, might have just gone outside the off stump, and the ball came from the pad and went down towards the third man area. They got 2. Might have hit the bat as well because the umpire didn't signal. Here is Kumar, comes in, bowls, and Bulai's driving up towards extra cover. Lovely shot. It goes through the fielder. It goes out towards the boundary. Oh, it's going to go for 4. A ball pitched to the line of the off stump. Bulai, who's done very well with the ball, now doing well with the bat, stroking the ball away through extra cover. That's gone for 4, and the Jamaicans are close to victory. They require just 3 runs to win with 3 wickets in hand. Talk to me, Tony.
Important shot that eluded 2 fielders on its way to the boundary. So,
well, it's been stir response to Judy's call, and of course they strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish is part of the national anthem. A drive up towards extra cover. Jamaica, land we love. 242 for loss of 7. Here we go. The spin of Kumar as he comes in to bowl to Bulai. He's in, and to this delivery, he's coming forward and drives over the top of cover, and that's victory to the men from the land of wood and water. And it was a man that bowled so beautifully. He got a delivery on top of the off stump, and he stroked the ball away down to extra cover. The Jamaicans have won an important victory for them. They go to 12 points now, and the race in terms of going to Trinidad and Tobago is getting very, very interesting. 246 for loss of 7. Congratulations to the men from the land of wood and water.
Hearty congratulations and a well-deserved victory for Jamaica. They played the more sensible cricket today. They never panicked, and Canada had its chances several occasions during the match when they could have gotten ahead, but Jamaicans came through in the end, and I think it was the experience of the Jamaicans that came to the fore in this encounter. But Canada will want to take the positives from this. They've gotten 1 wicket closer this time around. The last time they lost by 4 wickets. This time they lost by just 3, and they took this all the way to the 48th over.
Yes.
So they were competitive, and they keep getting better in this competition. So who knows, with 3 matches remaining against the buoyant Barbados, who could slip up, against the Leewards, who they took to the limit the last time around, and then combined campuses, who they surely will feel confident of beating. Going back to the Canadians, you have to remember that this is only the second stint in this competition. The first time around, they only won 1 match, so, and were outplayed in all the other matches. So this team, which is a much younger, far more inexperienced team, has actually performed well, and they have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of.
I agree with that. In fact, there have been moments when they've given the big guns some trouble, and the experience really coming to the fore. Of course, experience is always a great teacher. 246 for 7. The man, the heart of the Jamaican victory, Bonner, 73, and towards the end, Bulai using the long handle and hitting the ball over the top and getting 4 runs to see the Jamaicans over the line. And as we see them now on the screen, they must be quite happy with this victory, because what it means now is that Jamaica, they're up to 12 points. They've got a big game, of course, against the Leewards on the weekend. So you've got Barbados on 20 points, Jamaica on 20 points, and of course, the Leewards Hurricanes, they are also on 20 points as well. Interesting.
Yes, but you'd want to think that whoever wins that Jamaica Leewards encounter will be in the position to claim the second spot. I have no doubts whatsoever that Barbados will qualify at the top of this group. So it's only a question now as to which team will accompany them to Trinidad, and I think it'll come down to Leewards and Jamaica and the way the Jamaicans have played. Importantly for the batting, someone has always stuck their hands up. If it hasn't been Fodudin at the top of the order, Powell in the
McCarthy's
middle,
also done pretty well with the bat.
and now Bonner coming to the party. So Jamaicans, the batting is just too strong.
Yes, I certainly agree with that assessment, because when you look at the Jamaican side, particularly in the area of batting, they stumbled at the start of the competition, but you're seeing the true Jamaica side now. When you got someone like a Powell, I mean, McCarthy's a dangerous player, Bonner, silky, elegant, and of course you've got the big fast bowler Thomas. They've got the kind of side that can give trouble.
Yes, but in terms of the bowling, it's been the spinners
that
have really come.
Bulai is coming to, and
Bulai and Merchant has been well supported.
Right. And in fact, Bulai didn't play in the first 2 matches. I know up in Jamaica they were beginning to wonder about it. He's coming, he's made a difference, and he's also towards the end today. He won the match along, certainly, with Bonner. This is an important victory for Jamaica. What about Canada now going forward?
Well, again, Canada came into this competition at the beginning of the competition 2 weeks ago. Everyone was saying that Canada was the easy game in the competition. Everyone was expecting that they would lose all their matches. Well, so far in the 5 matches that they've played, they've won 1. They were blown away by Barbados, admittedly, but in the other matches they have been extremely competitive and at times could have won. So It's been a revelation for this young development team from Canada. We have to keep reminding ourselves that, you know, of the 14-member squad, only 3 of them would have had previous Canadian experience. A number of players, 7 of these players making their actual debuts in this tournament.
Okay, we're going to try to get that presentation for you. Trent Sargent, this hard-working team, preparing for us to go and join Woody Richards for the man of the match. And, of course, we want to bring it for you. And we're going to certainly be in a position to do that. But time to do a quick recap for you before we join for the presentation. 246 for 7, 246 for 7, Jamaica, 47 overs and 5 balls. They won by 3 wickets, and in the end, Bulai stroking the ball over the extra cover area for 4. He finished on 11, and of course, Bonner, he also did well, 73 not out. He was certainly at the heart of the Jamaican win. Now, when the Canadians batted, well, some cricketers got starts, but they were not able to actually come through. And in the final analysis, we had a situation where it was really Kumar who got 42. But once again, good bowling from Bulai, picking up 4 for 41, restricting the Canadians to 244 for 9.
Yes, and some of the more experienced Canadian batsmen, as you said, guilty of having gotten starts, gotten settled, but no one went on. You know, it's important. It's one of the lessons that this Canadian team has to learn very quickly in this competition, is that one of the senior batsmen has to be there at the end. Bonner proved this for the Jamaicans. You know, once you get set, you can't be giving your hand away, and too many of the Canadian batsmen were out of soft dismissals. The Bulai, he captured Kumar fell off the very last ball of Bulai's spell, when he could just have seen him off, and you know, after that it would have been much easier for the Canadians. Think of what this would have meant if they had scored just another 20-30 runs.
All right, time for the presentation. Let's go and join Woody Richards. Woody?
You're talking to Dennis Bulai, who is the player of the match for today's game here. Dennis, a good bowler performance from you today. How special was it for you?
It was a really special moment because I've been working over the years, working very hard with a lot of support from back home with family and friends, and this is a good feeling right now, and I hope I have many to come from this and moving on.
What was the key reason for your bowling success today?
I think I tried to attack them, make them play on them front foot for most part, bowl more googly than often to give them doubt, so I think that went well for me for most part in the game.
How would you describe the pitch conditions here at Connery?
Pitch condition here, wicket is very flat. It's batting friendly. So for a bowler to get wickets like that, it means that he has put in a lot of work and consistency. So cricket is just hard here overall for bowlers. So I think it was a well-played game on behalf of us.
So you think this was a good game that you would get some confidence out of in your bowling?
Yeah, I've been growing into confidence from the first game, so this has done a lot for me. So I think I'll be okay from here on.
Robin Powell says that the bowling hasn't really clicked as yet. You feel today that you guys got it right?
Yeah, I think we got it right to some extent. I mean, we may have to go back to the drawing board whether it should be an extra spin or extra pace, but I think it's okay, and we need to get more wickets and try to bowl out teams if we want to be a champion team.
I know you said I had a lot of questions at the start. Yes, I do. What was the key lesson that you learned from today's performance?
Today is patience. The Canada batsmen, they seem to bat slow bowling very well. So today I just stay patient with them, try to choose when I attack them as well, and make my decision right at the right time.
And I've come to the last of those very many questions, which is your team has won today. How do you guys feel about the victory? How does that set you up for the remaining matches that you have?
Well, it set us up very nice because after losing the first 2 games, we know that coming down to the rest of the games we have to win just because we want to advance to the other round. So from here on, it's just hard work and a lot of big effort from us as a team.
Dennis Bulai, thanks very much.
All right, so thanks to Woody Richards. Dennis Bulai, the obvious man of the match. He came towards the end and made 11 important runs, but in terms of his bowling, 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 41. He bowled beautifully today.
Yes, he was obviously the pick of the Jamaican bowlers, and as he said, he chose when to attack the Canadian batsmen. None of them seemed to be in control of him. They didn't seem to be picking his googly very well. And the 4 wickets that he got, except for Kumar's at the end, were well deserved.
So when we look back at this game now, as we say goodbye to all of you, of course, we'll invite you to be with us tomorrow when the CCC Marooners, the defending champions, play against the Leewards Hurricanes right here at Connery. But before we do that, let me tell you that Canada made 244 for 9, to which the Jamaicans replied with 246 for 7, and it was a very good victory for them in 47 overs and 5 balls, and it really sets them up quite nicely now in terms of their quest to go forward to Trinidad and Tobago. We hope you enjoyed it half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. Andrew Mason on behalf of the entire team for the final time saying goodbye from Connery.
Are you ready? Colonial Medical Insurance Super 50 Cup is here. 10 teams clash in 43 matches at the Queen's Park Oval and Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Trinidad, and Warner Park Stadium and Connery St. Kitts. It's going to be music, entertainment, excitement, and 23 days and nights of cricket mayhem as the teams vie for bragging rights in the Cup of Champions. Who you reppin'? Come for the action. Stay for the vibes. For match schedules and more, visit windiescricket.com. Colonial Medical Insurance Super 50 Cup is here. 10 teams clash in 43 matches at the Queen's Park Oval and Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Trinidad, and Warner Park Stadium and Connery St. Kitts. Get tickets, match schedules, and more at windiescricket.com.
Welcome again to the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. As you know, it's the Colonial